Chapter 1128. In the depths of the underworld. When the two of them sat down to discuss the Tao, various laws, and Tao runes turned into a river of stars that flowed around them. Qin Shujian and Goddess Pingxin each had a lotus platform below them. When discussing the Tao, each of them explained their own understanding of the Tao. Although Qin Shujian was only an incarnation in the underworld, but the incarnation, in terms of strength, was very different from the original body, but in terms of understanding of cultivation, it was not inferior at all. In addition, he was now the number one person in this era, so his understanding of the Tao was even deeper. Every time he said a word, it could cause a huge change in the weather, and it made Goddess Pingxin have a different kind of understanding in her heart. On the other side, Goddess Pingxin was the lord of the underworld and a top expert of the first era. In terms of status, she was not much lower than Tao ancestor Hongjun. So, she also had her own unique understanding of the Tao. When discussing the Tao, although Qin Shujian said the most, Goddess Pingxin occasionally said one or two sentences, which could make him understand some things. Time passed. Suddenly, the preaching stopped. Qin Shujian looked in a certain direction in the underworld, and his expression became strange. At this moment, Goddess Pingxin also withdrew from the preaching state. As the lord of the underworld, she was very familiar with the changes in the underworld. When the lightning tribulation descended, she could not help but smile. A mere ghost wants to curse the Emperor of Heaven. He was not killed by the lightning tribulation because of the dense yin energy in the underworld, which weakened the power of the lightning tribulation. If it was in the outside world, that lightning tribulation would have really turned him into ashes. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. He can be considered an old friend of mine. I didn't expect him to be reborn in the underworld. Well, since he can be reborn in the underworld, it can be considered his good fortune. This person's temperament is not bad. He might really have some achievements in the future. Goddess Pingxin nodded. Lian Gumming only cursed Qin Shujian, but after being struck by lightning, he understood the key points. It was indeed a little different. Ordinary yin spirits would only think that it was a coincidence when they were struck by lightning. For the other party to be able to think so much, in some aspects, it could be said that he was unique. Qin Shujian retracted his gaze from Lian Gumming and began to preach again. In the beginning, he was surprised by Lian Gumming's rebirth. But then he thought about it. There were countless true spirits gathered in the underworld, so it was only natural that there would be some acquaintances among them. Liao Gumming was already a celestial being before his death. Heavenly man major cultivation. The true spirit itself was extremely tenacious and would not be destroyed so easily. It had only been a few decades since the other party's fall. Several decades later, it was not enough to destroy the true spirit of an Empyrean. It would take hundreds or thousands of years for the true spirit of a celestial to be completely obliterated. As such, the rebirth of Liao Gumming. It was an accident, but it was also reasonable. If it was in the past, the first thing Qin Shujian would do when an enemy was reborn was to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. However, the current him did not have such thoughts. It was not that he would not eliminate the root of the problem like before. It was purely because Liao Gumming was no longer worthy of him eliminating the root of the problem. After his rebirth, Liao Gumming was only a spirit of the god martial realm. Taking a step back, even if the other party was a spirit of the Empyrean realm, in front of the Emperor of Heaven, it was like an ant that could be destroyed with a thought. Such a threat. For Qin Shujian, it was not a threat at all. To cut the grass, he had to eliminate the root. It had to be that the grass could cut his skin. If it could not even cut a hair, then why would he care about such a grass? If he killed the other party, it would make him seem a little cheap. Moreover, if Liao Gumming scolded him a few more times, he would not even need to personally make a move. The lightning tribulation would send him on his way. Now that Liao Gumming did not scold him, the lightning tribulation in front of him could be considered a lesson. From this matter, it could be seen. After the establishment of the underworld, Qin Shujian felt that those enemies who had died in his hands in the past would most likely be reborn here. If they were unlucky and their true spirit was destroyed in advance, then there was nothing he could do. But as long as their true spirit was not destroyed, at this time, they would be able to be reborn. Especially when he discussed the Tao with Goddess Pingxian, it could be considered as giving the underworld a good fortune. Then, the spirits and ghost messengers here could increase their strength to a certain extent. As Qin Shujian preached again, Goddess Pingxian also retracted her gaze from Liao Guming. A spirit of the god martial realm was not worth her attention. What she said about some achievements was that there was hope for him to become a true immortal in the future. However, to the Lord of the Underworld, there was no difference between having a true immortal and not having one. Even a 9th-level immortal was like an ant. Moreover, Goddess Pingxian did not think that Liao Guming had the chance to reach that step. The preaching continued. Tao runes filled the underworld, for all the spirits and ghost messengers to absorb. Inside the deep pit, Liao Guming, who was about to dissipate, could not help but absorb the surrounding yin qi to heal his injuries after hearing the preaching. Gradually, he forgot where he was. The yin qi was attracted and swept over like a gust of wind, gradually wrapping around Liao Guming's body. Soon, a cocoon formed from yin qi appeared in the deep pit. The yang qi that originally existed in the deep pit, under the impact of the yin qi, disappeared into nothingness. Boom! The ghost messenger's aura soared, and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. I've succeeded in breaking through. This time, he heard it. It allowed him to successfully break through his original boundary and break through to a new realm. At this moment, the token at his waist vibrated. The ghost messenger woke up from his state of ecstasy and read the message in the token. The phenomenon of the underworld has appeared, and the strength of many spirits has increased greatly. For this reason, the spirits are causing trouble. Capture all the spirits causing trouble and maintain the order of the underworld. There must be no mistakes. The spirits were causing trouble. A cold killing intent appeared in the ghost messenger's eyes. Just right. Now that his strength had broken through, he could use those spirits to practice his moves and verify his own methods. On the other side, inside the deep pit, the yin qi cocoon stayed there quietly. After an unknown period of time, all of a sudden, the yin qi cocoon shook violently, as if something was about to come out. In the next breath, boom, the yin qi cocoon exploded, and Liao Guming escaped from it. A powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly stirring up the yin qi violently. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded in breaking through. Now, how many people in the world are my opponents? Chapter 1129. Excitement. Excitement. Unprecedented excitement. Liao Guming realized that after his rebirth, his breakthrough was actually faster than before. In a short period of time, not only did he break through the threshold of the god martial arts realm, but he also directly broke through to the celestial being realm. He also broke the original shackles. He directly advanced to the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. He was only one step away from the legendary 4th level of the celestial being realm. Inside the Great Jiao, the various top sects. The 3rd level of the celestial being realm was considered the top. Those above the 4th level of the celestial being realm were basically powerhouses that only the imperial court could have. I am already at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. When I return to revive the heavenly corpse sect, who in the world can stop me, even if it is you, Qin? I will definitely take revenge for this. Liao Guming laughed wantonly. However, when it came to Qin Shujian's name, he had experience and did not say his full name. In the distance, Zhao Xian was wearing the attire of a ghost. He looked at Liao Guming, who was laughing at the sky with a strange expression. This yin soul. Could it be that his brain was damaged? Otherwise, how could a 3rd level of the celestial being realm dare to say such arrogant words? After watching for a long time, Liao Guming was still laughing wildly. At this moment, Zhao Xian could not help it. He originally came to capture the yin soul that was causing trouble. The yin soul in front of him was not a big problem. But for some reason, when he saw Liao Guming's crazy appearance, Zhao Xian always felt that the other party might endanger the order of the underworld. So, he directly made a decision. Boom! A terrifying aura crushed down from the sky, causing Liao Gumming's laughter to abruptly stop. His body could not help but tremble as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. That aura. It made his mind stagnate. At this moment, Zhao Xian slowly walked over. The soul restraining chain on his waist had already been untied. He came in front of Liao Gumming and said indifferently, "I suspect that you are disturbing the order of the underworld, so now I am officially arresting you. If you dare to resist, kill on the spot." Disturbing the order of the underworld. Looking at the soul restraining chain on his body, Liao Gumming did not react until now. He did not understand. How did he disturb the underworld? Moreover, what was the underworld? He had never heard of it. However, the aura emanating from Zhao Xian's body made the Heavenly Corpse sect master feel fear. Too strong. The other party was definitely not just a saint. Perhaps, even a powerful being would not have such a terrifying aura. Lian Gumming's mind trembled. He didn't understand. How could Zhao Xian, who looked so ordinary, have such terrifying strength? Lian Gumming only regained his senses when he was bound by the soul restraining chain and dragged away by his opponent. "Let's go." Zhao Xian held one end of the soul restraining chain in one hand and walked in front as if he was dragging an animal. A sense of humiliation rose in Lian Gumming's heart. However, he also understood that the situation was not in his favor, so he did not resist. Instead, he followed behind Zhao Xian and asked carefully, "May I ask, Senior, what is the underworld?" He heard the question behind him. Zhao Xian turned to look at Lian Gumming before turning back and said, "Hell is a place created by Goddess Pingxin with her great skills. It is used to store the true spirits of all the fallen living beings in this world. You were able to be reborn here because of the existence of the underworld. Without the underworld to store the true spirits, you might have completely dissipated from this world if you continued for a while." Hell. Goddess Pingxin. Lian Gumming understood some things from the other party's words. Then, he asked carefully again, "May I ask who Goddess Pingxin is and how high her cultivation is?" Goddess Pingxin is an ancient powerhouse. I don't know how high her cultivation is. I only know that Goddess Pingxin is an existence on par with the Emperor of Heaven. Zhao Xian shook his head, his eyes full of respect for Goddess Pingxin. That kind of powerhouse. It was not something that he could guess. Emperor of Heaven? Lian Gumming was puzzled again. He had never heard of this title before. Could it be that he had really died many years ago? Or else, how could there be so many strange powerhouses in this world? He thought in his heart. Lian Gumming continued to ask, "Who is the Emperor of Heaven?" The Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of Heaven. A few decades ago, the Emperor of Heaven rose in the human race. First, he became the human emperor. Later on, he intimidated the myriad races and established the supreme heavenly court. From then on, he was known as the Emperor of Heaven. He was the true top existence in the world. If it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven, when the great calamity of the demon abyss broke out, we wouldn't have been able to survive it so easily. Zhao Xian was a little impatient, but he still said a few more words. In his eyes. To be able to say something to some ghosts who had just awakened their memories and didn't understand the current situation, it was also a form of satisfaction for him. So, Zhao Xian was willing to say so much to Lian Gumming. Human Emperor. Lian Gumming was shocked. He was clear about what the human emperor was. But the myriad races. Hadn't they disappeared for a long time? Only the human race and the demon race were left in this world. How could there be any myriad races? As for the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court, that was even more unheard of. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lian Gumming continued to ask, "I remember that when I died, the human race was ruled by the great Zhao. The demon race existed in the endless mountain range. Could it be that the demon race in the endless mountain range isn't there anymore? Or is it that even the great Zhao isn't there anymore? The human race is now the strongest race among the myriad races. The Zhao Emperor is also the Emperor Zhongyuan of the Heavenly Court. His strength is very tyrannical. How could the great Zhao not exist? Even the demon race and the demon race are much weaker than the human race. Zhao Xian glanced at Lian Gumming. Until now, he understood that the other party had been dead for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't say anything about the endless mountain range. Then, Zhao Xian explained a lot more. Some of them involved the Great Zhao, some involved the myriad races, and even the heavenly court. From the look of shock on Lian Gumming's face, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. For a time, he had a better impression of this somewhat neurotic celestial yin soul. Although the other party seemed to have some intelligence problems, when he learned about the other party's death, Zhao Xian also understood why Lian Gumming was so ignorant. Unfortunately, he wasn't a human. Otherwise, he would have heard of the Heavenly Corpse sect, which he remembered for a while. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, Lian Gumming keenly grasped a crucial point from all this. That was, Yuan sect. You said that the Emperor of Heaven used to be the master of Yuan sect. Later, he became the human emperor, established the Chenyuan sacred ground, and finally ruled the myriad races to become the Emperor of Heaven? That's right. Zhao Xian nodded. Then may I ask what the surname of the Emperor of Heaven is? Qin. His surname is Qin. Liao Gumming was completely shocked. Chapter 1130. The surname of the Emperor of Heaven is Qin. There seemed to be no need to say anything more. Lian Gumming didn't expect his old enemy to have grown to this level. Qin Shujian's cultivation base didn't need to be mentioned since he was able to become an existence that ruled over thousands of races. Just by looking at this unfathomable person in front of him and the reverence in his eyes when he talked about the two words Emperor of Heaven, he could understand many things. Right now, he was only at the third level of the sky-human realm. Compared to the other party, the difference was unimaginable. No. Even if I can't take revenge, the inheritance of the Heavenly Corpse sect can't be severed like this. Since I can be reborn, then the others of the Heavenly Corpse sect should also be reborn in the underworld if they are lucky enough. Find them and rebuild the orthodoxy of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Liao Gumming made up his mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't take revenge. In any case, as long as the Heavenly Corpse sect was rebuilt, the fact that Qin Shujian had destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect would no longer exist. In this way. As such, there was no need to talk about hatred. He comforted himself. For a moment, Lian Gumming's mood eased a lot. His current goal was to find the other members of the Heavenly Corpse sect and rebuild the orthodoxy of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not to mention anything else. The elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect were all in the God martial realm. Since his true spirit could be reborn in the underworld, then the true spirit of the divine martial realm could also be reborn. Just as he was secretly planning in his heart. Zhao Xian had already pulled him towards Fengju City. Lian Gumming was deeply shaken as he looked at the towering city. That oppressive feeling. It made him feel like an insignificant ant. Although in reality, he was currently at the third level of the Deva realm. In front of experts, he was no different from an ant. He was shocked. Lian Gumming couldn't help but blurt out, "Senior, may I ask what that place is?" That's Fengju City, the only city in the entire underworld. There are many experts in Fengju City. Ghosts like you can be seen everywhere. There are even a few true immortal experts." Zhao Xian's expression was proud. As an emissary of hell, the stronger hell was, the more respect he would have. Every time he defeated a soul hunter, he would always enjoy the shock he felt from the yin spirit. Therefore, Zhao Xian gave an appropriate explanation to Lian Gumming's question. Fengju City. It was a city. The shock in Lian Gumming's heart was indescribable. If Zhao Xian hadn't said it, he would have thought that it was a barrier that separated the underworld. Now it seems. It was clearly a city wall. Even with his own eyesight, Lian Gumming could barely see the end of the wall. There was no other way. The walls of Necropolis were simply too high. Then, yin energy blocked his vision. Even though diviner cultivators had amazing eyesight, it wasn't easy for them to see through the walls. While speaking, Zhao Xian pulled Lian Gumming into Fengju City. Seeing this, Lian Gumming asked, "Senior, where do you want to take me?" "Prison." "Senior, I didn't do anything. Why do you want to imprison me? I suspect that you have the potential to disrupt the order of the underworld. Let's lock you up in prison for 3 to 5 years first. When the time comes, if you perform well enough, you will be released. Zhao Xian gave an incoherent reply. Lian Gumming was speechless. What did he mean by the potential to disrupt the order of the underworld? He didn't do anything. At most, when he was reborn, he spoke a little arrogantly. Just this. He was going to be locked up for 3 to 5 years. Lian Gumming would never have thought that he would be locked up in prison right after he was reborn. Senior, I'm innocent. Shut up. Any ghost will say that they're innocent. How can there be so many innocent people? If you keep shouting, I'll lock you up for 30 to 50 years. Zhao Xian scolded. Hearing this, Lian Gumming immediately shut his mouth. 3 to 5 years was enough. If it was 30 to 50 years, he would go crazy. Fengdu City seemed very close, but it was actually very far. The two of them walked for more than an hour before they arrived in front of the city gate. Now, only then did Lian Gumming truly feel how powerful Fengdu City was. The entire city naturally gave off a sense of oppression, making people involuntarily feel awe. And at the city gate, many ghosts and ghost messengers could be seen entering and exiting. Every ghost that entered and exited had an aura that wasn't weak. Among them, most of the auras were much stronger than his. And some. The pressure was like a prison. At a glance, one could tell that their cultivation was unfathomable. So many experts. Lian Gumming was secretly shocked. He originally had some doubts about Zhao Xian's words. But when he really arrived at the gate of Fengdu City, he finally understood how many experts there were in Fengdu City. He was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. He was really nothing. When he really entered Fengdu City, Lian Gumming was shocked again. Compared to the experts entering and leaving the city, the number of experts in Fengdu City was truly shocking. Looking at it, a dense crowd of experts. If it was in his own era, that would be the case. Every expert here was qualified to establish a top sect. Even, they were qualified to compete with the Great Zhao at that time. Or, crush the Great Zhao at that time. There were really too many experts. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be that the Saint Realm Almighties were everywhere, and the transcendent being was inferior to dogs. Lian Gumming felt inferior. The cultivation that he was so proud of turned out to be so humble in the underworld. He found it hard to imagine. If the underworld was so powerful, then how powerful would the heavenly court, which ruled the 10,000 races, be? Follow me. Zhao Xian's cold and stern voice sounded, causing Lian Gumming to recover from his shocked state. Then, he obediently followed her. Looking at the many cultivators who brushed past him, he could vaguely feel a shocking aura. Lian Gumming was a little worried that there would be experts who didn't like him and would attack him. Fortunately, along the way, this didn't happen. Although there were many experts in Fengdu City, each of them kept order and didn't do anything that violated the rules. If he didn't understand the terrifying cultivation of these cultivators, he would have mistakenly thought. The people he saw here were all reclusive people who stayed away from the disputes. Fengdu City has its rules. In Fengdu City, no one can make a move. Otherwise, there will be experts suppressing them. In addition, you can't be too arrogant because there are too many experts in Fengdu City. Even if you can't make a move in Fengdu City, they have plenty of ways to deal with you outside Fengdu City. Unless you can stay in Fengdu City and not go out, that's another matter. Alright, we're here. Zhao Xian suddenly said. Lian Gumming was stunned. Then, he looked forward and didn't move his gaze away. Chapter 1131. In the depths of the underworld. The two's sermon had officially ended. All the strange phenomena disappeared, and the various rules were hidden again. Qin Shujian's aura did not change much. On the other hand, Goddess Pingxin's aura fluctuated a little, as if she had gained something. I have gained a lot from this discussion with Emperor Qin. Goddess Pingxin smiled. That perfect face that did not seem like something that could exist in the mortal world. If ordinary people saw it, they would instantly lose their minds. Qin Shujian's expression was normal as he said with a faint smile, "I have also gained a lot from discussing the Tao with Goddess Pingxin. After this discussion, I have to digest it properly." Then, the smile on his face disappeared and turned serious. "There's not much time left. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 years, the real power will invade on a large scale. At that time, we will either fall into the mortal world or reign over the 9 heavens. Emperor Qin, what do you think will happen to us?" Goddess Pingxin asked in return. Hearing this, Qin Shujian had a proud expression on his face. "I am the Emperor of Heaven. I will naturally reign over the 9 heavens and look down on all living beings." After saying that, he left the underworld. "Reign over the 9 heavens," Goddess Pingxin whispered softly, and her expression changed slightly. "Although I don't expect to reign over the 9 heavens, I don't want all living beings to be destroyed here." Looking at the huge underworld, there were billions of living beings there, and above the underworld was the boundless world with billions of living beings. If she were to sit and watch billions of living beings be destroyed, it would not be what she wanted. Then, Goddess Pingxin waved her jade-like hand, and the void in front of her shook. The rules in the underworld seemed to be pulled by something and gathered in her direction. The rules condensed. The void shook. Not long after, all the precepts gathered together to form a palm-sized disc. There were 6 petals engraved on the disc. At first glance, it looked like a blooming lotus flower. The disc quietly stayed in the void. Then, Goddess Pingxin's mind sank into the underworld, and then, in the dark, she caught a trace of weak power. When that wisp of power arrived, the void collapsed silently, and all the nearby yin qi was also corroded. Even if it was the rules, there were faint signs of collapse. Lady Pingxin's expression was extremely solemn. She focused all of her attention on controlling that strand of energy to descend. Finally, it landed on the round plate. Instantly, the disc shook violently. Crack! An almost undetectable sound was heard, and cracks appeared on the disc. Regarding this, she did not mind and allowed the disc to absorb the surrounding energy to repair her body. She, on the other hand, was fully focused on controlling the wisp of energy. Gradually, the power fused with the disc. The cracks on the disc became more and more serious. However, whenever the cracks on the disc reached a certain level, it would frantically absorb the power of the underworld to repair itself. Rumble. Yin energy gushed forth like a river. At the same time, the laws of the underworld manifested and continuously transmitted power into the underworld. A long time later, the cracks on the disc disappeared. As for that strand of energy, it was officially absorbed by the disc. In the end, it looked like a 6-petaled round plate, and on one of the petal, there were 3 mysterious words. Celestial Realm. At this moment, Lady Pingxin's aura changed, and her face was pale. However, she was not discouraged at all. Instead, she looked at the disc in front of her and revealed a knowing smile. As expected, only true power is the foundation for the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc has taken shape, the rules of the underworld have become stronger. Lady Pingxin held the disc with one hand, and a mysterious power rose from the disc. Then, with a thought, she directly threw the disc into the void. In an instant, the underworld shook again. All the living beings instinctively looked up, but they couldn't see anything. Only some top experts could vaguely feel that the space of the underworld seemed to have become stronger. It was also when the 6 paths of reincarnation disc appeared. Purple Cloud Palace, Demon Palace, Great Thunderclap Temple. Qin Shujian, who was in the heavenly court, also sensed something and turned to look at the underworld. The underworld's foundation is really deep. Buddha Sokya sighed. Although they were all experts of the first era, in terms of foundation, the one in the underworld was much deeper than him. After all, that was an existence who established the underworld with his own strength. In comparison, although he was the ruler of the Buddhist sect, he was not the first person to establish the Buddhist sect. Then, Buddha Sokya retracted his gaze and looked down again. Over there, There were tens of thousands of living beings who had shaved their heads and converted. They were silently chanting scriptures. Dense Buddhist light rose from these people, causing the entire Great Thunderclap Temple to become extremely solemn. Seeing this, Buddha Sakya was also rather gratified. Although his foundation was not good and could not be compared to the underworld. However, this era was also very friendly to the Buddhist sect. There was no so-called conflict between Taoists and Buddhists here, nor was there any prejudice against the Buddhist sect. The tens of thousands of races in this era. What they advocated was the most direct power. Whoever had the strongest power, whoever could give them power, then they would believe in whoever they belonged to. In the first era, it was not as easy for the Buddhist sect to recruit believers. Just like now. He only had to display some divine abilities and there was an endless stream of living beings who came to join him. Moreover, as the first batch of Buddhist sect members traveled the world, the Buddhist sect's influence quietly grew in the North Continent. When the Buddhist sect was growing stronger, Buddha Sakya could clearly feel that the Buddhist sect's luck was also rising day by day. As the master of the Buddhist sect, his strength naturally rose steadily with the Buddhist sect's luck. Amitabha. Buddha Sakya chanted a Buddhist name. The 12th grade golden lotus beneath him slowly rotated, and vaguely, it seemed like the 13th lotus was about to grow. When the Buddhist disciples below heard this, they stopped chanting and looked up at the golden lotus above. "May I ask if you have any instructions, Buddha?" Someone asked respectfully. Buddha Sakya made a flower-pinching gesture with a compassionate expression on his face. "I was just in a trance when I suddenly had an epiphany. Now that all living beings are suffering, the Buddha is merciful and can't bear to see all living beings fall into suffering. From today onwards, all Buddhas will leave the Great Thunderclap Temple and travel to the 4 great continents to spread the ideals of the Buddhist sect and transcend the sea of suffering for all living being. Buddha is merciful." The many Buddhist disciples below all bowed. Some people understood in their hearts. The Buddhist sect just wanted to use this opportunity to strengthen their own forces. But for this, they had no intention of objecting. After all, they were members of the Buddhist sect. If the Buddhist sect strengthened, it would also be beneficial for them. 6 paths of reincarnation. Qin Shujian came out of seclusion. He looked in the direction of the underworld. His gaze directly pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth and landed on the disc. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc. That was a top-notch supreme treasure. When he absorbed a portion of Goddess Pingxin's true power and fused it into it, he had already established the supreme foundation of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was only in its embryonic form, but its power was already not weaker than an ordinary carnate supreme treasure. If he waited until the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was completely perfected, Qin Shujian had a premonition. That might be a supreme treasure that surpassed an immortal divine weapon. 6 paths of reincarnation. It had always been a very mysterious thing. He had only learned a little about it after entering the real world through life and death. This kind of existence was very mysterious to the real world. In the great wide world, it was not something that others could understand. The rules of heaven and earth are even more perfect. Qin Shujian looked up at the sky. The mother stream of rules that was hidden in the void directly appeared in his line of sight. The mother stream of rules. That was the place where all the rules of heaven and earth gathered. Now, with the appearance of the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the rules in the mother stream of rules had become more and more perfect. As the Emperor of Heaven, he could clearly feel it. With the perfection of the mother stream of rules, the strength of the heavenly Tao of the great wide world was also steadily increasing. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao was not a cultivator in the true sense. It was just a combination of the thoughts of all living beings. Its purpose was to maintain the normal operation of heaven and earth. So, no matter how strong the heavenly Tao was, it did not have much of an impact on him. Unless, one day, if he did something that harmed heaven and earth. In that case, the heavenly Tao would be an obstacle. The rules of heaven and earth are perfect. The power that I, the Emperor of Heaven, can borrow is even stronger. Qin Shujian said with a smile. Although he had almost never borrowed the power of the Emperor of Heaven. However, it could not be explained because of this. The power of the Heavenly Emperor Empyrean position was completely useless. Strictly speaking, the Emperor of Heaven was able to rule over the myriad races and gather the destiny of the myriad races. He himself possessed supreme power. However, the Emperor of Heaven was only the ruler of heaven and earth. If he wanted to borrow the power of the Emperor of Heaven, he had to be in the great wide world. Once he left the great wide world, there was not much power that he could borrow from the Emperor of Heaven. Because of this, Qin Shujian had fought with the Tao fruit a few times, but he did not borrow the power of the Emperor of Heaven because there was no need for that. That bit of power. It could not change anything at all. Look, if they fought in heaven and earth. He was confident. Even if he did not use all his trump cards, just by borrowing the power of the Emperor of Heaven, he would be able to contend with Hong Jun, who had reached the Tao integration stage. If he used all his trump cards, not to mention Hong Jun, even if all the Tao fruits were added together, they would be able to hang him up and beat him. He closed his eyes. Qin Shujian's spiritual will merged with heaven and earth. Inside the core of heaven and earth, there was a round ball sitting there quietly. Countless rules condensed and lingered on the ball. Occasionally, the aura that leaked out could turn a perfected immortal into ashes. Heavenly Tao. Qin Shujian looked at the ball with a calm expression. Before the Heavenly Tao woke up, it was in this state. The ball itself was the combination of all the rules, so this was the normal state of the Heavenly Tao. In the core of heaven and earth, it was filled with grey and silver power. Among them, the grey power represented the illusory power, and the silver power represented the real power. The real power has already invaded the core of heaven and earth. It won't be long before the entire core of heaven and earth is assimilated by the real power. When that time comes, the entire upper-class world will be completely destroyed. Qin Shujian looked at the silver real power that was devouring the grey illusory power bit by bit. He understood that there was not much time left. The so-called fusion. It was not a fusion in the true sense. It was a buffer formed during the process of the real power devouring the illusory power. This buffer. It could give the living beings of the upper-class world a chance to comprehend the real power. However, if the real power completely occupied the core of heaven and earth, then the core of heaven and earth would directly disappear. The core of heaven and earth would disappear. The heavenly Tao would naturally cease to exist. The heavenly Tao would cease to exist. The heaven and earth would naturally cease to exist. In Qin Shujian's line of sight, the real power had already occupied more than half of the core of heaven and earth. The remaining illusory power and the heavenly Tao had been forced into a corner, passively defending. If heaven and earth are destroyed, then the living beings that exist in heaven and earth will also be completely destroyed. It was just like the world where tyrant god supremacy existed. Heaven and earth would decay. All the true immortals would be forced to fall. The living beings of heaven and earth were closely related to their own heaven and earth. Unless they reached the step of transcendence, the decline and destruction of heaven and earth would have a great impact on them. If you don't want to fall, you either have to stop the destruction of heaven and earth or transcend yourself. Stopping the destruction of heaven and earth is very difficult. The only thing left is to think of a way to transcendence. Qin Shujian's gaze was deep. What was transcendence? Breaking free from the shackles of the original heaven and earth was considered transcendence. Right now, for the living beings of the upper-class world, transcendence was not difficult, but it was not easy either. As long as they grasped a bit of the real power. If they could transform themselves from illusory to real, then they would be able to transcendence. Unlike the real world, which is difficult to transcend, the living beings of the illusory world only need to get rid of their illusory identity if they want to transcend. In the past, the living beings of the illusory world did not have this opportunity. But now that the real power has invaded, the opportunity has arrived. As for whether they can grasp it or not, it will depend on themselves. Qin Shujian was not worried about himself. Because he did not belong to this world at all. After opening up his inner world, he had become the ruler of this world. Therefore, whether the upper-class world was destroyed or not, it would not affect him. Besides, after comprehending the Red Lotus of Purgation, Qin Shujian had already grasped a bit of the real power. As long as he strengthened this bit of power, it would be easy for him to transcend in the future. As for the other cultivators of the myriad races, whether they could achieve 100% transcendence would depend on their own luck. Now, the real power was fused. Anyone with some talent and luck might be able to comprehend the real power from it. Then, he strengthened the real power and allowed himself to transcend. He calmed his mind. Qin Shujian looked at the grey and silver characters in front of him, and his expression kept changing. After an unknown period of time, he seemed to have made a decision. After pausing for a long time, he finally moved. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian's body, which was originally wrapped in the grey power, directly left and entered the silver power. Corrosion. Extremely strong corrosion. At that moment, Qin Shujian felt that his soul was like water entering a pot of oil, and it was immediately burning and boiling. The intense pain went straight into the depths of his soul. If it was an ordinary person, this intense pain had already exceeded the limit of what they could bear. And once it exceeded the limit of what they could bear, they would die from the pain. But for Qin Shujian, although this kind of intense pain was intense, it was not to the point of being unbearable. His expression did not change. He slowly walked deep into the silver power. Falsehood was like a bubble to reality. One only needed to poke it lightly with one's finger to completely extinguish it. As strong as the universe. Under the invasion of the real power, it would only fall apart. Real. Qin Shujian felt the power that was constantly corroding his soul, and there was a determined look in his eyes. Real power. This was the real power. It was extremely powerful. Even though he was already considered a supreme expert in the universe. When his soul came into contact with the real power, it was still unbearable. For this, he also understood how much the real power was above the illusory power. I have to master enough real power to allow me to further transform. Qin Shujian's expression was firm. He had to transform. Even though he was now in control of the real power. But in fact, that level of real power was still far from enough. The path I take is different from others. Strictly speaking, my path is the same as the world's way of heaven. The stronger my inner world is, the stronger the power I control will be. By the same logic, if the inner world gets rid of the false and retains the real, then I will naturally enter the stage of getting rid of the false and retaining the real. Qin Shujian was very clear about the path he was going to take. Compared to other creatures in the great wide world, he actually had a great advantage. That was to open up the inner world. If the inner world can successfully get rid of the false and retain the real, then all the creatures in the inner world will be transformed into real creatures. In this way, the power I can borrow will be even stronger. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was also a little excited. This was his biggest trump card. Think about it. If the transformation of the inner world was successful, it would be equivalent to him controlling a real world. Then at the critical moment, with the interference of another real world, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Because of this, that was why Qin Shujian was so excited. He calmed down. He began to calm down. All the conjectures were just conjectures. As for the specifics, he had to practice it to be clear. If he couldn't withstand the erosion of the real power, or if he couldn't transform the inner world into a real existence, then all his conjectures would be useless. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Qin Shujian immediately calmed his mind. While his soul was being eroded, he silently comprehended the real power. All powers lead to the same destination. Even if the real power is completely superior to the illusory power, to a certain extent, the essence of the two is the same. While his soul was being eroded, his mind sank into the real power, trying to comprehend something from it. 1 breath, 2 breath, 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. In the core of the silver and grey world, A divine soul completely left the gray area and entered the silver area. And under the erosion of the silver power, the soul was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Until now, Qin Shujian had forgotten how long he had stayed in the real power. He always felt that he was only a step away from comprehending the real power. That feeling. It forced him to go deeper and deeper. Suddenly, there was a premonition of death in his mind. In an instant, Qin Shujian's mind, which was immersed in the real power, immediately woke up. When he woke up, he realized what kind of state he was in now. His soul was weak. Like a candle in the wind. Like the next breath, it would be completely annihilated. Not good. This discovery made Qin Shujian's face change drastically. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in the real power. And the sharp pain at the beginning had disappeared by now. Because of this, he actually lost awareness of the corrosion of the real power. If it wasn't for the premonition in the dark, he would definitely have silently and completely died here. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's face was ugly. The real power is indeed terrifying. It can actually make me close to death unknowingly. Now his soul was weak. He felt that his soul was about to be extinguished at any time. Looking back again, the illusory power was very far away. At this time, even if he wanted to go back again, it seemed that it was too late. Not only that, there was the barrier of the real power. Qin Shujian also found that it seemed to be difficult for him to take back his soul. Could it be, I will die here? When he thought of this, his heart was heavy. If he had fallen so easily, then what was the point of him returning from death to life and then killing his way back? No, I can't die just like that. Qin Shujian's heart was full of unwillingness. He was unwilling to die just like that. He was the strongest person in the great wide world. He was destined to be the ruler of the 9 heavens. Wait. Suddenly, another thought emerged in his mind. Immediately, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and began to communicate with something. Not long after, a red lotus appeared from the depths of his soul. Then, the red lotus grew rapidly and soon covered his entire body. The red lotus covered his entire body. The real power that was corroding his soul seemed to have encountered a powerful obstacle and immediately retreated a lot. Although there was still a part of it that couldn't be removed. But compared to before, it was already much better. It's indeed useful. Qin Shujian was overjoyed. The red lotus of purgation was an existence that touched the real level. He just wanted to try and see if he could resist the erosion of the real power. He didn't expect. It was really possible. With the protection of the red lotus of purgation, although it couldn't completely isolate the erosion of the real power, it could at least isolate 90% of the power, which greatly cushioned his soul that was on the verge of destruction. Then, Qin Shujian prepared to retreat from the real power. But just as he was about to retreat, he thought of another thing. The red lotus of purgation can refine everything in the great wide world. Then, is it possible to refine the real power? Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. Refining the real power. If it was really possible, then he would save a lot of steps to comprehend the real power in the future. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately controlled the red lotus of purgation, then wrapped a ball of real power and burned it with all his strength. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. 7 breaths later, the red lotus of purgation quietly extinguished, and the real power that was wrapped also broke free. Seeing this, Qin Shujian suddenly frowned. It couldn't. No, it wasn't that the red lotus of purgation couldn't do it, but that it had refined too much real power. Although the red lotus of purgation was also a supernatural power that touched the real level. But seriously, the real power in the red lotus of purgation was actually not strong. It was compared to a ball of fire, and then the real power was compared to a bowl of water. There was too much water. Naturally, the fire would be put out. But at the same time, if there was too little water, not only would it not be able to put out the fire, but it would also be evaporated by the fire. With this in mind, Qin Shujian immediately changed his method. He no longer used the red lotus of purgation to directly refine a large ball of real power. Instead, he absorbed a weak trace of real power and then refined it with his supernatural power. Under the wrapping of the red lotus, that trace of real power rushed left and right, as if it felt that it was going to die. It kept struggling, trying to break free from the shackles. It was useless. No matter how hard that trace of real power tried to attack, it couldn't change anything. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, that trace of real power began to be gradually refined under the burning of the red lotus of purgation. Watching the real power being refined step by step, Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with joy. Then, he increased the refining power. Soon, a silver crystal object about the size of 1/10 of a fingernail fell into his hand. This is the crystallization of real power. Qin Shujian looked at the object in his hand, and the joy on his face became more obvious. He could feel the extremely pure real power from the silver crystal object. Without hesitation, his divine soul wrapped the silver crystal. Suddenly, the silver crystal melted and merged into his divine soul. At that moment, Qin Shujian felt that his divine soul that was on the verge of destruction seemed to have received a lot of nourishment and recovered a lot in an instant. Not only that, deep in his divine soul, there were some unknown changes faintly. That change was very weak, but it gave people a feeling that it was extremely powerful. Yes, that's the feeling. Qin Shujian was relieved. He was a person who had been through life and death. He was very clear about the feeling of real power. The change in his divine soul at the moment. It was a process of getting rid of the false and retaining the real. It's just that the real power just now was too weak and couldn't play a big role. I need more real power. Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with a cold light. He wanted real power. He wanted more real power. Right now, there was a lot of real power in the core of heaven and earth. That was the means of the invasion of the 4-player worlds. If he could refine all the power here, then even the heaven's path in the real world wouldn't be able to compete with him. However, the heaven's path in the player worlds wouldn't allow him to absorb the power here. Right now, it was just that he didn't refine much and the other party wouldn't notice. But once he refined too much, the heaven's path in the player worlds would definitely notice that something was wrong. After all, if he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to take some risks. This was inevitable. Immediately, Qin Shujian didn't waste any time and continued to refine the real power. No matter what. Before the heaven's path in the player worlds discovered that something was wrong, he had to refine the real power as much as possible. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's body, which was sitting upright on the emperor's throne, also leaked out a terrifying aura. Godslayer and Zhu Tian's star map, which existed in his sea of consciousness, was secretly shocked. What kind of magic technique is the Emperor of Heaven cultivating? Why is his aura so terrifying? Zhu Tian's star map was shocked. Ever since he became an existence comparable to a primordial treasure, everything he encountered was beyond the limit of what he could bear. The Hongjun and Luo who in the previous battle was like this. Whether it was the good fortune jade disc or the god-killing spear, their levels were much higher than his. And now, in Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness, there was a terrifying power pervading. In front of that power, Zhu Tian's star map felt its insignificance. Godslayer said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, this power should be the real power. The Emperor of Heaven is comprehending the real power. He was an immortal divine weapon. Strictly speaking, it was also a divine weapon that involved the real level. It was different from Zhu Bing's faith that permeated everything. After abandoning the existence of the power of faith, Zhu Bing's essence was still at the level of illusion. Once the power of faith was lost, it would fall to dust. But an immortal divine weapon was different. Divine weapons at this level were immortal and indestructible. The essence of a divine weapon. It had already transcended the shackles of illusion and was qualified to step into the real level. In this way, Godslayer was also very familiar with the real power. After all, how could he not be familiar with the power contained in his own body? You mean, the Emperor of Heaven is comprehending the real power? Zhu Tian's star map was shocked. He could not sense at all what kind of method Qin Shujian was using to comprehend. In the past, when the other party was cultivating, he could vaguely sense something when he existed in the other party's sea of consciousness. But it was the first time that he felt nothing at all. Godslayer said, "The Emperor of Heaven's means are not what you and I can guess. Now that there is real power in the sea of consciousness, it is the opportunity for you and me to comprehend. Seize the opportunity well. If you waste it, there won't be a next time." After that, he stopped talking and silently comprehended the power. Hearing that, Zhu Tian's star map also calmed his mind to cultivate. While the two magic weapons were unaware, a mysterious power fell from the sea of consciousness and integrated into the inner world that had been opened up in his body. The real power integrated. His inner world was also changing imperceptibly. Heavenly Court. A court meeting was being held. Feng suddenly stopped talking and looked up at the sky. There was only an endless void there. However, he could feel that something was descending from the dark. Seeing this, the gods in Heavenly Court. Puzzled looks appeared on their faces. "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what happened?" An immortal god cupped his hands and asked. They also raised their heads to look, but somehow, they couldn't sense anything. Hearing that, Feng retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. I just felt something different in the dark. I think it's probably an illusion." Seeing this, the gods did not ask anything else. The court meeting dispersed. The gods retreated. Feng was still sitting on the throne. He looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. If the previous part was an illusion, then now, once again, he felt the changes in his body. Heaven and earth seemed to be transforming. Feng retracted his gaze and looked down at his palm. There was an endless power of rules brewing in his palm. After a long time, the power retreated. His body disappeared from the Emperor's throne. Eldar Mountain Range. Since the Eldar was defeated, most of the Eldar retreated back to the Eldar Mountain Range. As a top race second only to the human race. Even if the Eldar was defeated, their strength was not something the other races could compare to. Therefore, no race felt like trespassing into the Eldar Mountain Range. Just like before, this was still Eldar's own territory. Eldar Palace. Ever since the last defeat, the palace had been completely sealed. Until now. Many years had passed, but the palace still did not open at all. Inside the palace, Ling Huang sat on the throne with his eyes closed, as if his mind was wandering. Breathing in and out. There were Tao rhythms circulating in the palace. Suddenly, the Tao rhythms in the palace were chaotic. Ling Huang opened his closed eyes. His expression did not change. His voice was neither fast nor slow. "Emperor of Heaven, why are you free to visit my Eldar today? I have always respected Ling Huang. I haven't seen you for many years. Today, I specially came to visit you. I hope you don't mind, Ling Huang." Feng smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a chair and sat on it. The chair rose. In the blink of an eye, he was on equal footing with Ling Huang. Ling Huang's expression was indifferent. If Ben Huang said that he minded, would the Emperor of Heaven leave immediately? "It seems that Ling Huang really hates me." Feng shook his head and laughed. His voice was as usual, without any anger. Hearing this, Ling Huang said indifferently, "Ben Huang doesn't like people who barge in without a word. However, you are the Emperor of Heaven. You are the ruler of the great wide world. Ben Huang can't say anything. However, when the next great calamity comes, you and I will have a good fight. Ben Huang also wants to see if you are really that powerful." He did not hide his thoughts at all. Back then, Eldar was defeated by the human race. Within 1,000,000 years, Eldar did not have the right to resist. Regarding this, even though the Spirit Emperor was indignant in his heart, he could still bear with it. After all, his skills were inferior. There was nothing to say. Even if the real reason for his failure was not because Feng's power was really unparalleled, but because of external factors. However, a defeat was a defeat. There was no point in saying so much. Feng was silent for a while, then said calmly, I will give you this chance. I know that you are not satisfied with your defeat back then. When the time comes, you and I will fight again. But there is one thing that I still want to say first. That is, if Ling Huang is defeated again, I don't want Eldar to shake the human race's rule. Otherwise, I will not be merciful to any existence that may threaten the human race. Although his words were calm, the warning was not less. Ling Huang's expression was strange. You seem very confident. As the Emperor of Heaven, I naturally have this confidence. Feng smiled faintly. An aura like the might of the heavens leaked out from his body, instantly dispersing the Dao aura in the hall. Ling Huang's expression did not change, but his aura also erupted. The two auras collided, and then both disappeared into nothingness. Good. Ling Huang sat up straight, looking at the person in front of him with a serious expression. Ben Huang promises you that if I am defeated again, as long as Ben Huang does not die, Eldar will forever submit to the human race. Similarly, if you are defeated, the position of Emperor of Heaven will change. At the same time, before you die, the human race will forever submit to Eldar. This was a bet. A bet based on the existence of both of them. As long as they did not die, then the bet would always be valid. Similarly, if either of them died, then there was no need for the bet to exist. Feng understood what he meant. Hearing this, he nodded. All right, since the Spirit Emperor is straightforward, I will accept it. He received an answer. Ling Huang returned to his original state. His tone was calm. All right, Emperor of Heaven, you didn't come here just to talk to Ben Huang about this, did you? Ling Huang's eyes are as sharp as torches. Feng first smiled. Then, his expression turned serious. In this world, only you and I have reached the half-step Dao fruit realm. You should be able to sense that some unpredictable changes are happening in the world. Changes. Ling Huang's expression changed. He did not look at Feng, but at the sky above the hall, his eyes turning deep. That's right. Heaven and earth are changing. This sovereign can sense that his cultivation level is falling bit by bit. At the same time, the laws of heaven and earth are becoming stronger. As cultivators who control the laws, we are the ones who are in control of the laws. As for the laws we control, the amount of power we can control is correspondingly decreasing. If the power of a complete law was compared to 100, then the power of a half-step Dao fruit cultivator was also 100. Then this kind of control could be called 100%. However, if the power of the laws suddenly skyrocketed from 100 to 1000, then the power of a half-step Dao fruit cultivator would not directly become 1000, but still stay at 100. In this way, the power of control, it fell from 100% to 10%. The power of control of the laws fell. Naturally, the realm would fall. Although the current change in the laws was not as exaggerated as directly changing from 100 to 1000, it was still growing bit by bit. Feng's expression was calm. Yes, our cultivation level is falling, but the power we control has not fallen by much. Instead, it is stronger than before. If there are no other changes, then it can be considered a good thing. Now, the only thing I am worried about is that there will be other changes in the world. That will be a big problem. Even as the Emperor of Heaven, the current changes made Feng feel that it was quite troublesome. The increase in one's strength was certainly gratifying. But the fall of the realm was another problem. There was no guarantee. What other unforeseen changes would occur? In general, everything seemed to be out of his control. Ling Huang said, whether the change is good or bad, Ben Huang is not sure, but this change is not something you and I can stop. Perhaps the only person who truly understands why the world is changing is the Venerable One. If we can find the Venerable One, all the problems can be solved. Venerable One, the Emperor of Heaven murmured and then sighed heavily. How could he not want to find him? The problem was, there was no way to find him. In the core of the world, Qin Shujian's soul was wrapped by the red lotus of purgation. No matter how the real power burned and corroded, the soul that was on the verge of destruction actually stabilized bit by bit. Not only that, after the soul stabilized, It was still slowly becoming stronger. The burning of the red lotus also became more intense. Refine, refine, refine. Qin Shujian was now completely immersed in the pleasure of absorbing the real power. The red lotus of purgation was constantly refining silver crystals for him to absorb and refine. As he mastered more and more real power, the red lotus of purgation was also becoming more and more powerful. At the same time, the real power that could be refined had also increased from a trace to a mass now. In the core of the world, a blooming red lotus was wrapped in a mass of silver power that was constantly burning and refining. After a long time, the mass of silver power gradually shrank and condensed. In the end, it turned into a silver crystal the size of a baby's fist and fell into Qin Shujian's hand. This was the only time he had refined such a powerful silver crystal after refining the real power for a long time. The inner world is about to transform successfully. Looking at the silver crystal, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Although his soul entered the core of the world, it was also closely connected to his physical body. The inner world in his physical body was already transforming bit by bit when he kept transmitting the real power back. If the inner world in front of him was qualified to accommodate the existence of the Tao fruit level, then the upper limit of the inner world now was only the level 9 immortal. The lowering of the upper limit of the world might seem like a bad thing. In fact, it was not. There were two types of lowering of the upper limit of the world. One was when the world was on the verge of destruction and the upper limit was lowered step by step, thus entering the stage of destruction. The other type. It was just like the inner world. The lowering of the upper limit of the world was just a process of getting rid of the false and retaining the real. After all, compared to real power, the power of the false was too superficial. If they were to really compete, a Tao fruit of the false world would definitely not be able to compete with a true immortal who completely mastered the real power of the real world. This was the difference between the two. Although the power of the Tao fruit was much stronger than that of a true immortal in terms of quantity. However, the boundary between the false and the real made the difference in quality between the two. In other words, if the domineering god in Yi Hong's Sea of Consciousness was at his peak, Qin Shujian's Emperor of Heaven incarnation would definitely not be able to compete with him. Not only that. In fact, even the current domineering godlord could not be so easily erased with his incarnation. It was just that when domineering godlord felt the aura, he was already trembling in fear and did not dare to make a move at all. If he really made a move, the other party would find out. The person he was afraid of was actually not as strong as he imagined. Even a half-crippled true immortal's remnant soul was like this. If it was a true immortal in the real world, then one could imagine the power of the Tao fruit. It was only reflected in the upper-class world. If he really encountered a true immortal in the real world at his peak, the Tao fruit of the false world would be a joke. Unless some people could achieve the Tao fruit of the real world. Therefore, in the process of getting rid of the false and retaining the real in the inner world, the lowering of the upper limit of the world was inevitable. Because this was removing impurities and purifying the world itself. The 9th level of immortal is not the limit. I wonder if after the inner world completely transforms, will it directly fall to the level of a true immortal? Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. He did not have time to refine and continued to refine and swallow the silver crystal. After the silver crystal was swallowed, Yi Zichen swallowed it. His inner world had undergone another metamorphosis. The original upper limit of the 9th level of immortal gradually became unstable. Boom! As the silver crystal was refined, Yi Zichen began to refine it. The red lotus of purgation seemed to have been poured with kerosene. The red lotus, which was already fierce and beautiful, instantly became even more terrifying. Refining it bit by bit is really too slow. Even if the real power I refined did not disturb the attention of the heavenly axiom of the player's worlds, the longer I delay, the closer the time of their attack will be. If I don't complete the transformation and it's time to attack, it will be very troublesome. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold and sharp. If it was a normal time, he could refine the real power bit by bit. There was no need to go through so much trouble. But now. No. There was not much time to begin with. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the real attack of the player's world would take at least 3 years and at least 5 years. By the time he entered the core of heaven and earth, almost a year had passed. And now, although there was no concept of the flow of time in the core of the world, but Qin Shujian could vaguely sense that he had been in there for quite some time. In this way, after he came out, the vast 1,000 worlds were all dead and injured. That would be a big problem. At this moment, he didn't dare to waste even a second of time. Speed up the refining. That was inevitable. I have swallowed a lot of real power now. Although my soul has not really transformed successfully, it is much stronger than before. In this case, I don't need to use the Red Lotus of Purgation to protect myself. Activate the Red Lotus of Purgation with all my strength and refine the real power. After Qin Shujian made the decision, he immediately removed the power of the Red Lotus of Purgation that covered his soul. In an instant. Without the protection of the Red Lotus of Purgation, a large amount of real power rushed over. The familiar sharp pain. It attacked his heart again. However, compared to the previous excruciating pain that could destroy one's spirit, the excruciating pain this time was much better. Although it was still very strong. But it was still within a bearable range. Under the encirclement of the real power, one could see that Qin Shujian's soul was being corroded by the silver power bit by bit. The speed of corrosion was very slow. It was not much different from when he was protected by the Red Lotus of Purgation. On the contrary, every time he swallowed the silver crystal, the corroded soul would be greatly replenished. From the outside, Qin Shujian's soul seemed to be shrinking bit by bit. But only he knew. After obtaining the real power, his soul that was corroded on the outside was just impurities at the illusory level. The more impurities corroded, the more benefits it would bring to himself. Because he had abandoned the impurities, what was left in the end was all essence. Come on. After waiting for a long time, it's finally come to this step. Qin Shujian laughed wildly. At the same time, with a thought, the Red Lotus of Purgation was fully activated. In the core of heaven and earth, a huge red lotus suddenly bloomed. Then, a large mass of silver power was forcefully swallowed. While Qin Shujian was frantically refining the real power, the current inner world was also undergoing a drastic change. First of all, it was the mother stream of law that was hidden in the void that directly appeared in front of all living beings. For all living beings in the inner world, they had never seen the mother stream of law appear in front of them. Not only that, compared to the past, the mother stream of law had become more solid and thick. The inner stream of law, it had also become incomparably powerful. Inside the Eldar Hall, Feng and Ling Huang stayed there without saying a word. The aura on their bodies had changed a lot compared to before. However, although their aura was decadent, it seemed to have changed a little. After a long time, Feng smiled bitterly. I'm about to fall from the 9th level of immortal. I can feel that the upper limit of heaven and earth is decreasing bit by bit. If I'm not wrong, the upper limit of heaven and earth is about to fall from the 9th level of immortal. The upper limit of heaven and earth was falling. It should have been a bad thing. However, as the Celestial Emperor, he did not sense any ominous premonition in the dark. Not only that, Feng also sensed it. The current heavenly Tao of the world seemed to be cheering in joy. Because of this, his original worry had disappeared a lot. The heavenly Tao would not be wrong. Since the other party did not show any fear, it meant that the changes in heaven and earth were a good thing for the heavenly Tao. Similarly, if it was a good thing for heaven and earth, then it might not be a bad thing for living beings. Feng could feel that although his cultivation level was dropping, the power he wielded did not weaken by much. It was a subtle change. It was descending from heaven and earth. He and Ling Huang in front of him. They were all the beneficiaries of this change. Yes, I'm about to fall from the 9th level of immortal, Ling Huang said slowly. He did not show any hostility towards Feng. He was just chatting like two old friends. After saying that, the Emperor Eldar stretched out his hand. The rules that he had perfect control of had now slipped out of his control. He could no longer control them completely. However, he could clearly feel it. His own strength did not decrease at all. Although I am about to fall from the 9th heaven celestial realm, I am not the slightest bit weaker than when I was at my peak. Furthermore, I have a premonition that perhaps I am slightly stronger than when I was at my peak. He paused. Ling Huang continued, if I'm not wrong, although the upper limit of heaven and earth has decreased, strictly speaking, the upper limit of heaven and earth's power is constantly increasing. In his opinion, the realm of heaven and earth had decreased, but the power was increasing. In other words, originally, the two of them were at the half-step Tao fruit realm, and they had already touched the peak of heaven and earth. But now, the upper limit of heaven and earth had decreased. When they were about to fall from the 9th level of immortal, their power was still maintained at the original standard. No, it was even stronger than the original standard. In other words, the upper limit of heaven and earth seemed to have decreased a lot. But in terms of actual power, it was slowly increasing. One fell while the other rose. Ling Huang also understood that this was actually a good thing. Originally, after we reached the half-step Tao fruit realm, we had already reached a point where we could not advance any further. If we went any further, it would be the mysterious Tao fruit realm. Now that our realm has fallen, we have the power to surpass the past. Such a change really surprised me. Feng smiled helplessly. He did not expect. One day, he would use this method to break the limit of the past. The reason was very simple. His realm had fallen, but his power had increased. Which day? When his realm fell to a stable state, he would make another breakthrough. In this way, one's own strength would naturally undergo a metamorphosis. Although he had to make a breakthrough. However, Feng believed it was much easier to make a breakthrough in the true immortal realm than to forcefully break through the Tao fruit realm. The remaining problem. It was the problem of the upper limit of heaven and earth. Soon, their auras fluctuated once again. It fell. Feng sighed. Just now, he had successfully fallen from the 9th level of the immortal realm and became a peak 8th level of the true immortal realm. On the other side, Ling Huang's expression remained calm. For things that he had already expected, he would never show an overly anxious look. 8th level of the immortal realm, so be it. As long as his actual power did not fall. Time passed. Their auras fluctuated again. It's falling so fast. Feng's expression could not help but change again. He had only fallen by one realm a month ago, but now, in just 3 days, he had fallen from the peak of the 8th level of the immortal realm to the late stage of the 8th level of the immortal realm. In other words, in less than half a month, he should have fallen to the 7th level of the immortal realm. Such a rapid falling speed also made this heavenly emperor feel alarmed. Ling Huang's calm expression also changed slightly. The changes of heaven and earth are accelerating, and the upper limit has successfully fallen to the 9th level of the immortal realm. However, in comparison, the speed of our fall is much faster than the speed of the upper limit of heaven and earth. When they fell to the late stage of the 8th level of the immortal realm, the upper limit of heaven and earth had just fallen to the peak of the 8th level of the immortal realm. In other words, their own realm fell a little faster than the upper limit of heaven and earth. After the shock, Feng also came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face again. Our realm fell faster than the upper limit of heaven and earth. That's also good. At least it proves that in a limited space, we can still make further improvements. What a magical method. I have never thought that one day when my realm fell, I would be able to wield even more power. He had thought that after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, he would be standing at the peak of heaven and earth. But now, only then did he suddenly realize. The water of heaven and earth was much deeper than he had imagined. Even if he had become the Emperor of Heaven, there were still many things that he could not control. At this moment, Feng was almost certain that the changes of heaven and earth were definitely related to Qin Shujian. Immediately, he looked at Ling Huang. Now that the realm of all living beings has fallen, it must have caused a lot of trouble. I have to return to the heavenly court to deal with matters. Ling Huang has been staying here all day, so it's inevitable that he will be a little bored. If you have time in the future, you can come to the heavenly court to visit. After saying that, Feng did not wait for Ling Huang's reply, and his figure disappeared from the Eldar Hall. It was just as he had thought. Right now, in the inner world, all the immortals were in a mess. There was no other way. Who wouldn't feel afraid when their realm fell for no reason? Watching Feng leave, Ling Huang did not speak. After a long time, the aura on his body fluctuated, and he fell from the late stage of the 8th level of the immortal realm to the middle stage of the 8th level of the immortal realm. It's falling even faster. In the core of heaven and earth, the power that represented reality had already occupied most of the core of heaven and earth. Only about 20% of the remaining space was left for the grey power that represented unreality to survive. Moreover, this space of survival was still being pressed down step by step, and it seemed that it would not be able to hold on for too long. However, as Qin Shujian continued to refine the power of reality, the originally unreal power was greatly alleviated. The originally unreal power that was being pressed down step by step also slowed down. While the two were buffering, traces of reality continued to fuse with the unreal power, causing the unreal power to transform bit by bit. Yes, transformation. Actually, when reality was devouring the unreal power was also slowly devouring the real power at the same time as it was being devoured, to strengthen itself. However, this devouring power, compared to the devouring of the real power, it was many times weaker. Often, when the unreal power finally managed to devour and refine a trace of reality, it would be devoured by the real power by 100 traces. Over and over again. Not only was the unreal power not strengthened at all, but it was also being devoured by the real power, to the point where it was on the verge of destruction. But now, it was different. Qin Shujian was refining the real power to a large extent, allowing the unreal power to be buffered. In this case, the progress of the real power's devouring was greatly reduced. The unreal power found an opportunity and began to attack without restraint. Devour, devour, devour. While Qin Shujian was frantically devouring and refining the real power, the unreal power did not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The natural instinct of the world at the core of the unreal power was constantly devouring the real power to transform itself. However, the world was vast. Compared to the slow refinement of the real power, the time needed for the transformation to succeed was too long. But even so, the core of the world was also changing bit by bit. The limits of heaven and earth are decreasing. In the underworld, Goddess Pingxin looked at the sky above the underworld. Her eyes could directly penetrate the obstacles of the underworld and see the scene in the sky above. There was nothing there. But in the dark, Goddess Pingxin could feel that the limits of heaven and earth were decreasing bit by bit. If it could originally accommodate half-step Tao fruit existences, now it might have fallen to the upper limit of the 9th heaven immortal. Regarding this change, she was not too worried, because she was an existence at the Tao fruit level. What was the Tao fruit? Only when one transcended the restraints of heaven and earth was the Tao fruit. Therefore, even if the limits of heaven and earth were decreasing, it would not affect the Tao fruit. The only ones who would be affected were the cultivators below the Tao fruit level. However, Goddess Pingxin had some guesses about the changes of heaven and earth. Obviously, this change meant that after the invasion of the player world, the world had officially borrowed the real power to transform itself. It was just that this transformation process was very slow. But no matter how slow it was, this transformation was real. The only problem was, would the world be the first to transform successfully, or would the real power be swallowed successfully? If it was the former, then everyone would be happy. If it was the latter, then other than a few Tao fruits, all the other living beings in the upper-class world would die with the world. Without all living beings. Without the upper-class world, how long could the few remaining Tao fruit cultivators last? Fall. That would happen sooner or later. I wonder what the Qin Emperor plans to do now? Goddess Pingxin believed that as the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian could not sense the changes of heaven and earth. Now that the other party did not make a move, he must have his own plans. She retracted her gaze. She waved her jade-like hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc that had been put away reappeared in the void of the underworld. Then, Goddess Pingxin's power erupted and once again absorbed the real power. Rumble. The same vibration. But compared to the first vibration, the vibration this time was even more violent. The void above the underworld collapsed. Countless rule force appeared. Whether it was the ghost servants or the ghosts, they were all shocked when they sensed such a huge change. The huge Fengju city. Under the fluctuations of this power, they were still trembling uncontrollably. Cracks also began to appear in the prison that was used to suppress the yin souls. This is Lian Gumming, who was originally in the prison, suddenly saw a crack in his cell. His face was filled with astonishment. In the next breath, he was overjoyed. The prison cell cracked. Although he did not know what kind of vibration could cause the prison cell to crack. But it did not matter. Although he had only stayed here for a few months, he was already tired of it. I still have the important task of reviving the Heavenly Corpse sect. I can't be imprisoned here forever. This is my chance, a chance to leave Fengju City. Lian Gumming's eyes changed. When he saw the other ghosts escape through the crack, he could no longer hold back. Escape. He made a decision. Lian Gumming immediately escaped through the crack. Although the crack was only a little bit. But in fact, the ghosts were formless and without substance. Even if it was a small hole, the ghosts could take this opportunity to escape. Not to mention, the crack in front of him was a finger wide. It was as easy as flipping his hand to escape. After leaving the prison, Lian Gumming saw that Fengju City was in chaos. The ghosts were flying everywhere. Some were fleeing out of Fengju City, while others were fleeing into Fengju City from outside the city. And then, there were ghost servants scurrying all over the place. Originally, he was worried that after he escaped, he would be captured by the ghost servants again. But after seeing the many ghost servants who couldn't even take care of themselves, his heart was completely relieved. After being in the prison for so long, after coming into contact with some senior ghosts, Lian Gumming finally understood just how strong the Infernum were. Don't even think about escaping. A cold and stern voice came from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he turned around, he saw Zhao Xian, who had tied up 2 ghosts with soul-restraining chains, rushing in his direction. It's him again. After seeing Zhao Xian, Lian Gumming was scared out of his wits. He didn't forget that it was this ghost servant who had personally imprisoned him in the prison. Without hesitation, his ghost turned into a stream of light and escaped, instantly rushing out of Fengju City. Damn it! Seeing Lian Gumming escape, Zhao Xian was furious. Just as he was about to rush forward to capture him, he was blocked by the other chaotic ghosts. In the end, he could only watch as Lian Gumming escaped from Fengju City. In the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian's soul silently stayed there. Now, his soul was emitting a faint silver light, and he was no longer afraid of the corrosion of the silver power around him. At the same time, the red lotus of purgation that he displayed was no longer like before, where he could only barely refine a little bit of real power. With a thought, a sea of fire swept out. Pieces of silver crystals were instantly refined. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness wrapped around and absorbed all of the silver crystals. Boom! His soul shook. In the depths of his soul, which was emitting a faint silver light, there was an extremely condensed silver light flickering there. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt that he was transforming. This kind of transformation, it was completely different from the previous realm breakthroughs. He seemed to have sensed that he seemed to have obtained some kind of new life. It was a completely different feeling. It emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is real power, Qin Shujian muttered to himself with a crazy look on his face. Real. This was reality. Back then, when he entered the real world and reincarnated, he could be considered to have temporarily gotten rid of the illusory level and transformed into a real existence. However, that was a world without cultivation. Even if he transformed into a real existence, it was useless. There was no spirit energy there. There was no cultivation at all. So, in the end, Qin Shujian still intercepted a trace of real power, and then returned to the vast thousand domains. From the beginning to the end, his foundation had never truly transformed. But it was different now. After refining a large amount of real power, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that his spirit had undergone a complete transformation. That kind of transformation. It was exactly the same as when he was reincarnated into the real world. No, it was even more intense than when he was reincarnated. Because, at that time, he was just an ordinary person. The current him. He was a real true immortal. Yes, true immortal. After constantly getting rid of the illusory and retaining the real, Qin Shujian had long fallen from the Dao fruit realm. Then, he fell from the half-step Dao fruit realm to the current 9th-level immortal realm. However, this kind of falling did not stop at all. While Qin Shujian was constantly refining the power, and his soul was transforming his realm. It was falling rapidly. 8th-level immortal, 7th-level immortal, 7th-level immortal, 5th-level immortal. After his realm fell to the 1st-level immortal, it still did not stop. Very soon, his realm fell from the true immortal realm back to the peak of the celestial being realm. For this, Qin Shujian did not stop it at all. He was still crazily absorbing the real power to further transform his soul. 9th-level celestial being realm, 8th-level celestial being realm, 7th-level celestial being realm. In less than a day, his realm successfully fell from the celestial being realm back to the divine martial arts realm. Then, the divine martial arts realm did not stop. Spiritual martial arts, true martial arts, basic martial arts. When his realm completely fell to the 1st level of the basic martial arts realm, and all his cultivation was reset to 0, the falling realm finally stopped. At that moment, Qin Shujian's soul had completely transformed. Then, it was from the core of heaven and earth that he withdrew his spirit from. The soul entered the body. The body sitting upright in the heavenly palace suddenly opened its eyes. A sense of weakness that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer and Ju Tian's star map were quite shocked at this time. Because they found out. Qin Shujian's power suddenly declined to the extreme, as if he had no cultivation at all. At the same time, the sea of consciousness was collapsing step by step. If it were not for their support, the sea of consciousness would have returned to a chaotic state. Just when the two divine weapons were shocked. In the body, Qin Shujian's newly opened inner world absorbed all the true strength and completed its transformation. Then, a vast amount of energy began to surge out and nourish Qin Shujian's body. Basic martial arts, true martial arts, spiritual martial arts, divine martial arts. His cultivation level began to recover, and it was recovering at a very fast speed. In just a few breaths of time, Qin Shujian was already firmly standing on the celestial being realm. And this improvement, it did not stop at all. Come. As the inner world fed back, he spat out a word. Then, there was an endless amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, all converging in the direction of the heavenly palace. At that moment, the world changed color. From Dao fruit experts to ordinary cultivators, they were all shocked by this vast spiritual energy fluctuation. As all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged towards the heavenly palace, the spiritual energy of the Great Thousand World suddenly dropped by 90%, leaving only 10%. What on earth is he doing? Such a change completely shocked Hongjun and the others. Even as a Dao ancestor. For such a change. Even Hongjun was shocked by this. Judging from the vast spiritual energy concentration in the Great Thousand World, even if a Dao fruit tried his best to absorb spiritual energy, it was impossible to really absorb all the spiritual energy to this extent. Besides, at this level, breathing in and out spirit qi was of no use at all. A Dao fruit expert. He had long reached the peak of the universe. If he wanted to improve his strength, only enlightenment could play a role. Therefore, Dao fruit generally would not absorb a large amount of spiritual energy in the Great Thousand World for no reason. Because that way, it would have a great impact. Could it be? Hong Jun suddenly thought of a possibility, and there was a look of shock on his face. Then, he shook his head again. It's impossible. Right now, the Great Thousand World hasn't really transformed. If he wants to take this opportunity to directly get rid of the false and retain the true, it won't be so easy. If we Dao fruit want to truly get rid of the false and retain the true, we can only intercept part of the power at the moment when the Great Thousand World transforms successfully. Hongjuan's face was gloomy. Get rid of the false and retain the true. This was the goal of any Dao fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't continue to pursue these things even after several epochs. Then, Hong Jun forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. Because in his opinion, even if Qin Shujian had the power of the immortal saint realm, it was impossible for him to truly complete the transformation at this time. As a result, the commotion caused by the other party, it was very likely that it was because of other reasons. Thinking of this Dao ancestor's heart that was raised also gradually relaxed. After all, if Qin Shujian was the first to break through, then his Dao fruit would seem a little ridiculous. If the immortal saint realm could still contend with him, then an existence that had truly transformed would definitely have no chance of contending with him. Getting rid of the false and retaining the true. That was an all-round suppression. Chapter 1132. 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm, 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Qin Shujian didn't care about the guesses of the outside world. He was frantically absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth and combining it with the power of his physical body to raise his realm again. Very soon, his realm reached the critical point of the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm again. In the past, he had been stuck at this realm for a long time. Now, Qin Shujian had quietly broken it. Perfected Immortal. Boom. When he officially broke through to the perfected immortal realm, endless pressure spread out from his body, causing the huge heavenly palace to tremble slightly. In the hall, countless Dao runes were engraved, and now they were cracking under the pressure. Immediately after, new Dao runes appeared. Emperor of Heaven, Mu Yang, who was rooted in the heavenly palace, was truly shocked. He felt a destructive force erupting from the inside of the heavenly palace. In front of that force, he was like an ant. It was as if he could be completely destroyed with a light touch. So, Mu Yang retreated very simply, even though he didn't know what had happened. But that fluctuation, it was really shocking. But what was surprising was, that fluctuation. From the beginning to the end, it only lingered in the heavenly palace. When he left the range of the heavenly palace, he couldn't feel it at all. Such a change. It shocked Mu Yang again. What exactly is the Emperor of Heaven doing? Could it be that he has succeeded in breaking through again? He found it hard to imagine. What kind of existence could be so terrifying just by relying on his aura? This kind of terror. It was much stronger than when he faced the pressure of the Dao fruit in the past. As a divine tree that was rooted in the heavenly palace all year round. And it was the Emperor of Eldar. Mu Yang's strength could be considered top-notch in the heavenly palace. But with such strength, he didn't have the confidence to resist such pressure. He had a premonition. If this pressure erupted completely, all the immortals and gods in the heavenly palace would be turned into ashes in an instant and no longer exist. Fortunately, the situation was different. What he expected didn't happen. That terrifying pressure only enveloped the heavenly palace and did not affect the entire heavenly court. Otherwise, on this day, it would be the death anniversary of the entire heavenly court. Inside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian was surrounded by a sea of spiritual energy. His strength was increasing steadily with every breath he took. However, compared to the previous leaps and bounds of growth, his current realm had increased. It was much slower. First Heaven Immortal middle stage. Late stage First Heaven Immortal. Peak of First Heaven Immortal. Second Heaven Immortal. Every breakthrough of a small realm was accompanied by an even more powerful aura. After a long time, finally, the fluctuation of the spiritual chi gradually dissipated. The spiritual energy dissipated. Feedback to the 4 great continents. All of the living beings and cultivators were like travelers who had been thirsty for a long time. They began to gulp down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to alleviate the pain of the spiritual chi drying up. It has calmed down. Inside the underworld, Lady Pingxin had been paying attention to this change from beginning to end. When she saw that the spiritual aura had calmed down, she understood that the unknown change had finally calmed down. In the dark, she seemed to have a premonition. But she couldn't be 100% sure. At this moment, Lady Pingxin retracted her gaze and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation in front of her again. Originally, there was only the heaven path. Now, there were already 2 more streaks of light. One was the beast path. The other was the Azura path. After 3 paths appeared, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation became even more terrifying. Under the suppression of this supreme treasure, the space in the huge underworld became more and more stable. Unless one reached the true immortal realm, one would not have the qualifications to break through the space. Similarly, the underworld's territory. Under the suppression of the supreme treasure, it was also growing larger step by step. All the changes. They were all developing in the best direction. Regarding this, Lady Pingxin did not feel any joy. She understood. Right now, it seemed like the best development, but in reality, it had not reached the step of success. Not long after, the true calamity would descend. If they could survive the calamity, then the underworld would naturally open up the 6 paths of reincarnation. On the contrary, if they did not survive the calamity, then everything in the underworld would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Looking at the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lady Pingxin sighed deeply. There's no turning back. If we fail this time, there won't be a next time. If they failed in the past, they could still wait for the next era to arrive. But if they failed now, there wouldn't be a next era. The reason was very simple. If the invasion of a few player worlds succeeded, all traces of the upper-class world and the universe would be devoured completely. They had never existed. Naturally, there wouldn't be any so-called rebirth. So, if they didn't fail, then so be it. Once they failed, all of his efforts would be for naught. Facing such a consequence, even with Lady Pingxin's temperament, she still felt a great deal of pressure. Heavenly Court. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian dispersed all the spiritual energy, and the pressure that spread out from his body gradually retracted. His expression was calm, and then he silently checked the changes in his body. Then, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Success. He had really succeeded. From the beginning of the 3rd era to the moment when this era was about to end, he had finally completed the transformation. That kind of joy. It wasn't something that could be described in a sentence or 2. At this moment, the collapsed sea of consciousness had also recovered to its original state. And compared to the original sea of consciousness, the current sea of consciousness was many times more stable. Even when Godslayer was swallowing the saber energy, it didn't have the slightest effect on tempering. Not only that, there was also a mysterious power emitted from the sea of consciousness, causing some subtle changes to the 2 divine weapons. He could feel his strength increasing with every passing moment. Godslayer couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know. He was already an immortal divine weapon. In the entire universe, the immortal divine weapon was the top existence. It wasn't that. At this level, there was no possibility of improvement. However, even if he could improve, it was impossible to improve so quickly. His strength was increasing every moment. It almost made Godslayer think that he had returned to the time when he was worshipped by the human race in the inner world. At that time, under the worship of the vast human race, his strength was like now, increasing every moment. Then, it didn't take long for him to successfully cross over to the level of 9 tribulations Zubing. Moreover, after reaching that level, there was no rest. The change in front of him. It was so similar to the change at that time. Regarding this, Godslayer couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Emperor of Heaven, may I ask, what realm are you at now? What realm? In the face of Godslayer's question, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Now, I should be at the level of a second-level immortal, after getting rid of the false and retaining the true. First, all his cultivation was reset to 0. Then, with the reverse nourishment of the inner world, his cultivation was restored again, and finally stopped at the level of a second-level immortal. Although it was a second-level immortal. But Qin Shujian understood. The power that he now wielded was completely incomparable to the power that he had before his transformation. What immortal saint realm? What Dao fruit? In front of him now, it was just a joke. It was a complete transformation. He had successfully gained full control of the true power. This power. It was above the illusory level. It was not something that the power of the illusory level was qualified to compare with. After all, the level of the true power was really too high. If one wanted to use quantity to make up for quality, the difference in the ratio was so big that it made one feel hopeless. Qin Shujian had a premonition. If it was the current him who attacked the him before the transformation, the previous him would definitely not be able to last more than 10 moves. Even if he used all his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to extend the time on this basis. Unless he borrowed the power of the immortal weapon. But even so, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Without getting rid of the false and retaining the true power, Qin Shujian had no way to truly understand how terrifying the true power was. Until now. After he had completely transformed, he had gained control of the true power. Only then did he deeply understand how powerful the true power was against the illusory power. At the same time, he also understood. How high was the probability of failure of their original plan? If I didn't succeed in the transformation, when the battle started, even if I used all my trump cards and cooperated with the other Dao fruits, the chances of winning against the player's worlds would be less than 30%. Qin Shujian's eyes shone with a cold light. A 30% chance of winning. That was already taking into account all the backup plans. But even so, there was only a 30% chance of winning. Of course, a 30% chance of winning was already not low. After all, getting rid of the false and retaining the true was an extremely difficult thing. Over the eras, many Dao fruits had fallen under the true power. In order to achieve this step of getting rid of the false and retaining the true, many Dao fruits had worked hard for this. In the end, to be able to get a 30% chance of winning was already a very high success rate. However, for Qin Shujian, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to have a higher chance of winning. Before he transformed, if the boundless worlds only had a 30% chance of winning, then now, the chance of winning had at least increased to 50%. No, it's more than 50%. The myriad Dao of the player's worlds have collapsed, the true immortals don't exist, and the power of the heavenly Dao has been greatly weakened. With my current means, combined with the other forces and backup plans of the boundless worlds, I have at least a 70% chance of winning, Qin Shujian thought to himself. A 70% chance of winning. In a confrontation involving several worlds, although it wasn't a 100% chance of winning, it wasn't too far off. Moreover, it wasn't time for the war to start yet. He still had some room for improvement. When the real battle began, their chances of winning would be even higher. Second-level immortal. He got an answer. Godslayer couldn't help but be stunned. He felt that Qin Shujian's power had clearly become unfathomable, but his realm had fallen so badly. Then, Godslayer thought of something and had a rough guess in his heart. For this, Qin Shujian didn't explain too much. Some things were understood, and if he didn't understand, he didn't understand. There was no point in saying more. Then, he just calmed his mind and entered the inner world. The current inner world. It had become completely different. First, after the heaven and earth transformed into a real existence, the upper limit fell from the half-step Dao fruit realm to the first level of the true immortal realm. And for example, Feng, Ling Huang, and the others, who were originally half-step Dao fruit realm experts, could only barely maintain the realm of the true immortal realm. They were only one step away. They would fall from the true immortal realm again. In addition, all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court and the myriad races fell from the true immortal realm and became cultivators of the celestial realm. Fortunately, after the heaven and earth transformed, all living beings seemed to have been reborn, and all aspects of their lifespans had begun to be calculated again. Or else, just the problem of the fall in realm and the decrease in lifespan was enough to make all the true immortals whose realms had fallen instantly turn into ashes. However, although their realms had fallen, everyone discovered that the strength they had didn't fall at all. Not only did it not fall, instead, it was even stronger than before. In the heavenly court, Feng sat on the throne, and below him were the many immortals and gods of the heavenly court. Looking at those people, he smiled bitterly in his heart. To be honest, although Feng knew about the changes in the world, he didn't expect the changes to be so great. Not to mention that the upper limit was directly reduced from the half-step Dao fruit realm. Moreover, it made the world almost reach the point where true immortals didn't exist. Fortunately, he had a deep foundation and the support of the heavenly court's providence. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the true immortal realm. He thought to himself. However, the expression on his face was indifferent. Now that the world has changed greatly and the realms of all living beings have fallen, there might be some people secretly using methods to disrupt the order of the heavenly court. Therefore, pass down my order. At this time, any race that tries to cause trouble will be suppressed. If the circumstances are serious, they should be completely annihilated. There is no room for mercy. Feng's voice was cold. His realm had fallen. Some races might have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. After all, the heavenly court was originally ruling, and its strength was firmly above the myriad races. But now that their realms had fallen, it seemed that everyone was about the same. Some ambitious races might feel that they could do it again. At this moment, if the heavenly court didn't suppress them, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Any mercy would be sowed for the heavenly court and the human race in the future. Therefore, Feng would definitely not allow these unstable factors to exist. Hearing this, the gods bowed and accepted the order. We will obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Go, the order of the heavenly court is not to be provoked. Feng waved his hand. When all the immortals saw this, they bowed and retreated. Soon, he was the only one left in the huge heavenly court. At this moment, when the gods were originally standing, Qin Shujian's figure suddenly appeared there. He sensed some fluctuations. Feng immediately woke up from his contemplation. When he saw the person in front of him, his face immediately lit up. He hurriedly got down from the throne and walked in front of Qin Shujian. Then, he bowed solemnly. Greetings, Venerable One, Emperor of Heaven, there's no need to be so polite. Feng had long been puzzled by the changes in the world. Now that he finally saw Qin Shujian appear, he couldn't wait to ask the question in his heart. May I ask, Venerable One, are you aware of the changes in the world? Of course. Qin Shujian nodded. He already knew that the other party would ask this. After a pause, just now, he patiently explained. The changes in the world are a good thing. Although the limits of the world have fallen a lot, as more and more experts appear in the world, the upper limit will also rise step by step. Although your realms have fallen at the same time, your strength hasn't decreased by much. In this way, there's still a lot of room for improvement in the future. If you can recover your former realm, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In Qin Shujian's opinion, half-step Dao fruit was so strong. Now that it had fallen to the level of a true immortal, it was still the same strength. No. It meant that he had greater strength than before. In that case, if the later realms recovered to the level of half-step Dao fruit, how strong would it be? After all, seriously speaking, the difficulty of breaking through from true immortal to half-step Dao fruit was much lower than breaking through from half-step Dao fruit to Dao fruit. Even if, after getting rid of the false and retaining the true, the difficulty of increasing one's realm would increase a lot, but it was still the same. Moreover, The experts whose realms had fallen had once reached that realm. With the experience of the previous time, Zhongxian could not help but sigh. The difficulty of breaking through the next realm would be correspondingly much lower. This was another advantage of getting rid of the false and retaining the true. After all, the world and experts who got rid of the false and retained the true were all existences who had successfully changed their fates. Then, it wouldn't be a problem to give some benefits. Hearing this, Feng's heart settled. He hadn't sensed any negative consequences from the changes in the world. Now that he heard Qin Shujian's affirmative answer, he understood even more. As long as there was no problem, then it was enough. His realm had fallen, but his strength had increased instead of decreased. That was a great thing. Then Feng wanted to ask something again, but he was directly interrupted by Qin Shujian. Some things will naturally be understood when you reach that realm. The world is very big now, but you must know that there's always a sky beyond the sky. One day, when you really break the limits of the world and enter another level. At that time, I'll give you an opportunity. Opportunity. Feng was a little excited, but his many years of cultivation allowed him to control his emotions very well on the surface. I will remember your words, Venerable One. In today's world, how many true immortals exist, and how many celestial being realm cultivators? Qin Shujian changed the topic. Ever since his inner world had gotten rid of the false and retained the true, it was impossible for him to sweep the entire world with a thought like before. Unless, if he could truly reach the Dao fruit realm, that would be a different story. A real world. It had never been something that an illusory world could compare to. Although Qin Shujian's current strength was much stronger than when he was a Dao fruit expert. But one thing had to be clear. Apart from pure strength, Dao fruit realm experts had other divine abilities and methods. His strength had become stronger. But some of the methods of the Dao fruit realm had been temporarily lost. Only after reaching that realm again could he use those mysterious methods. Such methods. It had nothing to do with strength. Instead, it was the embodiment of a realm. Feng pondered for a moment and replied, right now, the limits of heaven and earth have fallen. Most of the true immortals have fallen to the celestial being realm. Currently, only Ling Huang and I can remain as true immortals. As for the celestial being realm cultivators, there are quite a number of them. But as for how many there are, I can't give you an accurate answer for the time being. There were really too many cultivators in the inner world. Even as the Emperor of Heaven, it was impossible for him to know how many celestial being cultivators there were in the myriad races. Especially now. Almost all the true immortals had fallen from the true immortal level to the celestial being level, causing the number of celestials to increase by quite a bit. Qin Shujian nodded. In another year or two, I will have a great battle. At that time, I will need to borrow the power of the heavenly court. Be prepared. Great battle. Feng's expression changed slightly. To be able to hear the word great battle from Qin Shujian's mouth, then it was easy to imagine what kind of battle it would be. Moreover, with the other party's methods, he was actually reduced to borrowing the power of the heavenly court. Then the opponent would probably be extraordinary. Looking at the change in his expression, Qin Shujian said indifferently, you don't have to worry too much. This time, I am borrowing the power of the heavenly court because the world that is at war is not as strong as the heavenly court, so I need the help of the heavenly court. At this point, he was not lying. Although the upper-class world had existed for many years more than the inner world. However, now, the inner world had gotten rid of the false and retained the true. All the living beings in the world had successfully transformed at the same time. In this way, the overall strength of the inner world was much stronger than that of the upper-class world. In other words, the current inner world was actually equivalent to a player's world, and it was not something that the player's world that was on the verge of destruction could compare to. Feng said, Venerable One, you mean that there is a battle in other worlds and now you need the help of the heavenly court? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. That world is especially important, so I need the heavenly court to do its best. There can be no mistakes. His expression was solemn. Training an army for 1,000 days, and using it for a moment. He had spent so much effort to cultivate the inner world, and now it was finally time for it to play a role. Hearing this, Feng's expression became serious. Venerable One, don't worry. The Heavenly Court will definitely do its best in this battle, and will not let you down. That's the best. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he changed the topic and said, now the Heavenly Court is on standby. When the battle starts, I will send a signal. At that time, you can receive the signal in the inner world. At this point, a palm-sized small door appeared in Qin Shujian's hand. Subsequently, he placed the small door in Feng's hand. This door is the key to the other worlds. Keep it well, but without my permission, you can't use it without my permission. Otherwise, if you miss it in the space-time turbulence, even a true immortal will die. I understand. Feng put away the small door, and then nodded with a solemn expression. From Qin Shujian's words, he could hear that this battle was unusual. So, in Feng's heart, he didn't dare to be careless. After handing the small door to the other party, Qin Shujian said, all right, I still have other things to do. Get ready. As his voice fell, he disappeared from the Heavenly Court. The Venerable One really comes and goes like a ghost. Feng couldn't help but sigh. He still didn't notice the fluctuations when Qin Shujian left. From this, it could be seen. The other party's strength was still unfathomable. Subsequently, Feng recalled the news he had just heard. There was no limit in the universe. In fact, he had this conjecture a long time ago. Outside the heaven and earth, there was another heaven and earth. It was just that the outside of the heaven and earth was chaos. Even with his own strength, it was impossible to create chaos. So, Feng hadn't explored the outside of the heaven and earth too much. But now Qin Shujian's words undoubtedly confirmed this point. Outside the heaven and earth, there really was another heaven and earth. It seems that I have to prepare in advance. He sighed in his heart. Although Qin Shujian didn't say anything, as the Emperor of Heaven, Feng could still keenly sense that the war he spoke of was definitely not simple. Even with the current strength of the Heavenly Court, he had great confidence in himself. However, no matter how much confidence he still had to have the confidence that he should have. As for the other heaven and earth, Feng had never had any contact with them. But now, he was about to prepare for war with the other heaven and earth. If he said that he wasn't nervous at all, he would be lying to himself. After leaving the Heavenly Court, Qin Shujian didn't leave the inner world. Instead, he went straight to the lower realm. The small door he gave to Feng was a treasure that wasn't considered a treasure that he had forged himself. Why was it considered a treasure when it wasn't considered a treasure? The reason was simple. That small door had no other use. The only use. It was just to travel between the two realms. At the same time, there were a total of 2 small doors. One was in Qin Shujian's hands, and the other was in Feng's hands. Among them, the small door in Qin Shujian's hands could travel between the 2 realms at will. But the small door in Feng's hands could only be used after the small door in front of him was activated. The reason why he did this. The main reason. It was also because Qin Shujian didn't want people from the inner world to travel between the 2 realms without permission and cause unnecessary trouble. He came to the lower realm. His footsteps didn't stop. He was still heading down. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian felt as if he had been transported to another space, and the environment around him had suddenly changed. Desolation, loneliness, ghastly. Many feelings surged in his heart. In his line of sight, all he could see was a river with no end in sight. The river water was different from ordinary river water. It was faintly yellow. And at the riverside, there was a small boat. On the boat was an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. Qin Shujian walked slowly towards the boat. When he was in front of it, he asked calmly, "Boatman, can you ferry people to the other side? This place is called the Yellow Spring. After crossing the Yellow Spring, you can enter the underworld. The underworld is a place where dead spirits gather. Living people shouldn't get close, but the Venerable is a sacred being of heaven and earth. Naturally, you are not included. The old man's expression was respectful, and his tone was also respectful. Hearing this, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. You've heard of my existence? This old man was born with the underworld, and can be considered a living being raised by heaven and earth. Naturally, I've heard of the Venerable. Now that the underworld has just been established, the Venerable has come. It's the underworld's honor, the old man said with a smile. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the old man. With his eyesight, he could also see that the other party's strength was firmly above the true immortal realm. One had to know. In the current world, the only true immortals on the surface were Feng and Ling Huang. The person in front of him now was another true immortal. Moreover, Qin Shujian also knew. The other party appeared with the birth of the underworld. If he was in the underworld, his strength would be even more incomparable to an ordinary true immortal. Stepping onto the boat, he didn't say anything. The old man said sit tight, and then pushed the boat away from the shore, heading into the distance. Standing on the boat, Qin Shujian looked at the yellow spring with his hands behind his back. To be honest, this was the first time he saw the yellow spring. Even though he had heard of the name of the yellow spring in the real world when he was reincarnated. However, in the illusory world, there was no yellow spring. It was very simple. The underworld in the illusory world was incomplete. It lacked the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it was impossible for the yellow spring to exist. Only in the real world could there be the yellow spring and other things. Now that he had truly stepped into the yellow spring, Qin Shujian truly understood how mysterious the underworld was. In his line of sight, the water of the yellow spring was calm. From time to time, ghosts could be seen wailing inside, constantly struggling to get out of the yellow spring, but there was no way at all. When they saw the arrival of the boat, those ghosts frantically rushed towards the boat, trying to escape the restraints of the yellow spring through the boat. However, the boat looked ordinary, but it had endless mysteries. No matter how the ghosts climbed, they couldn't get close to the boat at all. This is the yellow spring, Qin Shujian sighed. Hearing that, the old man pushed the boat and explained with a smile, yes, this is the yellow spring. This should be the first time the Venerable One has come to the yellow spring. There are living beings dying every moment between heaven and earth, and the dead creatures will be drawn and naturally come to the underworld. Those who don't have too many sins can fly over the yellow spring and truly enter the underworld. But those who have too many sins will fall directly into the yellow spring and sink until the sins on their body are washed away. Only then can they come out of the yellow spring. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He had some understanding of these matters in the past. As far as the eye could see, the yellow spring was almost filled with ghosts. From this, it could be seen. There were many sinful people in the world. However, after a long time, there would definitely be ghosts coming out of the yellow spring. They didn't come out now. This was because the underworld had just been established. The ghosts had just entered the yellow spring and had not had time to wash away their sins. Naturally, there was no possibility of them coming out. Immediately after, a gust of wind blew in the yellow spring. The old man explained at the right time, the wind in the yellow spring is called the soul-devouring wind. If any ghost is blown by the wind, their soul will be shaken and their soul will be destroyed. If they are born in the yellow spring and are blown by the soul-devouring wind, they can avoid the fate of their soul being destroyed. It's just that it's inevitable that they will be seriously injured. While he was talking, there were already many ghosts that were blown by the soul-devouring wind, and their souls were shaken. However, although the soul-devouring wind was powerful, it had no effect in front of the boat. No matter how strong the wind was, the boat was as stable as ever and was not affected in the slightest. To this, Qin Shujian was also indifferent. Although the boat looked ordinary, it was actually a treasure of the underworld. It was extraordinary. After sailing in the yellow spring for a while, Qin Shujian suddenly asked, other than this sovereign, are there any other living people who have entered the yellow spring? No. The old man shook his head. The underworld has just been established and has not completely stabilized. Other than the Venerable One who can directly enter the underworld, The rest of the living people do not have the qualifications to enter the underworld. Even if it's the Emperor of Heaven, it won't be easy for him to break into the underworld. The Emperor of Heaven he mentioned was the current wind. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. You know a lot about the heavenly court? I can't say that I understand them. I've only heard some news from the mouths of those spirits. The old man shook his head. The Yellow Spring was lonely. He was the only one who existed. In the past, other than communicating with the ghosts, there was nothing else to talk about. While the two were talking, the boat had already sailed to the other side of the Yellow Spring. When standing on the shore and looking at it, the Yellow Spring seemed to be endless. But when the boat was really sailing, although the Yellow Spring was wide, it was not to the point of being endless. When the boat came to the shore, the old man stopped and said, "Venerable one, this is the end of the Yellow Spring. This old man has a duty and can't leave here. The rest of the road will depend on the Venerable one. Forgive this old man for not accompanying you." "Thank you." Qin Shujian nodded and then left the boat. Immediately after, the old man rowed the boat back, as leisurely as ever. He turned around and took a look. Qin Shujian turned around again and looked at the scene in front of him. After the Yellow Spring, there was an endless wilderness. It was similar to the underworld that Goddess Ping Xin opened. But the difference was, the underworld here was even bigger. Ghosts could be seen wandering everywhere, and monstrous yin energy was spreading here. Soon, some ghosts discovered Qin Shujian's arrival. Immediately after, those yin souls immediately surrounded him. The flesh and blood of a living person. To the ghosts, it was an irresistible delicacy. Impudent, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold, and a vast aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, all the yin souls that came near were turned into ashes. Such a terrifying commotion caused the yin spirits that were about to charge over to scatter in all directions in fright. Although ghosts were dead spirits, it didn't mean that they were fools. On the contrary, many ghosts retained their memories from when they were alive. After all, it had only been 1,000,000 years since the beginning of the world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense. Cultivation was prevalent. Almost every living being had a strong cultivation base when they were born. In this way, it was normal for a cultivator's divine soul to retain their memories. However, although those ghosts didn't dare to get close to Qin Shujian, they fought with other ghosts. In Qin Shujian's line of sight, after some ghosts devoured other ghosts, their strength increased greatly and they began to wantonly devour other ghosts again. He saw this scene, but he didn't have any intention of stopping it. When the underworld is established, the ruler of the underworld should also be born. Now that there are no signs of life in the underworld, I'm afraid that the ruler of the underworld will be born from these yin spirits. Qin Shujian thought to himself. No matter where it was, there must be a person in charge. As an existence that was qualified to be comparable to the heavenly court, the underworld was even more so. Now that the underworld had just been opened, other than the ferryman of the Yellow Springs, no other living beings had been born. Then it was obvious. The next ruler of the underworld would be born from the ghosts. So, killing was inevitable. After a simple look, Qin Shujian continued to go deeper into the underworld. Not long after, another river appeared in his sight. Compared to the vastness of the Yellow Springs, the river in front of him was neither wide nor narrow. When he saw the river, a name involuntarily appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. River of Forgetfulness. Immediately after, he saw a bridge on the river. Bridge of Helplessness. River of Forgetfulness, Bridge of Helplessness, Granny Meng's soup, 3 life stone. Right now, River of Forgetfulness and Bridge of Helplessness have both left, but Granny Meng hasn't been born yet, so Granny Meng's soup naturally doesn't exist for the time being. As for the Stone of 3 Lives, it might be in front. Qin Shujian stopped in front of the Bridge of Helplessness. The facilities that the underworld should have were almost all born, but it was far from perfect. The biggest problem. Even the ruler of the underworld had not been born. The ruler had not been born. That meant that the order of the underworld had not been perfected. However, The natural birth of the underworld had already meant that the inner world had officially become a real world. The current underworld. It was much better than the half-baked underworld that Goddess Pingshin had opened. Not to mention anything else. Just the ferryman of the Yellow Springs that was born could beat all the ghosts in the underworld. That was a true innate god. When he grew up in the future, his strength would be immeasurable. Moreover, even now, in the underworld, the other party had absolute strength. To be honest, if he wasn't the controller of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian felt that with his strength of a second-level immortal, he might not be able to deal with the ferryman of the Yellow Springs in the underworld. The blessing of the underworld was too terrifying. However, as the controller of heaven and earth, he had the blessing of heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, hell alone wasn't enough for Qin Yi. In this way, if he really wanted to fight, Qin Shujian was still confident that he could suppress the ferryman of the Yellow Springs with one palm. After a while, he stopped in his tracks and finally took a step forward. The bridge of helplessness was not long. But when he walked on it, Qin Shujian's mind couldn't help but sink into it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. There were memories of the Third Era. There were also memories of reincarnation and recultivation. Finally, the scene froze at this moment. When Qin Shujian came back to his senses, he realized that he had unknowingly reached the end of the bridge of helplessness. It turns out that when one walks on the bridge of helplessness, living beings will recall all kinds of things in the past. Recalling everything that had just happened. There wasn't much emotion on his face. Finally, his gaze fell on a stone in front of him. The stone was tall. It was about 10 feet or so. Standing there, Qin Shujian could clearly see that the memories in his mind were all displayed on the stone. Stone of 3 lives. In this way, the name of the stone was on the verge of being revealed. Recalling one's life on the bridge of helplessness, the stone of 3 lives reappears, causing living beings to recall all kinds of things in the past. Finally, after drinking a bowl of Meng Po's soup, the past will vanish like smoke in thin air and no longer exist. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the stone of 3 lives, then turned his head to look at the place next to the stone of 3 lives. There was a stone platform there. But now, there was not a single person on the stone platform. Yellow Springs. River of Forgetfulness. Bridge of Helplessness. Stone of 3 lives. Meng Po Tai. Qin Shujian slowly walked in the underworld, taking in more than half of everything inside. The current underworld. It was chaotic. Many souls that had fallen between heaven and earth had all gathered here, then killed each other to determine the strongest existence. That existence was the ruler of the underworld. Now that the destiny of the underworld is scattered, every soul more or less has a bit of destiny in them. The stronger the soul, the more destiny of the underworld will gather in them. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the true ruler of the underworld will be born. Qin Shujian looked at everything around him, then thought silently in his heart. The process of the souls being devoured. It was also the process of gathering destiny. But this process would not be slow, but it would also not be fast. He thought that it would not be long, at least dozens or hundreds of years. For the strong, 100 years was equivalent to the snap of a finger. However, in Qin Shujian's view, 100 years was a long time. It was very simple. The faster the ruler of the underworld appeared, the faster the order of the underworld would be stabilized. When the time came, the laws of heaven and earth would be perfected. His inner world would become stronger. At the same time, as the ruler of heaven and earth, his strength would also increase to a certain extent. Although the transformation of the inner world is successful now, the underworld has not completely stabilized, and there are still some flaws. When the underworld stabilizes, the upper limit of the inner world will definitely increase a lot. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, and his divine consciousness was immersed in the underworld. The current limit of heaven and earth could only accommodate a first-level immortal. But if the underworld was perfected, and the rules of heaven and earth were further perfected, then the limit of heaven and earth was very likely to be promoted to the 3rd level of true immortal. Regarding this, He very much hoped that the rules of heaven and earth could be perfected. His divine telekinesis sensed something. The huge underworld had completely turned into an azure field. An uncountable number of yin souls were engaged in a fierce battle. Some of them. They had already grown to the level of divinity. It's just that divinity is still too slow. Qin Shujian stepped into the air, and then came to the sky above the underworld, and the supreme pressure instantly spread out. At that moment, all of the yin spirits that were in the midst of battle trembled in the face of this pressure, even if it was the most powerful of yin spirits. In the face of this pressure, they couldn't resist at all. Qin Shujian looked down at the underworld, like a god from the 9 heavens, and his deep voice spread throughout the underworld. I will leave 10 drops of essence blood in the underworld, and whoever gets the essence blood will be the ruler of the underworld. After saying that, his left palm split, and 10 drops of essence blood condensed with a wave of his hand. Then, with a flick of his left hand, the 10 drops of essence blood flew in all directions, disappearing into the surrounding void. Then, the pressure disappeared. After a few seconds of silence, all of the yin spirits rushed towards the blood essence as if they had gone mad. Although they didn't know what kind of existence Qin Shujian was. But one thing was clear. Once they got the essence blood of such an expert, they would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the ruler of the underworld that the other party mentioned, coupled with the supreme pressure, was also involuntarily convincing. The essence blood is mine. I'm the ruler of the underworld. None of you can snatch it from me. The essence blood is mine, roars and roars. Then, an earth-shattering battle began. In order to fight for the essence blood, none of the souls had any intention of holding back. Everyone could understand. If they could become the ruler of the underworld, it was equivalent to having a supreme status. Looking at the souls who were constantly fighting for the essence blood, Qin Shujian nodded his head in satisfaction. His 10 drops of essence blood. It wasn't a simple thing. A normal true immortal's essence blood had great power for cultivators below the true immortal realm. Not to mention, he was also the ruler of heaven and earth. With this relationship, the essence blood he released would be even more powerful. Anyone who obtained the essence blood would indirectly receive the fate of the underworld. As a result, becoming the ruler of the underworld was naturally not a problem. Then, Qin Shujian didn't pay any more attention to this matter and continued to walk towards the depths of the underworld. There was a mysterious aura that was attracting him. It was predictable. In the depths of the underworld, there must be an extremely powerful treasure. What he needed to do now was to meet that supreme treasure. The essence blood of the ruler of heaven and earth, it really makes one yearn for it. The ferryman of Yellow Springs looked at the essence blood that flew away, his turbid eyes flashing with a burning gaze. Inside the underworld, no one knew better than him just how powerful Qin Shujian's essence blood was. That was the essence blood of the ruler of heaven and earth. Whoever obtained the essence blood would receive the blessings of heaven and earth. As for the increase in strength, that was just a side benefit. If possible, he wanted to fight for the essence blood. After all, although he was quite strong now, after obtaining the essence blood, there was a high chance that he would truly reach the peak of this world. In fact, taking this opportunity, becoming the ruler of the underworld wouldn't be a problem. However, the ferryman of Yellow Springs also understood. He was a living being that was born when the underworld was born. His natural duty was to ferry the souls of the Yellow Springs. It was impossible for him to become the ruler of the underworld. Besides, Qin Shujian's essence blood was obviously left for those souls. If he went to fight for it and caused that person to be unhappy, it would be troublesome. The ferryman of the Yellow Springs was well aware of how strong Qin Shujian was. If the other party wanted to erase him, it would be a piece of cake. For a chance, sacrificing his life, he didn't have the determination to do so. I'm doing a good job as the ferryman of Yellow Springs. When the order of the underworld stabilizes, my place will probably be more lively. But 10 drops of essence blood to create 10 rulers of the underworld, isn't that a bit too much? The ferryman of Yellow Springs shook his head slightly. He originally thought that one ruler of the underworld was enough. But now it seemed it wasn't as simple as just one ruler. 10 drops of essence blood were enough to create 10 rulers of the underworld. For a moment, the ferryman of Yellow Springs was a little unclear about what Qin Shujian was planning. Why did he want to create 10 rulers? If they didn't get along, then the underworld would very likely fall into internal strife. However, there was one thing he was clear about. That was, this kind of thing wasn't under his control, and he didn't have the qualifications to interfere. After looking in the direction of the essence blood and the resulting battle, the ferryman of Yellow Springs withdrew his gaze. In the depths of the underworld, there was a piece of chaos there. The chaos was slightly surging, as if something inside was about to be born. A supreme pressure was emitted from it, forcing the other ghosts to not dare to approach this place. However, this kind of pressure was nothing to Qin Shujian. He resisted the pressure and walked towards the chaos as if he was strolling in the courtyard. In the end, in front of the chaos, he stopped. Qin Shujian stood there motionless. His divine sense broke out of his body and fell directly into the chaos in front of him. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense with a strange expression on his face. There's actually more than one supreme treasure that was born. The real underworld is really a creation of heaven and earth. In his perception, the supreme treasure that was born in the chaos wasn't as simple as one. One had to know. Something that could be called a supreme treasure was at least of the innate level. Especially now that the underworld had just been born, the supreme treasures that were born here had gathered a large amount of the underworld's luck. On top of that, there was that supreme pressure. So, Qin Shujian was almost certain. The supreme treasure that was born here was very likely to be a carnate supreme treasure. Such a carnate supreme treasure. It wasn't a carnate supreme treasure at the illusory level in the great wide world, but a real carnate supreme treasure. From that oppressive might, he felt an aura that was even more powerful than that of the Godslayer. In other words, the supreme treasure that was born here was much more powerful than the immortal magic weapon. Qin Shujian looked at the chaos, and his expression gradually calmed down. That's true, the immortal magic weapon seems to have surpassed the carnate supreme treasure, but it has only broken through the level of illusion and reality. There's still a gap between it and a real supreme treasure at the real level. Unless the immortal magic weapon can transform further, it might have the possibility to contend with the carnate supreme treasure. Carnate supreme treasure. There was a huge gap between it and a carnate supreme treasure. A carnate supreme treasure at the real level could easily crush a carnate supreme treasure at the illusory level. After all, there was a huge difference between the real and the illusory level. However, the immortal magic weapon broke through this boundary. In this way, even though the other party couldn't compare to a real carnate supreme treasure, it was definitely a powerful existence in the real world. Otherwise, the birth of the immortal magic weapon wouldn't cause the heavenly Tao of several worlds to awaken in advance. However, Qin Shujian wasn't sure how strong the immortal magic weapon was for the time being. It was definitely not as good as a carnate supreme treasure at the real level, but where a carnate supreme treasure was placed, it was definitely close. There were definitely a lot of magic weapons that were worse than a carnate supreme treasure at the real level. Therefore, he had to try to know what level the Godslayer was at. After taking a few glances at the chaos, Qin Shujian turned around and left. Now that the supreme treasure hadn't been born yet, he couldn't force it to be born. An existence of this level. Naturally, it had time to be born. Interfering rashly, it was very likely to damage the essence of the supreme treasure. For Qin Shujian, everything in the inner world was his own property. Every additional carnate supreme treasure would strengthen the destiny of heaven and earth and improve his strength at the same time. Under such circumstances, he couldn't destroy the city wall. It's best if it can be born within 2 years. Otherwise, it won't be of much use in the next battle. When Qin Shujian left the underworld, the battle in the underworld still didn't stop. 10 drops of essence blood seemed to be a lot, but there were more than billions of ghosts in the underworld. 10 drops of essence blood in front of billions of ghosts was not enough at all. Roar, this essence blood is mine. No one can snatch it from me. A ghost king of the celestial realm, whose body was like a small mountain, roared angrily. When the palm fell, a large number of ghosts couldn't dodge in time and were forcefully annihilated by this force. Some ghosts were grabbed and directly put into the mouth to chew. Seeing this, some of the weaker ghosts instantly woke up, looked at the hill-like ghost king in fear, and then quickly retreated. Ghosts were also afraid of death. The strength of the ghost king in front of them was obviously not ordinary. With their strength, they didn't have the confidence to fight against it at all. However, while some of the yin souls were retreating, there were other powerful yin souls that were approaching at an extremely fast speed. If you want the essence blood, you have to ask me first. A young man in white stepped on the air, and when he waved his right hand forward, monstrous yin energy erupted, condensing into thousands of long swords and pouring down. The sword rain covered. That ghost king became the main target of attack. However, the ghosts that lived near the ghost king were also affected by it. For a moment, a large number of ghosts were strangled by the sword rain. The ghost king let out a roar, and when the big hand blasted out, a large number of sword rain were shattered. However, with the intensive attack of the sword rain, his skin gradually cracked, revealing the essence of the yin energy inside. The essence blood is mine, the ghost king roared unwillingly. Seeing that the essence blood was in front of him, he was unwilling to give up. In his heart, there was a voice that kept telling the ghost king, as long as he swallowed the essence blood, he would be the king of the underworld. As long as he swallowed the essence blood, he would definitely be able to break through and become a supreme existence. All kinds of temptations made the ghost king erupt with unprecedented power. In the end, he forced his way through the domain of the sword rain, and his broken body arrived in front of the essence blood. Seeing this, the young man's expression suddenly changed. How dare you? He didn't expect that the ghost king would be able to break through his sword rain attack, and even come to the essence blood. Seeing that the other party was about to swallow the essence blood, the young man no longer held back and directly displayed a sword that reached the sky. However, his attack was fast. The ghost king was even faster. The hill-like body opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the essence blood. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the ghost king's body. Immediately after, dark red blood flowed out from his body, and then instantly formed a blood cocoon. When the long sword fell, it happened to hit the blood cocoon. The long sword turned into yin energy and collapsed. The blood cocoon didn't move. This scene caused the young man to be both frightened and frightened. He didn't expect that the ghost king would actually swallow the essence blood in front of him. And the defensive power of the blood cocoon in front of him was simply terrifying. His sword just now, even if it was to kill a heavenly ghost king, there would be no problem. But it couldn't shake the blood cocoon at all. From this, it could be seen how strong was the blood cocoon's defensive power. But if he gave up just like that, the young man was unwilling. Immediately, he erupted with all his strength and constantly bombarded the blood cocoon. Even so, there was no result. After an unknown period of time, the blood cocoon suddenly shook. The young man's somewhat tired spirit was suddenly refreshed. It was going to break. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. After attacking for so long, was he finally going to break the blood cocoon? As long as he broke the blood cocoon and stopped the ghost king from refining the essence blood, then he still had a chance to seize the essence blood. Suddenly, the young man increased the strength of his attack. Soon, a crack appeared in the blood cocoon. Just as a smile appeared on his face, a terrifying aura fluctuation came out from the crack. At that moment, the young man's smile stiffened on his face. Not good. As if he had thought of something, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly fled into the distance. Even if the blood cocoon had already cracked, he couldn't care less about attacking again. At this time, the blood cocoon suddenly cracked open. A ghost hand that emitted endless yin qi reached out from inside and grabbed at the young man in the air. You attacked so happily just now, you might as well stay. A low voice sounded. When the young man looked back, he happened to see a terrifying ghost hand covering his vision. No. He let out a roar of unwillingness. A large amount of yin qi burst out, turning into a shocking sword that slashed out in an attempt to destroy the ghost hand. But it was useless. When the shocking sword slashed on the ghost hand, even the ghost hand couldn't shake it at all. Immediately, the long sword was destroyed. The young man was directly grabbed by the ghost hand and then pulled into the blood cocoon. The sound of chewing was heard. In the next breath, the blood cocoon shattered. The Ghost King, who was originally like a small mountain, had now returned to the size of an ordinary person. Wearing a black robe, his originally ferocious face had become dignified and solemn. He looked up at the sky above the underworld, as if he had sensed something. Then, the Ghost King spoke loudly. "From today onwards, I am the King of Hell." As soon as he finished, the underworld shook. Immediately after, endless yin qi scattered down from the underworld, nourishing the many ghosts in the underworld. In the next breath, another supreme pressure swept out, causing most of the ghosts to tremble in fear and couldn't help but bow down. "Greetings, King Yama." King Yama, the ferryman of the netherworld, muttered to himself. He looked at the majestic body in the sky, his expression calm the entire time. With his profound cultivation, it could be seen that although the King of Hell had not reached the true immortal realm, he had reached the limit of the heavens. Moreover, in the underworld, the other party had the blessing of luck. Even if it was an ordinary true immortal, he would be able to contend against them. Not long after, another imperious aura was unleashed together with the voice. "From today onwards, I am King Chujiang of the underworld, another expert at the limit of the heavens." The ferryman of the netherworld exclaimed. One limit of the heavens was fine, but looking at the current situation, it was likely that the 10 controllers would all be existences at the limit of the heavens. 10 limits of the heavens. In the underworld, it was equivalent to 10 true immortals. As a result, it was enough to be considered earth-shattering. He even suspected that with the current strength of the underworld, even the heavenly court might not be able to suppress it. After all, the limits of the heavens and earth were there. The realm of all living beings fell. Whether or not the heavenly court could gather 10 true immortals was still a problem. After looking at it for a long time, the ferryman of the netherworld retracted his gaze. Who cares how many kings there were in the underworld? It had nothing to do with him anyway. He was a ferryman in the Yellow Springs. As long as the underworld was not destroyed, he would be immortal. There were many things. There was no need to pay too much attention to them. At this moment, with the birth of King Yang Luo and King Chujiang, other kings soon came into being. For a moment, the underworld was shrouded in a supreme pressure. When the kings came into being, that terrifying power even rushed out of the underworld and affected the heavenly court. Now, the heavenly court shook slightly. The gods were all shocked. Feng sat on the throne without moving, looking at the scene below with a solemn expression. The underworld has come into being. Before the underworld came into being, he didn't know what the underworld was. But after the underworld came into being, there was a message from the heavenly Tao. So, Feng also knew what kind of place the underworld was. Hearing that, immediately, an immortal god asked, "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what exactly is the underworld?" The other immortals didn't ask back, but their faces were filled with doubt. Feng calmly said, "The living beings are under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, and the dead spirits are under the jurisdiction of the underworld. All living beings in the world have a long lifespan, and when their lifespan is up, they will shed their living bodies and turn into dead spirits. They can enter the underworld and search for a chance to reincarnate. Reincarnation and rebirth." The expressions of all the immortals changed. This was not a difficult task for a powerhouse. After all, if the strong wanted to be reborn, there were many methods to do so. But if the weak wanted to be reborn, it wouldn't be so easy. At this moment, Feng continued, "In addition, the underworld has come into being, and the order of heaven and earth has been perfected. All the strong are not allowed to reincarnate on their own. Once their lifespan is up, they will go to the underworld and accept the trial of the underworld, waiting for the reincarnation arrangements. Anyone who is reborn without permission may be punished by the underworld. At this point, he added, the underworld is not weak. Now that it has just come into being, there are already experts comparable to true immortals. If they really want to violate the rules of heaven and earth and fight against the underworld, I will not interfere. Feng's expression was indifferent. He knew that the existence of the underworld was to stabilize the order of heaven and earth. This was a good thing. Ever since the underworld came into being, Feng sensed that the rules of heaven and earth were being perfected, and the upper limit was also being opened bit by bit. As the Emperor of Heaven, if heaven and earth were stable, he would also be able to obtain great benefits. In this way, it was even more impossible for him to interfere with the matters of the underworld. At least for now. Helping the underworld stabilize the order was beneficial to the heavenly court. As for the other immortals and gods, when they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't reincarnate without permission. What did this mean? It meant that no matter how powerful an existence was, if they died, they would still die. They could only let the underworld arrange their reincarnation. Such an approach, that would be very passive. Not only that, according to the Emperor of Heaven, the strength of the underworld was still terrifyingly powerful. It wasn't weaker than the heavenly court at all. Just the fact that a true immortal was born was enough to shock people. Following the birth of the kings of the underworld, that terrifying aura spread out. The experts of the world immediately turned their gazes towards the underworld. However, the underworld was blocked by yin qi. At this stage, the experts simply didn't have the qualifications to see through the underworld. At the same time, the primal chaos in the depths of the underworld suddenly surged violently. A terrifying power was being nurtured there. After a long time, a ray of light flew out from the primal chaos and rushed towards King Yama, who was the first to appear. When the ray of light arrived in front of King Yama, it suddenly stopped. King Yama looked over. In front of him was a book. On the cover of the book, there were a few large words engraved. The Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death had appeared. The 6 paths of reincarnation were also officially born. At this time, the underworld could be considered to have been completely established. The world rumbled. All the top experts could sense that the upper limit of the world was rising bit by bit. 2nd level immortal. 3rd level immortal. 4th level immortal. Only when the limits of the world had completely stabilized at the peak of the 4th level immortal did everything come to a complete stop. The underworld is complete, the peak of the 4th level immortal, Ling Huang muttered to himself. He was constantly aware of the changes in the world. There was no other way. The changes in the world were so great. If he didn't pay attention to them at all times, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. The fact that he almost fell from the true immortal realm was already quite shocking. Now, it was a good thing that the limits of the world had officially risen to the level of the 4th level immortal. Then, Ling Huang looked at the position of his palm. There was a spirit talisman lying quietly there. He crushed the spirit talisman. A paragraph of words appeared. The Venerable One has ordered the myriad races to prepare for war. Eldar, get ready as well. The voice was the sound of the wind. However, the content of the words made Ling Huang not dare to underestimate it. The word Venerable One. It could explain everything. Venerable One, he thought of the few times he had met the other party. Even now, when he thought about it, he felt as if he was in a dream. Whether it was the half-step Dao fruit from before, or perhaps he had just stepped into the true immortal realm. Ling Huang thought about it and realized that he couldn't see through Qin Shujian at all. That Venerable One was terrifying. It had completely exceeded his limits. Since it's the Venerable One's order, then Eldar should prepare for war. Since that person can get the myriad races to participate in the war, I'm afraid the war won't be ordinary. Ling Huang's expression was extremely solemn. The enemy of the strong was naturally the strong. If that Venerable One could settle it with his methods, there would be no need for the myriad races to interfere. Now, since the other party had asked the myriad races to interfere, It meant that the enemy's strength wasn't weak. It could even be said to be very strong. At this moment, it was to the point where the myriad races had to help. In view of this, Ling Huang couldn't think too much about it. In the void, this was the gathering place of the Sky Fiend clan. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the myriad races had united as one. The Sky Fiend clan had lacked the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Not only that, during this period, the Heavenly Court had even organized a war. The Heavenly Court's powerhouses, who were led by the wind, had taken the lead to attack the void, causing the Sky Fiend clan to suffer heavy losses. Until now, the Sky Fiend clan, they were still in the stage of recovery. Fortunately, the void was the Sky Fiend clan's home ground. In addition, the Sky Fiend clan's strength wasn't weak. Even in the face of the Heavenly Court's large-scale attack, with the geographical advantage, they still weren't completely defeated. Now, in the void, the Sky Fiend clan was dancing wildly. But none of the Sky Fiend clan dared to descend. In the main hall, Marcus was now the only emperor of the Sky Fiend clan. And below him sat some of the original Sky Fiend emperors. For many years, this demon emperor of the Sky Fiend clan had long since successfully broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, suppressing all the other Sky Fiend emperors and becoming the demon emperor. Regarding this, the other Sky Fiend emperors didn't dare to object. In the Sky Fiend clan, strength was everything. As a half-step Dao fruit realm, Marcus wasn't someone ordinary upper three true immortals could compare to. As a result, it was only natural that he would become the demon emperor. Even until now, the limits of heaven and earth fell. Marcus had fallen to the realm of a first-level immortal, but he was still the demon emperor. The reason was simple. Marcus, who was half-step Dao fruit, had fallen to the realm of a first-level immortal. As for the other Sky Fiend emperors, none of them were able to stabilize their true immortal realms, and collectively fell to the Nirvana realm. And so, Marcus was still the strongest of the Sky Fiend clan. There seems to be some movement in the lower realm. Could the Heavenly Court be preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the Sky Fiend clan again? A deep and cold voice rang in the main hall. Although the Sky Fiend clan hadn't paid attention to the news of the lower realm for a long time, the movements of the myriad races preparing for war were simply too great. Even if Marcus didn't pay attention, he could still sense the vast fluctuations. Thinking back to a few years ago, the Heavenly Court's large-scale attack, there was resentment and killing intent in his eyes. His Sky Fiend clan was the strongest race. Now, but other races had come knocking on their door. If they were defeated by a single race, they could still say that their skills were inferior, and they would be convinced of their loss. But the problem was, it wasn't a single race that defeated the Sky Fiend clan, but the result of the alliance of myriad races. With such a premise, Marcus had a great deal of unwillingness and anger in his heart. That was to say, the Sky Fiend clan's strength hadn't recovered yet, and he didn't have the confidence to deal with the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, early on, this demon emperor had already led the Sky Fiend clan to launch an attack on the Heavenly Court. Below, a Sky Fiend emperor shook his head slightly. The actions of the lower realm don't seem to be targeted at us Sky Fiend clan, but we don't know the specifics for the time being. His tone was grave. It was basically the same expression as the other Sky Fiend emperors, compared to the dozen or so Sky Fiend emperors at the beginning. But now, many seats were empty. There was no need to elaborate on the reason for the empty seats. The Sky Fiend Emperor was a true immortal of the upper three grades and had powerful life-saving means. Only a powerhouse of the Heavenly Court could kill a Sky Fiend Emperor. Now that the Heavenly Court's possible attack on the Sky Fiend clan was involved, they had to treat it with caution. We shouldn't have stopped Ling Huang from breaking through back then. Otherwise, the glory of the human race wouldn't be there today. Marcus's expression was cold. If the Sky Fiend clan hadn't stopped Ling Huang from breaking through back then, giving the human race an opportunity to take advantage of, the position of Emperor of Heaven today would have long been Eldar's, and not the human race's. In the end, not only was the Emperor of Heaven not grateful to the Sky Fiend clan, but he got rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. He mobilized the Heavenly Court's powerhouses and joined forces to attack the Skyfiend clan, causing the Skyfiend clan to suffer heavy casualties. Even a few Skyfiend emperors had fallen. This enmity and hatred. He wouldn't forget it even after 1,000,000 years. Soon after, Marcus said, "Investigate. I want to know what the Celestial Court is planning to do to the point of mobilizing all races. If it's not to attack my Heavenly Fiend race, what kind of enemy could make the Celestial Court make such a big move?" He gave the order directly. The world was just that big. Apart from the Skyfiend clan, Marcus really couldn't think of anyone else who could make the Heavenly Court take such a big action. For the sake of caution, it was better to ask around. Just in case. If they were really going to attack the Skyfiend clan, then he had to be prepared in time. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were dissatisfied with the Heavenly Court and couldn't wait to destroy it. But Marcus knew that too. The current Skyfiend clan was still too weak compared to the Heavenly Court. Chapter 1133. Just as the other Sky Devil Emperors were about to leave. In the center of the main hall. Suddenly, a person appeared. Who is it? Who dares to trespass into the Sky Devil Palace? Many Sky Devil Emperors' expressions changed, and they instinctively shouted. However, when they saw the appearance of the person who came, their faces suddenly turned pale. Venerable One, Marcus, who was sitting in the upper position of the main hall. The indifference on his face now also disappeared. He hurriedly came down from the Emperor's throne, walked in front of Qin Shujian, and bowed. Marcus greets the Venerable One. I wonder if the Venerable One has any orders for my Sky Devil clan? This demon emperor. He lowered his posture to the lowest possible level. Even now that he had become the only emperor of the Sky Devil clan, Marcus did not dare to be arrogant in front of Qin Shujian. What could be provoked? What was it that could not be provoked? He was very clear about it. Qin Shujian belonged to the latter. Looking at the Sky Devil Emperor who bowed in front of him, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Demon Emperor need not be so courteous." "Thank you, Venerable One." This Venerable One came to the Sky Devil clan this time to tell the Sky Devil clan one thing. In a year or two, this Venerable One will fight with other powerhouses. At that time, I will need the Sky Devil clan's help. I hope the Demon Emperor will be prepared. When necessary, this Venerable One will issue an edict. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Fight? An edict? Marcus was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses. The Sky Devil clan will naturally respect the words of the Venerable One. Then, he looked hesitant again. This one has something to ask the Venerable One. Speak. Is the Heavenly Court's current actions also related to the war that the Venerable One mentioned? Marcus instantly thought of the Heavenly Court's actions. At first, he was still wondering why the Heavenly Court would make such a big move for no reason. Now that Qin Shujian came to him, he connected the dots. If the Heavenly Court was not attacking the Sky Devil clan, then the purpose of the other party's big move was because of the Venerable One in front of him. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. The Heavenly Courts are indeed preparing for war. He received a definite answer. Marcus's suspended heart finally settled down. It was fine as long as he didn't attack the Heaven Devil race. Otherwise, the current Sky Demons were truly hard to resist. After a brief explanation, Qin Shujian turned and left. Marcus wanted to ask a few more questions, but he didn't get the chance. At this moment, only then did the other Heavenly Devil Emperors dare to speak. Lord Devil Emperor, what kind of expert is the Venerable going to fight with that even our Heavenly Devil clan has to take action? This matter is not simple. The Supremacy's enemy is extraordinary. If our Heavenly Fiend race were to recklessly join the battle, we might suffer heavy losses. Some Celestial Devil Emperors looked solemn. The battle began. This was equivalent to saying that people would die. With Qin Shujian's abilities, the enemies he had provoked were not ones the Sky Demons could contend against. If a war really broke out, if the Heaven Devil race wasn't careful, it might even be possible for them to be exterminated. They suffered heavy losses. That was an understatement. Hearing this, the smile on Marcus's face vanished, replaced by indifference. How could I not know what you are talking about, but now you and I have any leeway to choose. It's fine if the Venerable doesn't open his mouth, but once he does, no one can refuse. If we join the battle, our heavenly fiend race might suffer heavy losses. But if we refuse directly, do you believe that our heavenly fiend race would be exterminated on the spot? As his voice faded, all the celestial devil emperors fell silent. Yes. This was the sorrow of the weak. In front of the strong, the weak simply had no leeway to choose. If they didn't listen, then the outcome could be imagined. Although the heavenly fiend race was huge, in front of that person, they were no different from ants. Marcus said, the heavenly fiend race is too weak. Although our heavenly fiend race is now the strongest force below the heavenly courts, in front of that supremacy, even the heavenly courts are probably an existence that can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Get ready for war, if the heavenly fiend race doesn't want to be destroyed in the upcoming battle. After saying that, Li Yundong faintly said. Marcus turned to look at all the celestial devil emperors. From now on, inform all heavenly fiend clansmen to get ready for war. In addition, this seat will be in seclusion for a year or two, and strive to accumulate some strength. All of you are now in the state of nirvana. You are only half a step away from breaking through to true immortal. If you can succeed in breaking through before the battle, your strength will increase by a lot. When the time comes, there might be a chance to save your lives. As they watched Marcus leave the heavenly fiend palace after he finished speaking, the celestial devil emperors present looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Indeed, there was one thing that the other party was right about. Breaking through to true immortal would allow their strength to increase by a lot. As true immortals who were originally in the upper 3 tiers, it was absolutely impossible to say that they didn't feel anything now that they had collectively fallen to the level of celestials. After all, their realms had fallen. No matter what, they would feel a little insecure. Even if the current Nirvana realm was stronger than the upper 3 tiers of true immortals in the past, it would still be the same. Now, if they could once again ascend to the level of true immortals, then many things would be different. Soon, the relevant orders were passed down layer by layer. The Heavenly Fiend clan had always had a strict hierarchy. None of the Sky Fiend race dared to defy these orders. When the Heavenly Fiend clan was preparing for war, Qin Shujian didn't leave the inner world, but instead came to the underworld once again. With the birth of the 10 kings of hell, the order of the underworld was immediately rectified by a lot. When he entered the underworld, he could clearly feel that the rules of the underworld had been stabilized by a lot. Beside the yellow spring, the ferryman had been waiting there for a long time. Venerable One is here, please board the boat and let this old one ferry you to the other side. Millimeter. Qin Shujian nodded and stepped into the boat. The yellow spring ferryman pushed the boat and left. In the yellow spring, there was still a large amount of yin spirits present. However, compared to before, the amount of yin spirits present was much less. Noticing Qin Shujian's gaze, the ferryman said, with the birth of the 6 paths of reincarnation, many of the ghosts lingering in the yellow spring were given the opportunity to reincarnate. Now, each of them has entered the cycle of reincarnation and are heading to the human world to be reincarnated. I didn't expect the underworld to be perfected so quickly. Qin Shujian sighed. Everything seemed to be arranged by the underworld. It was just waiting for the 10 kings of hell to appear. When the Yama kings of the 10 palaces came into being, everything would come into being, causing the chaotic underworld to enter a perfect state. Entering the yellow spring. Stepping onto the bridge of helplessness. Now, there were ghosts lining up to walk onto the bridge in an orderly manner. Then, behind the stone platform, Qin Shujian saw a woman in a palace dress. She was holding bowls of something and handing them to the ghosts in line. When the ghosts drank it all in one gulp, only then could they leave this place. Meng Po. When he saw the woman in the palace dress, Qin Shujian felt as if he had seen Goddess Pingxian. But he knew very well. The woman in front of him was definitely not Goddess Pingxian. She was Meng Po of the underworld. The water in the bowl was Meng Po's soup. In his line of sight, he saw Meng Po take water from the river of forgetfulness and then add some unknown thing into it. In the end, it became a bowl of fresh Meng Po's soup. After drinking Meng Po's soup, every ghost's face became dull and they were taken away by the ghost servants waiting there one by one. However, what Qin Shujian really cared about was Meng Po's strength. A true immortal. The strength of the Meng Po in front of him was at the true immortal realm. In the current inner world, true immortals were very rare. Just like in the Heavenly Devil clan. Only Marcus was a true immortal. The rest of the Heavenly Devil Emperors were all at the Nirvana realm. But a Meng Po was in existence at the true immortal realm. It did seem a little inconceivable. But Qin Shujian knew. Meng Po was actually not a ghost in the true sense, but the soul of the underworld. In other words, the other party was equivalent to the incarnation of the underworld. In the boundless world, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Such an existence. Different from ordinary ghosts, it was normal for her to have the strength of a true immortal. Moreover, without the strength of a true immortal, it was also very difficult to suppress the many ghosts in the underworld. Didn't you see that among the ghosts that walked onto the Bridge of Helplessness, there were some experts who were unwilling to drink Meng Po's soup and forget the past? However, they were suppressed by Meng Po's hand and directly drank Meng Po's soup. The method was simple and crude. His strength was also extremely tyrannical. Qin Shujian slowly walked in front of Meng Po. The other party's hand movements paused, and then he bowed slightly. Meng Po greets the Venerable One. The ghosts on the Bridge of Helplessness, as well as the surrounding ghost servants, were all shocked. This was the first time they had seen it. The always mysterious Meng Po was actually so respectful to the person in front of him. One had to know. Even in front of the 10 Yama kings, Meng Po had always remained calm and collected, let alone bowing respectfully like now. Immediately, there were ghost servants sizing up Qin Shujian, wanting to see some clues from him. Qin Shujian nodded. From now on, I'll have to trouble Meng Po in the underworld. Venerable One must be joking. With the 10 Yama kings here, I'm just an ordinary woman. I can only do my job well. As for the rest, I don't dare to say anything. That's enough. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, like a sandstorm, he disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this, Meng Po's expression did not change, and she returned to her previous actions, feeding the ghosts bowl after bowl of Meng Po's soup. Fengdu City. Inside the main hall, the newly promoted 10 Yama kings were now gathered here. The underworld has just been established, and there are too many ghosts accumulated a while ago. With the current number of ghost servants, there is no way to suppress so many ghosts. This king thinks that we should expand the number of ghost servants to stabilize the order of the underworld. King Yang Luo said until here. He paused for a moment. Then he continued, in addition, ghost servants have to be extremely strong. Right now, there are many powerful ghosts in the underworld, but there aren't many who are qualified to be ghost servants. If possible, this king thinks that we can try to recruit some people from the human world. The human world. The expressions of the other 10 kings all changed. King Pingdeng said, the human world is filled with living beings, while the underworld is filled with dead spirits. I'm afraid that there will be conflicts if we recruit cultivators from the human world. There's no need to worry about conflicts, as long as we turn living beings into dead spirits. After all, compared to the dead spirits of the underworld, the number of living beings in the human world is the most. If we recruit from there, we can solve the current problems of the underworld to the greatest extent. Moreover, when the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, there were also some ghosts who wanted to forcefully break through the cycle of reincarnation. This matter also needs to be dealt with. King Yang Luo said indifferently. The underworld had just been established, and all kinds of treasures had appeared. There was even a mysterious existence like the 6 paths of reincarnation, which attracted the covetous of many ghosts. Especially the 6 paths of reincarnation. The so-called 6 paths of reincarnation involved the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. Some ghosts wanted to take this opportunity to barge in, and then choose their own reincarnation opportunity to change their fate. It could be said, at every moment, there were ghosts trying to break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. For this reason, they had arranged for a large number of ghost servants to guard the place. Any ghost that tried to force its way in would be immediately captured and suppressed, or even beaten until its soul was scattered. All of a sudden, the Book of Life and Death that was placed in front of King Yenluo's desk vibrated. The expressions of the 10 kings of hell changed. Who is it? A terrifying aura erupted, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Someone had actually snuck into the Great Hall without them noticing at all. If it wasn't for the reaction of the Book of Life and Death, they wouldn't have noticed it until now. Just as the 10 kings of hell were facing a great enemy, Qin Shujian directly appeared there and looked at the Book of Life and Death with a look of admiration. The Book of Life and Death is indeed a primordial treasure, its perception is indeed astonishing. This sovereign has only just entered this place, and you have already sensed it. At this moment, when they saw Qin Shujian's appearance clearly, the expressions of the 10 kings of hell changed drastically. They were all ghosts that were reborn and then became Yama. Moreover, the key to becoming a Yama was to absorb Qin Shujian's blood essence. So, they were all very familiar with Qin Shujian. Now that they saw Qin Shujian arrive, they instantly recognized his identity. Without hesitation, the 10 kings of hell all bowed down. Greetings, Venerable One. As they spoke, they were all covered in cold sweat. He and the others. Just now, they were actually berating the Venerable One. It was truly disrespectful. If this person were to blame them, then they would be in big trouble. Qin Shujian said calmly, "All of you, get up." "Thank you, Venerable One. Now that the underworld has just been established, it is indeed not bad that you have managed it so well. This time, I am not here for anything else, but to inform you of one thing." Qin Shujian first praised, and then went straight to the point. Hearing this, the 10 kings of hell looked at each other, and they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Then, they said in unison, "Please speak clearly, Venerable One. I want the underworld to integrate all its forces to prepare for war. In the next 2 years or so, I will issue an edict. At that time, I will need you to bring the ghosts of the underworld to participate in the war and sweep away all enemies for me." Sweep away all enemies. The hearts of the 10 kings of hell suddenly trembled. Then, they came back to their senses, lowered their heads and replied, "Don't worry, Venerable One. We will immediately integrate the forces of the underworld. At that time, as long as the Venerable One's edict is issued, we will be able to fight." "Good." Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. When the 10 kings of hell straightened up, they found that his figure had already disappeared from the main hall. Seeing this, the 10 kings of hell looked at each other with complicated expressions. His divine consciousness withdrew from the inner world. Qin Shujian's body shook, and a powerful aura burst out like a storm. It was as if a supreme existence was about to destroy the world. The huge heavenly palace. It was shaking gently. After a long time, his aura was restrained. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. 3rd level immortal. The underworld was perfected. It allowed the rules of the inner world to transform further. The limits of heaven and earth increased. As the ruler of heaven and earth, his strength also steadily increased. Until now, he could be considered to be firmly standing on the 3rd level of immortal realm. However, although the realm was the realm, but the strength was completely different. He was also a 3rd level immortal. Qin Shujian's body contained a boundless world. In comparison, the other 3rd level immortals were not qualified to be compared to him at all. Although I'm a 3rd level immortal, even the middle 3 true immortals are probably no match for me. Whether I can match the upper 3 true immortals is debatable. The middle 3 true immortals and the upper 3 true immortals he was talking about. He was referring to the existence of the real level. If it was the illusory level. Not to mention the upper 3 true immortals, even Hong Jun, who had merged the Tao, had absolute confidence in suppressing the other party. The body sitting in the heavenly palace disappeared. In the next moment, Qin Shujian left the boundless world and came to the void. The void was boundless. But now that he had successfully transformed, many rules appeared in the void. Although there were many rules and they were extremely vast, they were illusory and lacked a sense of reality. With a thought, billions of miles of the void collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, the entire universe was trembling slightly, as if it felt a terrifying threat. Thunder and lightning danced in the universe. Then, another wave of boundless pressure came crashing down. Qin Shujian looked at the strange phenomenon in the universe with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I'm a creature of the universe. I have no ill intentions. I'm just trying out my own strength. Don't be too nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Even the trembling universe calmed down. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer and Ju Tian's star map were so shocked that they were speechless. With just a thought, he could cause billions of miles of the void to collapse and attract the consciousness of the universe to descend. More importantly, the other party's one sentence. He made the consciousness of the universe retreat obediently. Such a method. This was simply unheard of. Even Godslayer, who had become an immortal weapon, found it difficult to understand such a method. The Emperor of Heaven is terrifyingly strong. In addition to being shocked, he also felt very fortunate. The other party was his ruler. The stronger he was, the greater the benefits for him. Godslayer felt extremely fortunate for his original choice. If he had chosen to retreat at that time, he definitely wouldn't have been qualified to follow Qin Shujian until now. It was even more impossible. He had transformed into an immortal weapon and seen all kinds of power today. It could be said that Qin Shujian's strength was equivalent to his own opportunity. In the future, it was not impossible to break the limit of an immortal weapon and advance to another level. Looking at the universe, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Speaking of which, although I was born in the third era, I haven't really traveled the entire universe until now. He wasn't so clear about how big the universe was. He could only vaguely sense that the universe was shrinking. But no matter how it shrank, the universe was vast and boundless, and ordinary people couldn't explore it. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even experts at the Dao fruit level couldn't explore the entire universe easily. So, he had never explored the entire universe. He had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in the third era. But it was different now. After transforming into a real existence, Qin Shujian looked at everything around him. It had already become different. The universe was boundless. But he seemed to be able to see the end at a glance. He could clearly see. There were countless real forces, like ferocious beasts, nibbling away at the existence of the universe. At the same time, there was also an extremely majestic body, holding a giant axe, killing those invading real forces and delaying the pace of the real invasion. Because of this, the universe was not destroyed by the real. Even so, the universe was still being nibbled away. It was just that the speed of nibbling was much slower. Is it him? Qin Shujian looked at the extremely majestic body, and a name involuntarily appeared in his mind. But he wasn't sure. Because, although he had heard of the other party's name, he had never really seen him. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of millions of miles of void, shortening the distance between him and that existence. With every step he took, there was an endless void that was left behind by him. Qin Shujian didn't care at all, because his gaze had been on that person from the beginning to the end. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a silver color that was different from the void. The gray universe. The silver power, like a layer of thick fog, enveloped the gray universe. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer and Ju Tian's star map could clearly see that the thick silver fog was surging bit by bit, constantly nibbling away at the universe. Seeing this, Ju Tian's star map's voice was shocked. What on earth is that? That's real power. Qin Shujian didn't answer, But Godslayer was the first to reply. He was an immortal divine weapon. It was true that he possessed real power. So, Godslayer was also very familiar with the existence of real power. Qin Shujian said, "That's right, this is real power. As you can see, the entire universe is now surrounded by real power, and it is being nibbled away bit by bit. When it has been nibbled away to a certain extent, the universe will collapse on its own. After it collapses, the universe will be reborn again, but the nibbling of real power will still exist. Therefore, every rebirth of the universe represents the intensification of the invasion of real power, causing the universe to have less and less space to survive. In the end, real power will occupy all the living space of the universe, and then there will be no possibility of the universe being reborn. The current universe. In Qin Shujian's view, it was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of real power. They, who didn't want to be slaughtered, had to think of a way to resist. They couldn't beat it. Then join it. As long as they transformed into real existences, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of the erosion of the real level. Hearing this, Godslayer and Zhu Tian's star map fell silent. They also understood. What kind of state was the universe in now? No resistance. Sooner or later, it would die. He took a few glances at the real power. Qin Shujian directly barged in. Boom. It was as if they had sensed an intruder. True power surged and turned into terrifying experts, attacking him. What entered his eyes? In Qin Shujian's line of sight, he could see that the universe and real power were equivalent to two armies, fighting each other. Some of the illusory power condensed by the universe turned into cultivators, attacking the real power. Similarly, there were also terrifying existences formed from real power that attacked the universe. Facing such an attack, Huan Yu's side practically presented a one-sided situation. However, when Qin Shujian barged in, the universe's power didn't react at all. Obviously, the universe's instinctive consciousness knew that he was one of them. In comparison, the real power's attack was fierce. Looking at the powerful existence coming at him, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He took out the Godslayer in his mind and directly slashed out. Boom, the silver blade aura shattered everything. The true power that was blocking his path was completely annihilated by this saber. Although the cultivators formed by the real power were strong, but the real level, they were only between a perfected immortal and a celestial. In other words, it was equivalent to a Nirvana realm cultivator. Of course, that was a Nirvana realm cultivator at the real level. In the illusory level, even a ninth heaven immortal might not be able to match up to him. However, Qin Shujian's realm stood firmly above the third heaven immortal. His real means were not inferior to the real level of a perfected immortal. It was a piece of cake to deal with the incarnation of this level of power. For a moment, a large amount of real power was destroyed. After the true power was destroyed, silver crystals began to fall from the sky. After seeing those silver crystals, Qin Shujian's pupils suddenly constricted. This is the crystallization of real power. He was a little shocked. He didn't expect that after killing the cultivator formed by the real power, he would be able to obtain the crystallization of real power. One had to know. The crystallization of real power was equivalent to spirit stones. No. It was even more powerful than spirit stones. Because this was an important foundation for an illusory living being to transform into a real existence. Only by absorbing enough real power could one transform from the illusory level to the real level. Looking at the silver crystal in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. The silver crystal is not big. If you want to make an ordinary living being transform successfully, you need a lot of crystals. The more powerful the being, the bigger the crystal you need to transform. If it is an expert at the Dao fruit level, you will need even more crystals. He looked at the silver crystal in his hand. If a Dao fruit wanted to transform with this level of crystal, it would probably need hundreds of millions of crystals. Afterward, Qin Shujian integrated all the silver crystals into the Godslayer. An immortal divine weapon. He had to rely on real power to strengthen himself. He was already a third heaven immortal now. Even if he absorbed all these silver crystals, it would not be of much use. After all, the transformation of his inner world was successful. To a real world, the silver crystals were equivalent to spirit stones. In such a big world, throwing a few spirit stones over wouldn't change anything. As for a perfected immortal, absorbing a few spirit stones was not as useful as breathing in and out spirit energy all the time. This comparison was not very appropriate, but it also meant that. So, the silver crystals were not useless to Qin Shujian, but there were too few of them. After integrating with the silver crystals, the Godslayer's aura seemed to be a little stronger, but there seemed to be no change. To this, he did not care. Looking at the real power that was still attacking him, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. I have transformed into a real existence, but I am still attacked by real power. Could it be that real power is actually self-aware? He thinks that the universe here is his food, and I am like an outsider who wants to snatch his food. At this time, he will intervene to stop him. There was no basis for this guess. However, Qin Shujian believed it without a doubt. In the next moment, the long saber slashed out, and a strong evil aura burst out. All the real power that came into contact with it was destroyed one after another. Soon, the silver crystals fell. He reached out and collected them, and then put them all into the Godslayer. Originally, Qin Shujian was not very clear that there would be such an opportunity at the end of the universe. Compared to the real power of the core of heaven and earth, the real power around the universe was truly endless. Moreover, there was no need to worry about being detected by the way of heaven of the several player worlds if he wantonly absorbed power here. Because they were all real power, but there were also different camps. The real power of the core of heaven and earth, it came from several player worlds. However, the true power around Huan Yu came from another place. Seriously speaking, in the world of several players, they were actually the same as thieves. In the hands of other real power, they snatched things that were beneficial to them. For me, this is equivalent to a natural paradise. I don't have to think so much anymore. I can improve my strength as much as possible. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. He did not intend to look for that person now. The other party had been here for so long. It was very likely that he had already transformed successfully. In terms of strength, he might not be weaker than him, or even much stronger than him. In view of this, Qin Shujian did not intend to waste the resources here. A small amount of real power was useless. But if there was a large amount of real power, then it would be of great use. Immediately, he put away the Godslayer and then opened his hands. Buzz! The void rumbled. Flames. Red flames. They emerged from Qin Shujian's body and then rose crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, one could see that the flames spread to the sky and directly turned into a huge red lotus blooming. The red lotus was vast. All of the cultivators transformed from true power turned into silver crystals the moment they were enveloped by the red lotuses. In that instant, the real power that fell was in the hundreds of thousands. Qin Shujian had another thought. All the silver crystals were swept away by him and thrown into his inner world. 1 or 2 silver crystals did not have much effect. But 100,000 or 1,000,000 silver crystals, that would be extraordinary. As the silver crystals fell, the power of the inner world rose at an extremely fast speed. That kind of rise. It was equivalent to an increase in spirit energy. Many cultivators with sharp senses found that their bottlenecks were loosening. In the real power, Qin Shujian walked there as if he was taking a stroll. The red lotus of purgation above his head bloomed and burned all the real power that came close to him. Since he came in until now, about half a year had passed. Regarding the changes in time, he had been holding on tightly and would not relax at all. After all, if he had been in here for too long, it would have caused the boundless world to be broken by the player's heavenly axiom. That would have been too ridiculous. Half a year. Qin Shujian was not without any gains. First of all, with the influx of a large amount of real power, the inner world was further improved. Until now, the upper limit had reached the level of a 5th level immortal. At the same time, his realm had also officially entered the level of a 4th-level immortal from a 3rd-level immortal. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary 4th-level immortal. He had reached the middle stage of the 4th-level immortal. Don't underestimate the leap of a small realm. At Qin Shujian's realm, any small breakthrough was a huge transformation. All of a sudden, the red lotus disappeared. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. "Qin Emperor, we meet." A majestic voice sounded in the void as if it could shatter everything. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the other party. "You've seen me before." The moment he saw the other party, a name, it had emerged from his mind. Pangu. In the 3rd era, there were not many people who dared to enter the real world. Qin Emperor was one of them. "I was lucky enough to meet you once." Pangu's expression was calm. But when he looked at Qin Shujian, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. "I thought I was lonely, but I didn't expect to have a companion like Qin Emperor. It's a good thing." The fellow traveler that he had mentioned. What was he referring to? Qin Shujian was also very clear. It was getting rid of the false and retaining the true. It was also breaking all laws with one force. It said that Pan Wang is an expert of the immortal saint realm. Now it seems that Pan Wang has already gotten rid of the false and retained the true. Such a cultivation is really admirable. He smiled faintly. In his eyes, the Pangu in front of him was not an expert of the immortal saint realm at all, but an expert of the true immortal realm. But this true immortal, not a true immortal of the virtual world, but a true immortal of the real world. Not only that. In Qin Shujian's perception, the other party was at least at the peak of the middle 3 grades, or even an existence of the upper 3 grades. Coupled with his identity as the #1 divine demon, to be honest, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be able to contend against him. At this moment, another real force came charging over. Pangu held a huge axe in his right hand and then swung it forward fiercely. The axe light slashed down as if it could devour everything. All the real force was strangled, and then silver crystals fell one after another. Immediately after, it was as if he was very skilled. Half of the silver crystals were swallowed by himself, and the other half were fed to the huge axe in his hand. After doing all this, Pangu looked at Qin Shujian again. "I have been here for a long time. Since the 1st era, I have been here. I originally thought that I could rely on my own strength to change the outcome of the destruction of the universe. Unfortunately, the real force is too strong after all. My strength alone is limited. If the Qin Emperor doesn't come, I won't be able to hold on for long." His tone was calm. However, his words were filled with killing intent. Although that's the case, if not for Pan King, this era would have collapsed long ago. Qin Shujian looked impressed. To be able to stay here since the 1st era to stop the real forces from invading, the other party had already done enough. If it were other Dao fruits, they definitely wouldn't be able to do what Pangu did. Speaking of which, among the many experts in the 1st era, he had the best impression of Pangu. Perhaps it was because Pangu had the most rumors, or perhaps it was because when he was weak, he had once relied on Pangu's name to save his life. These things, it was not an experience that was difficult to recall. After a pause, Qin Shujian said, "The great wide world has long been prepared. Pan King should have also sensed the involvement of a few foreign heavenly Dao. Now that the war is imminent, there's no need for Pan King to stay here. Therefore, I plan to invite Pangu back to resist the upcoming calamity." He was frank. After all, in the current situation, there was no use for Pangu to stay here. It was important to stop the invasion of the real forces. However, in the current situation, the invasion of true strength could be put aside for later. The reason was simple. Now that the player world was about to attack, once the great wide world failed, all living beings would be destroyed, and the universe would collapse. Then, Pangu's defense would be meaningless. Taking a step back, if the great wide world won, then the great wide world would officially rise from an illusory world to a real level. In this way, even if the real forces invaded, it would not have any effect on the great wide world. Of course, only the great wide world would transform. the universe would still collapse under the invasion of the real forces. However, it did not matter whether the universe collapsed or not. As long as the great wide world still existed, everything would still exist. The meaning of the universe's existence was just a buffer. Now, there was no need. This buffer no longer existed, it was acceptable. Hearing this, Pangu was silent for a moment before he said calmly, "Emperor Qin, are you confident?" "If Pangu doesn't make a move, I'm only 70% confident. However, if King Pan is willing to help, I'm 100% confident," Qin Shujian said confidently. The power of the inner world was already stronger than that of the player world at this stage. The biggest threat to the player world was the way of the heavens. Apart from that, everything else was a small problem. As for dealing with the way of the heavens, he did not have the confidence to deal with all the way of the heavens in the player world. However, if Pangu made a move, then the problem would not be big. No matter what, he was dealing with the #1 godfiend of the first era. He might be the most powerful existence since the birth of the universe. If the other party could not deal with the way of the heavens, then their struggle would be meaningless 100%. Pangu looked at him deeply. It seems that the Emperor Qin is very confident. To be honest, since I was born, the Emperor Qin is the first person I can't see through. Even if it's Hong Jun, I can see through him clearly. The person in front of him, he was an expert like him, who could get rid of the false and retain the true. In the illusory world, not everyone was qualified to get rid of the false and retain the true. The other party could do it. That meant a lot of things. Then, Pangu said, "Since the Emperor Qin has invited me, I have no reason to refuse. After a few eras, I'm tired of staying here. Since the upper-class world is going to war, then count me in." "All right." Qin Shujian smiled. The 4 continents. When Qin Shujian left the upper-class world and headed to the void of the universe, the changes in the world were also intensifying day by day. The first one. It was the players who attacked the various clans and sects, causing the various clans to suffer heavy losses. When it first started, with the top combat strength of the various clans, they could still forcefully suppress the players. But later on, the players' true strength was unsealed more and more, and the top experts of the various clans were gradually unable to suppress the situation. In the end, with the fall of a true immortal. At this point, the players ushered in a new peak. Being able to kill a true immortal was equivalent to being able to kill a second or third true immortal. Although the myriad clans were strong, but there were more players in the 4 worlds. For the opportunity, the players attacked as a group, constantly attacking the various clans. For a moment, the 4 great continents were plunged into chaos. Dong. The heavy and melodious sound of the bell swept through the void of heaven and earth. In the face of this force, many players turned into white light and died. However, at the same time as the players died, more players launched attacks, bombarding Fang Xinglan. In the face of such power, Fang Xinglan's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a formation descended. But it was useless. The formation only existed for a few seconds before it was broken by a tyrannical force. Pucci. The Tiandi bell blocked in front of him. The terrifying force penetrated the bell and fell behind him. Suddenly, his body collapsed and he spat out blood as he retreated. Seeing this, a player suddenly became spirited. Fang Xinglan is already injured. Kill him and then attack the Qianyuan sacred ground. All the cultivation methods and martial arts will be ours. Kill. Attack the Qianyuan sacred ground. The players were all excited. Attack the Qianyuan sacred ground. This was the goal of their operation. The Qianyuan sacred ground was the most powerful human sacred ground besides the Great Zhao Empire. There were countless cultivation methods and martial arts stored in it. It was simply not comparable to others. As long as they broke through the sacred ground, then everything was no longer a problem. Now that Fang Xinglan was injured, killing the other party was no longer a problem. After all, the biggest advantage of players was that they could be resurrected continuously. In comparison, the NPC in front of them had no chance to be resurrected. Looking at the many players coming to kill him, Fang Xinglan's face showed a fierce look. He did not retreat. Instead, his immortal core power surged. He had the idea of holding the Tiandi bell and dying together with the others. In the end, although he was the deputy sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground, before this, he was still the supreme elder of the Celestial Array sect. The Celestial Array sect was able to develop safely all because of Fang Xinglan's tough methods. So, this array ancestor, he had never lacked the determination to die together with the others. Just as Fang Xinglan was about to die together with the players, a terrifying force came down from the void. A hearty voice came out, interrupting his actions. Sacred Lord Fang, why are you so impulsive? It's just a small problem. Leave it to me. At the same time as the voice fell, he saw a huge palm descending from the void. At that moment, all the players were quietly annihilated in front of this force. One palm. Hundreds of thousands of players were wiped out. Such power, it shocked Fang Xinglan, and at the same time, it also shocked the remaining players. One had to know, the players now were no longer the players at the beginning. They had more real power, so that every player had a strong power. Some of the top players, it was not a problem for them to rival a true immortal. It was impossible for the top masters of the past to wipe out many players with one palm to happen again. But now, something that was impossible to happen had actually happened. For a moment, many players were horrified, looking at the person who fell from the void and slowly walked in front of Fang Xinglan. That face, for many people, it was very unfamiliar. But for Fang Xinglan, this face could not be more familiar to him. Elder Zhong. His mouth opened for a moment, and for a moment, he almost forgot how to address him. Because Fang Xinglan still remembered the scene when he defeated Qin Yuanbai on the sacred battle platform. Logically speaking, if the other party did not leave, then the position of Sacred Lord should be his. But since he left, it was not appropriate to address him as Sacred Lord. After thinking about it, in the end, he still decided to address him as Elder. Sacred Lord Fang, we meet again. Zhong Ergu looked at Fang Xinglan, who looked a little miserable, with a faint smile on his face. After so many years in the inner world, his temperament had changed a lot. If it weren't for the fact that his appearance had not changed, Fang Xinglan almost suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. You people dare to attack the Chenyuan sacred ground. You are simply too bold. Well, I will let you understand that the Chenyuan sacred ground is not to be bullied by people like you. Zhong Ergu took a step forward, looking at the remaining players. A terrifying aura raged in the void. All the players. In front of this aura, they instinctively took a step back. Immediately afterward, a player roared, deliberately mystifying, "Kill him." Boom! As soon as the voice of the person who spoke fell, he was crushed into powder by a terrifying force. There was a sudden change. Before the other players could be shocked, they saw Zhong Ergu take a step forward, and a palm print came out. The palm print seemed to contain a world, enveloping all the players. One palm. Just one palm. All the players, who had just erupted with power, were all swallowed up and annihilated by the palm print. Countless streams of light burst out and disappeared in place. After all this, Zhong Ergu withdrew his palm, as calm as before, as if he did not care at all. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan on the side sighed with emotion. Elder Zhong's strength is even more terrifying than before. In the past, when they were fighting for the position of Sacred Lord, although Zhong Ergu's strength was strong, it was not to this extent. Until now, the power displayed by the other party made his heart palpitate. Fang Xinglan had a hunch. If that palm was aimed at him, he would definitely not be able to resist it. And he was in the Chenyuan sacred ground. His strength was not much weaker than the others. In other words, Zhong Ergu's current strength was completely qualified to be called the strongest person in the Chenyuan sacred ground. After killing many players, Zhong Ergu turned to look at Fang Xinglan. Sacred Lord Fang, how is the situation in the sacred ground now? After coming out of seclusion, because the matter of the players was suppressed by Xiao Chengfeng, there was nothing much to do. During this time, he stayed in the Yuan sect to cultivate. Until now, he sensed that the players were attacking, so he temporarily came out of seclusion to support Fang Xinglan. Fortunately, he did not come too late. Otherwise, the Qianyuan sacred ground would have one less sacred lord. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan's expression was solemn. They are now attacking on a large scale, and the human race has been attacked to varying degrees. These players even slaughtered the cities and killed many people in order to obtain benefits. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are completely crazy. Now, the Qianyuan sacred ground has sent out all the strong people to assist the Great Zhao in guarding the cities and ensuring the safety of the cities. Although their top strength is not strong, their overall strength is not weak at all. Even if we defend with all our strength, we can't defend much. In the eyes of the players, the people in the great wide world were walking experience bags. No matter how many they killed, they would not have any psychological fluctuations. In the past, with the deterrence of the strong people, it was not worth it to die once. They would not easily attack. But now that the overall strength of the players had increased, the deterrence of the strong people in the past had no effect at all. In this way, the players had completely let go of themselves, slaughtering the cities and exterminating the races. It was very common. As long as it was something that could give them experience, they would not let it go. Because of this, the Qianyuan sacred ground would go all out to help the Great Zhao fight against the players. Yes, it was just a fight. In the face of the huge number of players and the strong people, the human race had no possibility of counterattacking. And the most simple reason was that the players were immortal. Unless they could kill all the players, they could not threaten them at all. From Fang Xinglan's words, Zhong Ergu understood the seriousness of the current situation. He frowned. The players are immortal, but we have Zhu Bing who can also kill the players. Why don't we use Zhu Bing to deter them? Zhu Bing's deterrence is too little after all. Fang Xinglan shook his head. Zhu Bing could kill players, but how many players could he kill? Now there were more than hundreds of millions of players in the eastern continent. Even if they had Zhu Bing and killed players all over the world, compared to the huge number of players, they could not kill many. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. And the Emperor of Heaven once ordered that we could not kill players wantonly. We did not dare to disobey. I see. Zhong Ergu took a deep breath. He also remembered what Qin Shujian had said before. They could not kill players wantonly. If they wanted to kill players wantonly, they had to wait for an order. Fang Xinglan glanced at the sky. Zhong Ergu withdrew his gaze. Array ancestor, go to the heavenly court and ask the Emperor of Heaven. Leave the matter of the Qianyuan sacred ground to me for the time being. Okay. Fang Xinglan nodded solemnly. He did not refuse. Zhong Ergu's strength was much stronger than his. It was better to have him stay than to have 10 of him. In fact, Fang Xinglan had long wanted to go to the heavenly court to ask about the situation. But until now, the Qianyuan sacred ground was too busy, so he had put this plan on hold. Kill. Outside Zhongyang City, a large number of troops had gathered, forming a powerful military formation, and were fighting with the players. In the sky, more powerful cultivators were fighting in the void. Boom. Boom. Stop all the players. We must not let them break into Zhongyang City. A middle-aged man with a dignified face shouted loudly after killing a player with one palm. He was the current Marquis Baiyun. To be able to be sent by the Great Zhao to guard Baiyun Mansion, he was naturally not an ordinary powerhouse. Although he had not broken through to the true immortal realm, he had reached the limit of the celestial being realm. If it were an ordinary celestial being realm cultivator, he would not be qualified to resist in front of the current players. But the problem was, now that reality and illusion had merged, the real power was revealed. The cultivators between heaven and earth. There were a few people who managed to comprehend some true power. This part of the real power. It could make their strength undergo a powerful transformation. So, although the current Marquis Baiyun was only a cultivator at the limit of the celestial being realm, he had a part of the real power, which was not much weaker than other true immortals. It was not a problem for him to deal with the players. However, he could deal with 1 player or 100 players. But it was not so easy to deal with 10,000 or 100,000 players. At a glance, The players besieging Zongyang City were densely packed. Almost every moment, a large number of humans were dying. Fortunately, over the years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had risen, and the soldiers trained by the great Zhao were also not weak. Then, the formation prospered. The military formation had also been deduced to a powerful level. A single soldier. Their strength was very weak for the players. But when they were combined into a military formation, their strength was terrifying. Otherwise, in just one confrontation, the power of Zongyang City would be completely defeated. However, even so, in the opinion of the current Marquis Baiyun, Zongyang City would not be able to hold on for long. Damn it! These inhumans are all crazy. Anger. Incomparable anger. Over the past few days, many cities in the Baiyun mansion had been breached. The number of people who had died was even more uncountable. Now, these players were even more rampant to the point of besieging Zongyang City. One had to know, Zongyang City was the main city of the Baiyun mansion. If Zongyang City was breached, then the entire Baiyun mansion would only exist in name. As the Marquis Baiyun, he could only die in front of Zongyang City. Those who are not of our race must have a different heart. They look like humans on the outside, but they are actually evil demons on the inside. In their eyes, we humans are just pigs and sheep to be slaughtered at will. In the Xiao family, Xiao Chengfeng was playing chess by himself, muttering to himself. He seemed to be saying it to others. It also seemed like he was saying it to himself. In the sea of consciousness. The sky-breaking halberd couldn't help but ask, Immortal, now that the players are besieging Zongyang City, are we really not going to take action? He had an impulse. An impulse to immediately take action and kill all the players wantonly. However, Xiao Chengfeng was sitting here now, and it didn't seem like he was going to participate in the battle at all. This made the sky-breaking halberd feel a little anxious. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng shook his head slightly. Now is not the time to take action. After saying this, he didn't reply. He was waiting. Waiting for a suitable opportunity to take action. A piece was placed. Xiao Chengfeng looked at the sky, where the heavenly court was located. Right now, the players were attacking the myriad races on a large scale, causing them to suffer heavy losses. He didn't believe that the Emperor of Heaven didn't know at all. Since he knew. But he still didn't give any orders. That was somewhat thought-provoking. Xiao Chengfeng wasn't sure. Did Qin Shujian have other plans? The players are like a centipede, dying but not falling down. Unless we really kill them, otherwise, no matter how many we kill, we will only trap ourselves. He took a deep breath. All of a sudden, Xiao Chengfeng flicked his sleeves, and all the chess pieces were swept to the ground by him. He directly stood up from the stone bench. Forget it, I can't wait any longer. He shook his head. Instead, a relieved smile appeared on his face. In his mind, the sky-breaking halberd was energized. The immortal is going to take action. Yes. Xiao Chengfeng had a thought, and the sky-breaking halberd had already appeared in his hands. Looking at the battle outside the city, his eyes were blazing with passion. Although I am no longer Marquis Baiyun, I am still considered a member of the human race. Moreover, Marquis Baiyun has been in charge of the Xiao family for thousands of years. I don't want to be destroyed in the hands of others one day. Today, there are demons in my Baiyun mansion. Then, I will slay the demons. Boom. In an instant. The weather changed. Xiao Chengfeng took a step out of the Xiao mansion, and a terrifying aura swept across the world like a wave. Soon, it rushed out of the Baiyun mansion, crushing all the players. At that moment, whether it was the cultivators of the Baiyun mansion, or the players who were besieging him, they were all shocked. Their gazes. They were all looking in the same direction. There. A person holding a halberd in his hand was walking out step by step. Marquis Baiyun is here. Marquis Xiao. When the people of Zongyang City saw the figure, their eyes went from confusion to shock, and then to ecstasy. Shocking cheers erupted from the city. When the current Marquis Baiyun heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly. They were both Marquis Baiyun. The prestige of the current Marquis Bayun was obviously not as high as the former Marquis Bayun. But when he thought about it carefully, it was normal. The Xiao family had been in charge of the Bayun mansion for thousands of years, and he had only been in the Bayun mansion for a few years. In comparison, Xiao Chengfeng's prestige was obviously greater. Listening to the voices below, Xiao Chengfeng had a faint smile on his face, and then immediately said in a clear voice, "Today, there are demons in my Bayun mansion. As a member of the human race, how can I sit back and do nothing? Today, I will sacrifice myself to kill the demons and clear the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-breaking halberd suddenly fell. Endless halberd light burst out, like the beauty of death, reflected in the eyes of all the players. Not good. Run. Feeling the destruction in the halberd light, all the players trembled in fear. They did not dare to fight directly. In fact, they did not even have the impulse to resist in their hearts. Everyone did not understand. Xiao Chengfeng was only a true immortal. At this stage, killing a true immortal was not a problem at all. Why were they both true immortals? Why was the other party so powerful? No one gave an answer. When the halberd light fell, a large number of players had already been cleared. Boom! Blood-red lightning burst out between heaven and earth, followed by surging golden light. It seemed like the heavenly Tao was angry. It also seemed like it was cheering. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth, coupled with the clearing of a large number of players, the remaining players had a bad premonition in their hearts. At this moment, all the players in the 4 continents received a notification in their minds. An expert has broken through the limit and mastered the power to break the 2 worlds. He is slaughtering outside Zongyang City of the Bayun Mansion in the East Continent. All players, please be careful. An expert has broken through the limit and mastered the power to break the 2 worlds. He is slaughtering outside Zongyang City of the Bayun Mansion in the East Continent. All players, please be careful. An expert has broken through the limit and mastered the power to break the 2 worlds. He is slaughtering outside Zongyang City of the Bayun Mansion in the East Continent. All players, please be careful. 3 notifications in a row. Each notification was filled with an urgent voice. All of a sudden, all the players were in an uproar. What did it mean to master the power to break the 2 worlds? What was a massacre? Soon, some players thought of something else. Could it be that the power to break the 2 worlds can really kill players? As soon as this thought appeared, they were shocked by themselves. However, along with the sudden notification, this guess, no matter how one looked at it, was very logical. At the same time, it was not as simple as 1 or 2 players who had this thought in their minds. Most of the players thought of this matter. On the other side, outside Zongyang City, the remaining players looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and the notifications in their minds. Their faces had turned pale. They were almost certain. Those players who died might have really died. In an instant. At this moment, the greed and killing intent in his heart completely disappeared. Run. They had to run. None of the players looked back and fled in all directions. They dared to attack Zongyang City because their biggest reliance was that they would not really die. Even if they died, they would be revived immediately. At most, they would drop by a small realm. But now, if they died in the hands of Xiao Chengfeng, they might really die. In that case, they did not dare to take the risk anymore. Looking at the players retreating, the current Marquis of Bayun did not care so much. He immediately commanded all the troops and shouted, "Kill, those who offend the Bayun Mansion should be killed." On the other side, after Xiao Chengfeng killed a large number of players, he did not attack again. That attack. It seemed simple and ordinary. In fact, he had already used all his strength. Although he had comprehended part of the real power, the players also had a lot of real power. That attack had killed at least 1 million players. To do this to this extent, even for him, it was not an easy task. Therefore, Xiao Chengfeng did not make a second attack. The strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. It also made him understand that his attack had completely caused some consequences. However, Xiao Chengfeng did not care much. Since he had decided to attack, then he would attack. He could not let Zongyang City be destroyed and Beiyun Mansion become a ghost town. Immediately, he came in front of the current Marquis of Beiyun. Eliminate all the players in Beiyun Mansion and at the same time, announce that if any player dares to gather and attack the city, I will personally kill them all. Do not think that you are immortal. I have plenty of ways to make them vanish into thin air. Xiao Chengfeng's expression was cold. Hearing this, the current Marquis of Beiyun was slightly stunned. He then nodded. I understand. Okay. Xiao Chengfeng nodded. He flew towards the heavenly court. After killing so many players, he did not have to worry about the remaining players attacking Zongyang City again. Although there were many players, they were not brave. So many people had died. It was enough to deter the remaining people. However, now that there was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth, he had to report this to the heavenly court. In the East Continent, Yi Hong was walking when he suddenly received a prompt in his mind. He could not help but be stunned. Then, his expression became strange. Senior, I seem to have received some news. I think I already know. Qina looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with a calm expression. He knew very well. The blood-red lightning was the expression of the heavenly Tao's anger. The emergence of the golden light was the expression of the heavenly Tao's joy. However, the angry heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao of the player world. The joyful heavenly Tao. Naturally, it was the heavenly Tao of the vast thousand worlds. For the heavenly Tao of two different worlds to have such a commotion at the same time, Qina only needed to make a casual calculation to know what exactly had happened. The war is about to begin. If you are willing, I can take your life imprint from the original world and integrate it into another world. In that way, after the war, you will no longer be restricted by the original world's heavenly Tao. Qina said. He paused for a moment. However, your life imprint will be connected to the world after the transfer. If we fail, you will also fall with us, and there will be no possibility of rebirth. This was a choice. A choice that determined fate. To stay in the original world, or to transfer the life imprint to another world. Hearing this, Yi Hong was silent for a moment. If I choose the former, what will Senior do? In your original world, you have also eliminated many children of destiny. What you have obtained now can be considered as a reward. If you decide to stay in your original world, then our cooperation will end here. Of course, you don't have to worry that I will kill you. Just treat it as a friendly parting. Qina said faintly. Normally speaking, he would not leave a way out for any of his partners. Because those people all had powerful cultivation techniques and martial arts. If they were absorbed by the player world, then it would be a big threat. But now, the situation was different. The original body's removal of the false and retaining the truth, as well as the follow-up preparations, could be considered to have the confidence to fight head-on with several player worlds. What happened later? It was not so troublesome. In addition, he had a good impression of Yi Hong. Giving the other party a way out was naturally not a problem. Hearing this, Yi Hong asked again, if I choose to transfer, what can I get? If you lose, you will die. If you win, the benefits you will get are beyond your imagination. Then I understand. Yi Hong nodded, then shook his head and laughed. In the original world, I have nothing to worry about. Heaven and earth treated me unfairly. Naturally, I will not work for him anymore. If Senior can, please transfer me. Everything he had now. It could be said. It was all given by Qin Shujian. In comparison, the treatment given to him by the original world was really bad. Now that the Yi family was completely destroyed, there seemed to be nothing worth considering. Transfer. Then transfer. Anyway, from the beginning when he decided to be a world traitor, many things were already destined. Qina said, have you thought about it? Yes. Well, you go to the heavenly court now, and I will naturally transfer the life imprint for you. Heavenly court. In front of the heavenly palace, many immortals and experts of the 10,000 races were gathered here. I want to see the Emperor of Heaven. I want to see the Emperor of Heaven. Some of the gods looked indifferent, but some looked anxious. Mu Yang blocked in front with a helpless look on his face. The Emperor of Heaven hasn't replied yet, and I can't barge in without permission. With the Emperor of Heaven's supernatural powers, nothing can be hidden from his perception. Since he hasn't issued an order yet, everyone should wait patiently, looking at the gods in front of him. Mu Yang was really helpless. He knew very well. If there wasn't an emergency, there wouldn't be so many immortals gathered in front of the heavenly palace to see the Emperor of Heaven. But the problem was, now that the gate of the inner hall of the heavenly palace was locked, he had no way of entering. In the past, he could report because the inner hall of the heavenly palace wasn't locked, so he could enter and leave freely. Now, the gate of the inner hall of the heavenly palace was locked. It was very likely the Emperor of Heaven was in seclusion. In this case, Mu Yang didn't dare to disturb him. Or rather, there was no way to disturb him. Fang Xinglan's face was ugly. Now the players are rampant and are about to attack the Qianyuan sacred ground. I hope the Emperor of Heaven can make a decision on this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Yes, our clan is facing the same problem. Now the players are tyrannical. In a few days, many of our experts have died in battle. If this continues, the extinction of our clan will not be far away. We implore the Emperor of Heaven to issue an order. Those immortals who were emperors of their clans all looked anxious. If it was on a normal day, if they couldn't see Qin Shujian, they would leave directly. But not now. The power of the players was too rampant. The players who besieged Zhongyang City were directly killed by Xiao Chengfeng. However, compared to the huge player base of the 4 continents, the players in Zhongyang City were only a small number. When Xiao Chengfeng arrived, he saw the presence of many immortals. He didn't speak. He just stood there silently, waiting for something. Hearing this, Mu Yang said helplessly, "The Heavenly Emperor is currently in seclusion, and I have no way to report it. Either you go back first, or you wait here for the time being. As for the specifics, I can't give a definite answer." He really had no way. If there was a way, he wouldn't be in a dilemma now. When the other immortals saw this, they couldn't say anything more. However, no one left. They all stayed in front of the heavenly palace and waited. After all, they couldn't solve the problem if they went back. It was better to stay here. At this moment, the door of the inner hall of the heavenly palace suddenly opened, and a voice came into the ears of everyone in the heavenly court. "Let's enter the inner hall of the heavenly palace for a meeting." It was a magnificent voice. Not only did it reach the ears of the immortals in the heavenly court, but it also reached the ears of the underworld, the purple cloud sea, the demon palace, and the great Lei-Yin temple. A meeting in the heavenly palace. Hongjuan's expression was strange. From the current words, the other party seemed to have the intention of summoning him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. A Dao ancestor had a Dao ancestor's prestige. How could it be summoned by others? Even the Emperor of Heaven's position was inferior to that of a Dao ancestor. But the problem was, the current Emperor of Heaven was Qin Shujian. In terms of strength, the other party could be considered the number 1 person in this era. Especially the changes in front of him, Hong Jun had the urge to understand. At this moment, heading to the heavenly palace might be able to understand some things. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate. His body directly disappeared from the purple cloud palace. On the other side, in the heavenly abyss demon palace, Luo who also withdrew from his state of enlightenment. His expression was strange, and then he disappeared from the demon palace and headed straight for the heavenly court. The underworld. The great Lei-Yin temple. They were all doing the same thing. All the hidden experts in the world gathered towards the heavenly palace without any hesitation the moment they received the summons. Inside the palace, Niu Dali, who was comprehending the Taiji diagram, also withdrew from his cultivation state. He looked at the gently trembling Taiji diagram in front of him. He waved his hand and put it away, then walked towards the heavenly palace. Chapter 1134. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian sat on the throne. Beside him, there were several seats set up for him. In the seat closest to him, there was a tall and sturdy man who was sitting there with a bold air. When the immortals and gods of the heavenly court entered one after another, they were all stunned when they saw the burly man. They were curious. What kind of expert was qualified to sit next to the Emperor of Heaven? In everyone's memory, there was no record of the burly man. However, although they were puzzled, they didn't ask too much. When they saw Qin Shujian, they immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The gods straightened up. At this moment, Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu also arrived. Although they existed in the heavenly court, they were not considered officials of the heavenly court, so the two of them didn't appear during the court meetings in the past. But this time, all the people that Qin Shujian summoned were no exception. It was just that so far, neither of them had recovered the strength of the Dao fruit realm. But in the eyes of the two above, Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu had actually begun to master a part of their true power. Because of this, the two of them had not broken through to the Dao fruit realm. Otherwise, with their foundation and current resources, breaking through was almost not a big problem. Emperor Qin, Niu Dali cupped his hands slightly, but his eyes fell on the person on the left. In his memory, he had no memory of the other party at all. Normally speaking, needless to say, those who were qualified to sit next to Qin Shujian were at the Dao fruit realm. But for the Dao fruits of heaven and earth, Niu Dali was sure. He knew almost all of them. But the person in front of him was so strange. It wasn't just Niu Dali who was puzzled. Chu Kuangtu was also puzzled. It was just that the current occasion was not suitable for them to ask directly, so the two of them suppressed the doubts in their hearts and did not ask rashly. At this moment, the void in the inner hall of the heavenly palace shook, and then a white-bearded Daoist appeared there. "Since the Dao ancestor is here, please take a seat." Seeing the person who came, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. "Dao ancestor." The others turned their eyes to Hongjun. Dao ancestor Hongjun. Many people had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person. At this moment, after seeing Hongjun, his heart was naturally shaken. Hongjun. Niu Dali fixed his eyes on Hongjun. He already knew. The Taiching holy man. He died in Hongjuan's hands. For Niu Dali, Hongjun was an enemy. If not for the fact that he was not powerful enough, he would have struck now to avenge the Taiching holy man Qin Emperor. Hongjun cupped his fist. When his gaze landed on the burly man, his originally calm eyes suddenly shrank. Pangu. He would never have thought that he would see Pangu here. Yes. How could Pangu fall? However, how did Qin Shujian find Pan Jiyu? What kind of agreement did the two of them reach? Thoughts churned in Hongjun's mind as he thought of a strategy to deal with it. In the meantime, he went to another empty seat and sat down. Pangu. Hearing Hongjun's exclamation, the others were stunned. Pangu? Who was that? For the powerful cultivators of this era, Hongjun's name was only hearsay. They were even more confused about who Pangu was. However, some were confused, while others were extremely shocked. Niu Dali's gaze shifted from Hongjun to Pangu. Pangu. That was Pangu. He recalled the Taiching holy man's instructions and took out the Taiji diagram. Great God Pangu, this is the treasure left behind by the Taiching holy man. He said that there's something you need inside. Please take a look. Taiching. Pangu heard this and looked at the Taiji diagram below. With a thought, the Taiji diagram flew towards him. When the Taiji diagram landed in his hand, there was a nostalgic look in his eyes. I didn't expect to see you after so many years. Pangu was very familiar with the existence of the Taiji diagram. That was the treasure he had created after his first supreme treasure was shattered. However, now that he had another supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram was of little use to him. His palm landed on the Taiji diagram. Suddenly, the Taiji diagram vibrated gently. A ball of clear light rose from the diagram and appeared in front of Pangu. The clear light was dense. Pangu swallowed the clear light and closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again. Then, he returned the Taiji diagram. Since he left the Taiji diagram to you, this treasure is yours from now on. Thank you, great God. Nyo Dali bowed to express his gratitude. Chu Kwangtu was so shocked that he could not speak. Great God Pangu. Even though he was a Tao fruit of the second era, he had heard of Pangu's name. He was a supreme existence of the first era. In other words, among all the Tao fruit experts of the first era, Pangu was synonymous with the strongest. Then there was Hong Jun. To some extent, he could not be compared to Pangu. Chu Kwangtu did not expect. Pangu did not die and appeared in the heavenly court. At this moment, the rest of the people also arrived. The first to arrive was Luo Hu. After seeing Pangu's face, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Pangu. He looked at that face. It was as if he saw the terrifying fierce god who held a giant axe and killed all 3,000 gods and demons countless years ago. Among all the Tao fruits, who was the person Rahu feared the most? Without a doubt, it was Pangu. Even for Hong Jun, he only had resentment. But in terms of fear, there was not much fear. Only this supreme existence who killed 3,000 gods and demons and broke the chaos with his own strength could make Luo Hu feel sincere fear. Because his predecessor was also one of the 3,000 gods and demons. When he was at his strongest, he fell in the hands of Pangu. Although he was reborn later, however, the fear that was engraved in his bones was not something that could be erased so easily. After the shock, Luo Hu also forced himself to calm down. Don't panic. He was the demon ancestor. Although his strength had not fully recovered, he was still at the Tao fruit level. And there were so many people present now. If he lost his composure, it would be a little embarrassing. Thinking of this, Luo Hu looked away from Pangu with difficulty, and then his expression returned to normal. Ahum, Emperor Qin. He cupped his hands slightly. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Since the demon ancestor is here, please take a seat." "Thank you," Luo Hu said and sat down in one of the few empty seats. It was worth mentioning. He deliberately sat on Hong Jun's side and did not approach Pangu. Goddess Pingxin. Buddha Sokia. The two of them arrived at the same time. After seeing Pangu, they bowed and then sat down in the empty seats. At this moment, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court also understood that this court meeting was not simple. The experts that they had never seen in the past appeared one after another this time. There was no problem. That was absolutely impossible. Qin Emperor, before we begin, there is something that I would like to settle. Pangu suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change as he nodded. If King Pan has something to do, just settle it yourself. I just hope that it won't cause too much of a commotion. Of course. Pangu nodded. Then, he looked at Hong Jun Dao ancestor. Some things have been in your hands for a long time. It's time to return them. Hong Jun seemed to have expected this. His expression was normal as he said calmly, I naturally won't take things that don't belong to me. Back then, I only thought that the great god had fallen, so I kept them for him. Now that the great god is here, I should return them to their rightful owner. As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, he released the two balls of clear qi. The moment the two balls of clear air appeared, a terrifying aura was emitted. Luo Hu sneered. Hong Jun, you're really scheming. You actually targeted the souls of the three pure ones. Unfortunately, the original owner is here now, so your plan has failed. Two balls of clear air. Every cloud of clear qi represented the essence of a powerhouse's divine soul. Of course, Luo Hu understood why Hong Jun put away these things. Looking at the two balls of clear air, Pangu opened his mouth and swallowed them. The clear air descended. A mysterious fluctuation was emitted from his body, making people involuntarily submit to him. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, Pan King's soul is perfected. I congratulate you here. Congratulations, great god Pangu. Goddess Pingxin and Buddha Sokya also congratulated him. The rest did not speak. Some did not want to say it, and some did not know how to say it. After a long time, Pangu smiled and said, if it weren't for the Qin Emperor's invitation, I wouldn't have known that the scattered soul was actually here. Tao ancestor, if there's a chance in the future, please return the favor. Hee. Hong Jun chuckled without the slightest fear. He could not see any clues about Pangu. However, the other party was an existence of the immortal saint realm, so it was normal that he could not see anything. However, once he reached the immortal saint realm, he would also be an expert of the immortal saint realm. To be honest, even if he really fought, Hong Jun admitted that even if he was not as good as Pangu, he would not be much weaker. With such strength as his confidence, he was not afraid of Pangu's threat at all. After a short conversation, it was silent. Qin Shujian looked at the gods of the heavenly court below and said in a clear voice, the invasion of the player world has intensified, causing many players to control a lot of real power. Although none of the players have broken through to the true immortal realm. However, there is a gap between reality and illusion. As long as a player of the celestial realm controls too much real power, it will not be a problem for him to suppress a true immortal. At this point, he paused for a moment. The players are otherworldly demons. Now that they have descended into the world, their purpose is to destroy our world. In the eyes of the players, the myriad races of the boundless world are also ants that can be killed at will. No matter how many of them die, the players will not be soft-hearted at all. From the beginning, the boundless world and the players are irreconcilable. I asked you to hide your strength and bide your time in order to accumulate enough strength to deal with the upcoming battle. But now that you have accumulated enough, we don't have to tolerate it anymore. And the Eastern War god originally borrowed Zhu Bing's power to kill a large number of players, which has already alerted the Heavenly Axiom. It won't be long before the Heavenly Axiom launches a large-scale attack. At that time, all the sealed real power of the players will be completely released. At that time, any player will be able to fight across at least a realm. The strong ones can even fight across 2 realms. It is no longer impossible for a celestial to kill a true immortal, or a divine marshal to kill a true immortal. A celestial to kill a true immortal. In the boundless world, some powerhouses with a deep foundation might be able to do it. But if a divine marshal to kill a true immortal, that would be too shocking. They were very clear. How many divine martial realm cultivators were there among the current players? If a divine marshal to kill a true immortal, then among the players, there would be hundreds of millions of true immortals. When the battle began, not to mention anything else, just this divine martial realm cultivator, who was comparable to a true immortal, could destroy all races. So, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, the expressions of all the deities changed. Even if they knew from the beginning how terrifying real power was. But when the other party said it, only then did they truly understand. How powerful would a player who had completely unlocked the seal be? Qin Shujian said, in order to prevent the situation of a divine marshal to kill a true immortal, from now on, all races don't have to hold back and kill all players with all their might. Remember, there are only 2 kinds of power that can kill players. The first is the power of faith of Zhu Bing. The second is the true power of the players themselves. Only these 2 kinds of power can truly kill the players. Now, it has been quite some time since the true power has been integrated into the boundless world. All the talented people in the myriad races have probably integrated a part of the true power. And this part of the true power will be the foundation of your foothold. Kill the players. Zhu Bing. True power. The gods clenched their fists tightly. Zhu Bing was very rare among the myriad races, but they didn't lack true power at all. It was just as Qin Shujian had said. Right now, as long as the talented cultivators of the myriad races were able to grasp a part of the true power. It was just a matter of how much. But dealing with the players at this stage wasn't a big problem. At this point, Qin Shujian looked at Xiao Chengfeng and Emperor Zhao. Now that the human race has the most Zhu Bing, I hope that the human race will do their best to kill the players of the Eastern continent. When they have the strength to spare, help the other races to kill the players of the other 3 continents. I want to kill as many players as possible in the shortest time. We can't give them any chance to react. Yes. Both of them nodded in response. Recently, the players had been wreaking havoc in the Eastern continent, and Emperor Zhao had endured long enough. Now, he had the chance to kill them. Naturally, he couldn't hold back. When the gods received their orders and retreated, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. In the heavenly palace's inner hall, only a few Dao fruits, Niu Dali, and Chu Kuangtu were left. The scene was silent for a while. Qin Shujian was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I won't beat around the bush. It's about time. Whether we can devour the player's world and let the boundless world transform successfully depends on this moment. The speed at which the myriad races kill the players is not enough. Everyone, please make a move. The strength of a world's heavenly Tao. Many factors were combined. Among them, the biggest factor was the number of living beings and the number of powerhouses. A world. If all living beings were destroyed, then even if the heavenly Tao was still around, the power it could exert would be limited. In the past, in order to avoid the heavenly Tao of the players' worlds going crazy, Qin Shujian had not attacked the players too much. After all, once a large number of players were massacred. After the heavenly Tao noticed, they would definitely invade regardless of everything. At that time, the situation would be completely out of control. However, looking at the many Dao fruits and the power of the inner world that was ready, Qin Shujian felt that he no longer had anything to fear. Kill the players with all their might. Amitabha. Buddha Sakya chanted the name of Buddha. His face was expressionless. The players are otherworldly demons. We Buddhists should be responsible for eliminating demons. Let me deal with the players of the northern continent. Among the many forces, the Buddhists were the weakest. Therefore, at this moment, Buddha Sakya took the lead to express his stance. Immediately after, Goddess Pingxin smiled faintly. The underworld is located in the middle of the 4 continents. However, there are no experts in the southern continent. Let the underworld deal with the players of the southern continent. Sure. Qin Shujian nodded. Just as the other party had said, the southern continent was the only place where there were no Dao fruits. It was reasonable for the underworld to be in charge of the southern continent. Immediately after, Luo Hu said, the demon palace is located in the western continent. I will handle the matters of the western continent. I will take over the matters of the eastern continent. Hong Jun also said faintly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded. The heavenly Tao of the players' worlds will definitely not tolerate the destruction of the players. A war is inevitable. Pan Wang and I will mainly fight the heavenly Tao. For this, the other Tao fruits did not object. Compared to destroying the players, fighting the heavenly Tao was the real problem. At this moment, Hong Jun suddenly looked at Qin Shujian and asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. May I ask, Emperor Qin, have you really succeeded? Succeeded? Qin Shujian shook his head and gave an ambiguous answer. I guess so. But if you don't really solve the problem at hand, how can you say that you have succeeded? An answer. Hong Jun's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect the Emperor Qin to walk ahead of me in the end. Congratulations. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He had pursued this for several eras, but in the end, the other party had succeeded before him. To be honest, Hong Jun's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. When he looked at Pangu again, obviously, this supreme godfiend of the first era had probably succeeded. Or else, he was not qualified to be on equal footing with Qin Shujian. One had to know. Whether the transformation was successful or not, it was two different extremes. After the discussion ended, many Dao fruits left. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian and Pangu were still sitting there. After a long time, Pangu said, Emperor Qin, do you think the heavenly Dao will join forces to get rid of us first, or will they first decide the outcome and then enjoy their fruits as winners? I think they will get rid of us first. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. He looked at the sky above the heavenly palace, where the phenomenon in the sky was. If we don't have the power to resist, they will deal with us after the outcome is decided. But now that we have shown the power to resist, they will deal with the threat first. The heavenly Dao is rational. He will choose the most beneficial way for himself. The heavenly Dao was rational. It meant that the heavenly Dao would not overestimate anyone, but it would not underestimate any threat either. Pangu was silent. Qin Shujian's words were similar to his thoughts. Suddenly, the door of the inner hall of the heavenly palace opened. Two people walked in from outside. One was Yi Hong. The other was Zhong Yi. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven, you are here. Qin Shujian had expected it. As he waved his hand, two beams of clear light floated up from the two of them. Then, the clear light flew away. In the blink of an eye, it fell on Qin Shujian's body. At the same time, Yi Hong and Zhong Yi were both stunned. They found out. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven that originally existed in their sea of consciousness had quietly disappeared without a trace. Such a change. It made the two of them a little flustered. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had existed for so long. Now that it suddenly disappeared, it was normal for them to feel uncomfortable. In the sea of consciousness, Overlord God Knight did not dare to make a sound. He hid in the corner of Yi Hong's sea of consciousness, his body trembling. Whether it was Qin Shujian or Pangu, the aura emitted from his body made him feel frightened. Such power. It was definitely something he could fight against. Even if he was at his peak, he was no match for the two of them. As early as when Yi Hong entered the game, Overlord God Knight understood a lot of things. For him, traitor or not, it didn't matter that much. What was really important was how to survive. Qin Shujian said, you did well in the beginning. However, transferring the life imprint is not an ordinary method. Once it is done, it will be difficult to reverse it. I will ask you again. Are you really willing to transfer the life imprint? Yi Hong and Zhong Yi heard this. After looking at each other, they nodded solemnly. Yes. Good. Qin Shujian calmed his mind. A mysterious power spread out from his body and fell on Yi Hong and Zhong Yi. In the dark, there was a big hand that seemed to cross the barrier between the two worlds and directly snatched the life imprint that existed in the other two worlds. The desolate great world. The 9 moons great world. The two heavenly Dao, who were gradually awakening, seemed to have sensed something. They immediately woke up from their half-awake state. Boom! A terrifying power bombarded. Following the traces left by Qin Shujian, it directly bombarded the vast thousand world. In the sky above the heavenly court, there was a destructive wave spreading out. Pangu, who was sitting motionlessly, directly disappeared from his seat. The next moment, in the sky above the heavenly court, a giant axe appeared in his hand. When the destructive power descended, the axe light that could destroy heaven and earth destroyed everything, strangling all the power that bombarded him on the spot. Buzz. A terrifying fluctuation. With the two as the center, it spread out in all directions. Heaven and earth shook. The rules appeared. Then, Pangu took a deep look at the void, then returned to the heavenly palace. At this moment, in Qin Shujian's hand, there were 2 crystal-like things. When Yi Hong and Zhong Yi saw the 2 crystals, a strong sense of familiarity rose in their hearts. It was as if the 2 crystals belonged to them in the first place. Any living being, after being born, will leave an imprint in heaven and earth. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one can seize the imprint and make it his own. Then, this level can be called transcendence. Qin Shujian looked at the 2 life imprints and said calmly, "Transcendence. It was easy to say. But it was definitely not that simple. Only Dao fruit level experts could get rid of the life imprints between heaven and earth and achieve a certain degree of transcendence. Life imprint. That's the life imprint. Tyrant God Knight's breathing was a little rapid. As a true immortal level expert, he naturally understood what the life imprint was. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't transcend, how could he die along with the myriad Daos, leaving behind only a remnant soul to live on? The more powerful the heaven and earth, the more difficult it was to seize the life imprint. In the heyday of the 9 Moons Great World, true immortals couldn't seize the life imprint at all. Even in the declining 9 Moons Great World, only extremely powerful true immortals were qualified to seize the life imprint. In other words, the lower limit of Qin Shujian's strength was already placed here. If at the front, if Tyrant God Knight still had doubts about Qin Shujian's strength, then now, he no longer had any doubts. Next, Qin Shujian pressed hard into the void. The 2 life imprints directly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Zhong Yi and Yi Hong both had a kind of connection with the great wide world. That kind of connection. It represented that they were bound together for good or ill. Alright, you are now living beings of the great wide world. If the great wide world wins, you can ascend to heaven. But if you lose, I believe you are also prepared. We'll take our leave. Yi Hong and Zhong Yi bowed. Looking at the 2 of them leaving, Qin Shujian didn't stop them. Until now, only 2 of the 4 players from the player world had come. So what choice did the remaining 2 people have? It was needless to say. Regarding this, he didn't care too much. Today was different from the past. The people planted in the player world had already played a role. Behind. It was difficult for them to be useful again. After leaving the heavenly court, the immortals and gods of all races no longer held back. All the experts attacked and began to attack the players from all over the world. However, as early as when Xiao Chengfeng killed millions of players, the heavenly Dao of the 4 player worlds had been alerted. They had already sped up the pace of their invasion. Leading to now, the true strength of the players had already risen step by step. Even if the 10,000 races joined forces, they didn't have much of an upper hand. In the northern continent, billions of living beings were fighting with the players in a chaotic battle. The huge northern continent had directly become an Azura battlefield. Every moment, there would be living beings of the 10,000 races dying. Every moment, there were also players dying. It was just that there weren't many living beings who truly grasped true strength, so those who could completely kill the players were also in the minority. Most of the players who died were resurrected elsewhere. Of course, after resurrection, the realm of the players would drop. However, compared to the true strength that was constantly recovering, the drop in realm didn't have much impact at all. Kill. Everyone has the right to kill the otherworldly demons. A true immortal emperor of a race roared and revealed his 1,000,000-feet body, instantly crushing countless players. However, when the true immortal emperor revealed his true body, he immediately became the target of many players' attacks. A dense amount of power bombarded him. Even though he was a true immortal, he couldn't resist at all. Instantly, his scales shattered. That true immortal emperor wailed and bled. Then let's die together. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, his 1,000,000-feet body exploded with a bang. That force was like a destructive wave, instantly sweeping in all directions. Billions of miles of the void. It was covered by this wave. During this period, countless players, they were all annihilated by this force. However, they were resurrected elsewhere. When a true immortal fell, heaven and earth mourned. Blood rained down. The boundless world and the 4 continents seemed to be covered by a rain of blood. The true immortals who rarely fell in the past had all fallen from the altar. Some players looked excited. Kill. Today is the day to become a god and prove the Tao. No one is to snatch it from me. All the experience is mine. Kill. In the chaotic battle, the players were also in a frenzy. For them, every fallen true immortal represented an immeasurable amount of experience. As long as they could get experience, their own realm could advance by leaps and bounds. Such benefits. It was enough to drive people crazy. In the face of a large number of players' attacks. Very soon, some small races were destroyed. At this moment, boundless Buddhist light emerged from the horizon. Immediately after, a huge Buddha sitting on a lotus appeared, looking down at the many players below. The demons are in chaos, we Buddhists will cleanse the world. As soon as his voice fell, Buddha Sakya pressed down with his palm. The palm that covered the sky seemed to cover all the players. Bright golden light. It made all the living beings of the 10,000 races excited. There was no other way. The power of Buddha Sakya's attack was too terrifying. It gave them an illusion that all the players were just ants in front of him. When the palm fell, all of a sudden, there was an earth-shattering power erupting from below. A large number of players worked together and unleashed their strongest attacks, all of which bombarded the palm. Cracks appeared on the golden Buddha palm. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it collapsed with a bang. Seeing this, Buddha Sakya's expression did not change, but his heart became more serious. Amitabha, he had thought. He could easily kill players with his own hands. But he did not expect. The recovery of his true strength was much faster than he had imagined. Many players worked together. Even a Tao fruit at the illusory level could not be easily suppressed. However, Buddha Sakya was not an ordinary Tao fruit after all. After his palm did not succeed, he once again used his supernatural power to kill the other players. Southern continent. Goddess Pingshin was like a god descending to the mortal world. With a wave of her hand, a round disc directly broke through the air. On the round disc, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had already successfully inscribed 4 of them. The disc rotated. There was an endless reincarnation power that killed the players. In comparison, even if the players attacked, they had no way to resist. For a moment, a large number of players were killed and wiped out in the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. In addition, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was an existence that was tainted with true strength. When it killed the players, some players directly died and disappeared. Some players. But they fell by more than several realms. Eastern continent, Western continent. When the Buddhists and the underworld attacked, they also had Tao fruits to suppress the chaos of the players. Rumble. Heaven and earth were shaking. The blood-red color in the sky surged endlessly, and dense lightning surged out. It was as if the heavenly Tao was shaking, preparing to wash away all the filth in the world. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian was originally resting with his eyes closed. When the phenomenon intensified, he directly opened his eyes. They are here. After saying that, Qin Shujian had already disappeared from the throne. In the void, the blood-red lightning lingered as if it would descend at any time. That world-destroying fluctuation made people unable to help but feel shocked. The space trembled slightly. Qin Shujian and Pangu both appeared there directly. The two of them looked at the blood-red lightning with calm expressions as usual. Now that many players have died, they feel angry. The blood-red lightning will destroy the world. I want to see if they really have the qualifications to destroy the world. As they spoke, a seal appeared in Qin Shujian's hand. That was the seal that represented the heavenly court's luck. The seal appeared. Endless yellow clouds of luck surged out from it and then headed toward the slowly descending blood-red lightning. The two forces collided. The yellow clouds were constantly being worn down. However, the speed of the blood-red lightning's descent was also greatly hindered. At the same time, in the 4 players' worlds, the rules that were originally hidden were completely presented in front of everyone at this time. The rules were presented. Those who had not entered the game yet all looked up at the rules that emerged in the world at this moment as if they felt something. Soon, a stalwart figure walked out of the rules. And then, that stalwart figure took another step forward and disappeared from everyone's sight. The boundless world. In the void. The void in front of them cracked silently. A stalwart figure directly appeared in front of Qin Shujian and Pangu. The figure looked similar to an ordinary person. But it also gave people a feeling that it was as tall as the sky. Endless rule power lingered around it as if it was a combination of rules. There were various forms on its face, and a pair of extremely indifferent eyes. Heavenly Tao. When they saw the person who came, both of them understood in their hearts. This was the heavenly Tao of the player's world. Qin Shujian did not move. He looked at the incoming heavenly Tao, his face still indifferent. Only one heavenly Tao has come. Where are the remaining 3 heavenly Tao? How long are you going to wait? As soon as he finished speaking. Then, he saw a boundless might crushing down from the sky. In an instant, the void broke through the void again. One stalwart figure after another directly appeared from the void. Every single one of them. They were all the same as the original body, a combination of endless rules. It made people unable to help but feel shocked when they saw it. 4 bodies. They represented the heavenly Tao of the 4 worlds. Just the aura emitted by the other party could silently destroy the void. They are here. Hong Jun held the creation jade disc in his hand. After forcefully suppressing a portion of the players, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His calm face was filled with shock. He was a Tao ancestor. But the Tao integration was only the Tao of the illusory world. And the Tao of the illusory world and the Tao of the real world had a huge gap. Even though Hong Jun had fought with the heavenly Tao of the real world in the real world. However, at that time, the heavenly Tao was still in a state of deep sleep. It did not use much of its strength at all. But even then, Hong Jun also admitted that he was no match for it and had no choice but to retreat into the upper-class world. Now, the heavenly Tao of the player world had completely awakened. That terrifying aura leaked out, making him feel like an ant. At this moment, Hong Jun finally realized how big was the gap between the Tao fruit of the illusory world and the heavenly Tao of the real world. He also understood how laughable was his original plan. In the face of absolute power, any plan would appear insignificant. We have overestimated ourselves and underestimated them. Hong Jun sighed secretly. At this moment, he no longer had much hope for Qin Shujian and Pangu. After all, judging from the aura of the heavenly Tao, even if Qin Shujian and Pangu had successfully transformed, it was unlikely for them to deal with the 4 heavenly Tao. However, even so, Hong Jun did not completely give up struggling. He was able to experience the destruction of several eras because he had hope in his heart. He would not give up until the last moment. Destroy. His attention returned to the player in front of him. Hong Jun spat out a simple word, and the creation jade disc immediately emitted a terrifying brilliance. As the heavenly Tao awakened and appeared in the upper-class world, the true strength of all the players was also awakening step by step. Boom. Boom. Numerous forces converged and bombarded the good fortune jade butterfly, causing it to tremble. Hong Jun's expression did not change. The Pangu banner had already appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the innate sword qi erupted with an unstoppable momentum. In the void, Tian Dao of Heaven Wasteland looked at the 2 of them and said in an indifferent tone, "Ants of the illusory world, you have successfully found the path to metamorphosis. Your talent is not bad, but you are destined to fall. Any struggle is futile. Don't resist anymore. It's meaningless." Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled with his hands behind his back. "We don't know who the ants are. Before the final outcome is decided, you will only embarrass yourself in the end. The upper-class world is too small. You and I can't let go of our hands and feet. Why don't you and I fight in the universe? I just don't know if the heavenly Tao of Tian Huang has the confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was silent. Qin Shujian took a step forward and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Pangu also left. Looking at the 2 people who disappeared in front of him, the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was silent for a while. Then, his body suddenly disappeared. In the void, the heavenly Tao of 4 directions each guarded one side, and the ones who were trapped in the middle were Qin Shujian and Pangu. Just from the aura alone, the aura emitted by the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was not weaker than that of an upper-class true immortal. And this, it was still because the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was heading towards extinction. If that was not the case, at its peak, the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was at least comparable to the Tao fruit in the real world. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, there were no ifs in anything. If it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. Although the power of the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was strong, it was still within his expectations. Immediately after, Qin Shujian turned his head to look at Pangu. How many do you think you can fight? Hearing this, Pangu's gaze swept across the heavenly Tao of 4 directions, and then he shook his head. At most, I can fight 1. What a coincidence, I can only fight 1. Qin Shujian smiled. Pangu's face couldn't help but darken. Is this the 100% confidence that the Qin Emperor mentioned? You fight 1, I fight 1. The remaining 2 heavenly Tao would not just stand by and watch. In other words, the 2 of them fighting the heavenly Tao of 4 directions was basically no different from waiting for death. Don't worry, King Pan. I naturally won't fight a battle that I'm not confident in. The smile on Qin Shujian's face did not diminish. A small door appeared in his hand, and then the small door instantly grew larger, and then it suddenly opened. Seeing this, Pangu couldn't help but look at the open door. Behind the door, there was only a pitch-black hole, and nothing could be seen at all. In the inner world, the powerhouses of the 10,000 races had already assembled long ago. At the same time, in the underworld and the heavenly demon clan, there was a voice that reached everyone's ears at the same time. Gather at the heavenly court and attack. They're here. Marcus's expression was complicated. Then, he looked at the many heavenly demon clan experts in front of him and waved his hand. The Venerable One has ordered that all heavenly demon clan members can gather at the heavenly court. Yes. As soon as he finished. With Marcus in the lead, all the powerhouses of the Celestial Fiend clan left the void and headed for the lower realm. In the underworld, the 10 kings of hell did not hesitate either. They gathered all the ghosts and spirits and headed towards the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, with Feng in the lead, all the experts of the 10,000 races gathered here, including Ling Huang, who was in seclusion. At this moment, the void above shook, and black clouds rolled over. This scene. Immediately, Immortal's expression changed. The heavenly demon clan is here. What do they want to do? Could it be that they want to take advantage of this time to attack the heavenly court? The heavenly demon clan did not come earlier or later, but at this moment. They could not help but think. Ling Huang looked up. He also looked at the descending black clouds. He still remembered that the heavenly demon clan had obstructed his breakthrough. If there was a chance, he would definitely settle the score with the heavenly demon clan. Feng's expression was calm. Don't be impatient. Now that all the experts of the heavenly court are here, if the heavenly demon clan dares to attack, I will not let them return. Hearing that, many immortals came back to their senses. That's right. Although the heavenly demon clan was scary, could they be scarier than the heavenly court? Now that all the experts of the heavenly court were here, what qualifications did the heavenly demon clan have to resist? By the time everyone's hearts had settled down, the experts of the heavenly demon clan had arrived. Feng's expression was indifferent. Marcus, is your heavenly demon clan planning to start a war with the heavenly court? His gaze swept across the many heavenly demon clan members behind him, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. It depended on the situation. The heavenly demon clan had really moved out in full force. Hearing that, Marcus was also indifferent. My heavenly demon clan has long had the idea of destroying your heavenly court, but not now. This seat is under the orders of the supremacy to meet up with the heavenly court. As he spoke, countless yin qi rushed up from below. The 10 kings of hell walked out of the underworld with a large number of yin souls and ghost servants. The underworld is under the orders of the supremacy to come to the heavenly court to help. Some of the experts who had never heard of Qin Shujian's name. Now that they heard that the heavenly demon clan and the underworld had come under the orders of the supremacy, there was no need to describe the shock in their hearts. At this moment, Feng also took out the small door from his hand. The small door left his hand and transformed into a huge door that was 1,000,000 feet in size. He did not waste any time and directly waved his hand. All the experts of the heavenly court and the immortals and gods of the myriad races, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in. Immediately after, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court and the experts of the myriad races began to swarm in. In the void, after the door opened, there was a slight vibration. Very soon, a middle-aged man wearing a crown walked out from inside. The moment he looked at Qin Shujian, he bowed and said, "Greetings, Supremacy." Millimeter, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, Feng tactfully stood to the side. Then, he silently sized up the situation in front of him. When he saw the heavenly Tao of the four directions, there was no need to describe the shock in his heart. At the same time, he understood that this was probably the emperor that Qin Shujian had mentioned. After the wind came out, soon, one cultivator after another came out from the cave. Pangu was shocked to discover that every cultivator was an existence that eliminated the false and retained the true. In other words, these cultivators all came from a real world. Moreover, from the respectful gazes of those cultivators towards Qin Shujian, it could be seen that this Emperor Qin's status in that world was not low. For a moment, Pangu felt that he could not see through Qin Shujian. In less than a few breaths, there were hundreds of millions of living beings occupying the void. The original situation of 4 against 2 had turned into a situation of hundreds of millions of living beings besieging the heavenly Tao of the four directions. Although the cultivators of the inner world were not very strong, they could not withstand the large number of cultivators. Hundreds of millions of cultivators, even if they were true immortals of the upper 3 levels, there was a possibility of them dying. At this moment, Qin Shujian waved his hand and the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by coldness. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine weapon flew out from his sea of consciousness. The Tao fruit that could destroy everything took the lead to attack the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland. At the same time, Pangu also held a giant axe in his hand and charged towards the 9 moons of heaven. Feng's expression was solemn. His gaze landed on the red jade heavenly Tao and he shouted coldly, "All cultivators of the myriad races, follow me to kill the enemy." After he finished speaking, he had already summoned the Emperor of Heaven's imperial seal, carrying the destiny of the heavenly court and suppressing the red jade heavenly Tao. The limits of heaven and earth increased. Feng's realm had already successfully broken through from the first level of immortal to the second level of immortal. However, even the second level of immortal was a huge gap compared to the third level of true immortal. But now, he directly borrowed the endless destiny of the heavenly court, causing his realm to temporarily rise from the second level of immortal to the 6th level of immortal. Although he had not crossed the threshold of the third level of true immortal, the peak of the 6th level of immortal was not weak. With the many immortals and gods of the heavenly court joining forces, suppressing the red jade heavenly Tao was not a problem at all. The remaining desolate heavenly Tao. It was targeted by the heavenly demon clan and the underworld. In terms of foundation, the heavenly demon clan and the underworld were both inferior to the heavenly court. However, when the two joined forces, they were not much weaker than the heavenly court. Countless yin spirits joined forces with the heavenly demons to form a massive tidal wave that drowned the primordial heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! A terrifying wave of energy spread out in the universe. Endless power was emitted. All the void that was touched was destroyed inch by inch. This power, it even exceeded the limit that the universe could withstand. Destroy. Qin Shujian's expression was cold. The Godslayer erupted with terrifying sharpness, and with one slash, all the rules in front of it were destroyed, and then fiercely slashed the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland. Although it was only a middle third level of true immortal. But the problem was, when it extracted the power of the remaining living beings in the inner world, its realm had successfully risen to the peak of the middle third level of true immortal. In addition, it had a great thousand world and an extremely deep foundation, so it was not a problem to challenge people of a higher level. The long saber slashed down. Even though the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland had mastered the rules of heaven and earth, there was no way to stop it. Crush. From the beginning until now, the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland had been in a situation where it was crushed. In such a situation, Qin Shujian had long expected it. He had never been joking when he said that he was 100% confident. Even with the foundation of the inner world and his own strength, a 100% chance of winning was not a problem at all. You invaded the universe and used it as nourishment. Today, you should become nourishment for us and help the living beings of the great thousand world get rid of the false and retain the true. Qin Shujian laughed loudly. The Godslayer in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. He did not use Zhu Tian's star map. In such a battle, a supreme treasure like Zhu Tian's star map would not play a big role at all. Moreover, the God-slaying saber alone was enough. Fight, fight, fight. Slash after slash, the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland was shattered. The shadow of death had unknowingly shrouded his heart. Roar. With a shocking roar, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland. At the same time, at this moment, all the players of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland Great World found that they were no longer under any control. All their power was instantly drawn out and all went to the universe. Chu Kuangtu, who had been besieged by many players and whose body was already shattered and seriously injured, showed a sinister smile on his face when he saw this. It's finally here. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to trigger it until the moment of my death. He looked at the players in front of him who had lost their cultivation and swept out his saber. The players within 1,000,000 miles were directly wiped out. Then, Chu Kuangtu performed a mysterious incantation, and a faint wave of energy went to the universe. In the universe, after extracting the power of all living creatures, the power of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland was directly pulled up from the original upper 3 true immortal to the half-step Tao fruit level. Ant, you deserve to die. The skyrocketing power made the confidence of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland soar. He looked at Qin Shujian in front of him, and the indifference in his eyes was gone. There was only cold murderous intent. The heavenly Tao would not get angry easily. But once it got angry, that would be millions of corpses. All of a sudden, a mysterious wave spread from the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland, and then his expression changed drastically. What's going on? He felt it. There seemed to be something wrong with the power of all living beings that he was in charge of. It was completely out of his control. That feeling. It was like a normal person swallowing a bottle of poison. In an instant, the skyrocketing power of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland fell. Seeing the opponent's aura fall, Qin Shujian smiled. The edge of the long saber was revealed, and his face became cold again. It seems that the ant is not me, but you. While he was sick, take his life. Qin Shujian had been waiting for a long time. The heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland had finally succeeded in absorbing the power of all living beings. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity. He took a step forward. The long saber slashed down. The tens of thousands of rules collapsed. The physical body of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland, which was made up of rules, was directly destroyed by the power of the long saber. No, the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland was horrified, and the instinctive fear in his heart made him want to retreat. Trap. Everything was a trap. However, how could Qin Shujian allow the other party to retreat? Soon, the attack came again. Being counterattacked by the power of all living beings, the power of the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland not only did not rise, but fell by several levels. As a result, in front of Qin Shujian, there was no way to resist. The long saber broke through the air, and the flickering saber light illuminated the colorless void. In the end, it fell silent again. The heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland stood there in a daze, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Then, his body collapsed. A rainbow-colored crystal appeared there. The Heavenly Wasteland Great World. When the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland fell, the entire world began to fall into a state of complete silence. The sky collapsed. The earth cracked. Countless volcanoes spewed out. There was a rain of blood, and the entire world was crying. Those living beings looked at the changes in heaven and earth, and there was only despair on their faces. At this moment, they knew very well what had happened. God. Dead. When the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland fell, not only did the heavenly wasteland Great World collapse, but all the living beings whose life imprints existed in the heavenly wasteland Great World also walked towards silence at the same time. In the vast world, the players whose cultivations had been extracted disappeared without any reaction. This scene. In the eyes of Hongjun and the others, the result was completely different. 1. The Tao ancestor looked shocked. Then he looked at the universe, where the fluctuations were still there. No. They had not won yet. However, one side of the heavenly Tao had already fallen. At first, Hongjun thought that their chances of winning were less than 10%, then now that one side of the heavenly Tao had fallen, their chances of winning had at least increased to 30%. In the universe, Qin Shujian put away the rainbow-colored crystal and turned his attention to the other battlefield. When the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland fell, the remaining 3 heavenly Tao were all shocked. Although they did not know how the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland fell, they understood that if they did not use their trump cards, then the next one to fall would be them. So, the 3 heavenly Tao did not hesitate. It was the same as the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland, all extracting the power of all living beings for their own use. However, when they were extracting power, like the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland, they were directly hit by the power of all living beings. Their strength. Not only did it not rise, but it also fell rapidly. A sudden change. It stunned Pangu for a moment. However, he had been fighting in the universe for many years, and he had long been familiar with the way of killing. No matter what happened to the heavenly Tao in front of him. But for him, that was a good thing. Kill. The giant axe struck out fiercely, directly tearing the physical body of the heavenly Tao in front of him. At this moment, after Qin Shujian collected the colorful crystal, he stepped on the air and came over. Pan Wang, I'm here to help you. The power of the immortal weapon was pushed to the limit. The long saber wrapped in endless power slashed down, instantly destroying the physical body of the heavenly Tao. Then, Pangu did not hesitate either. He also burst out with all his power. The 9 moons heavenly Tao was not much stronger than Pangu, and now that his strength had fallen greatly, he was even less of a match for the 2 of them. Not long after, the 9 moons heavenly Tao was also destroyed, leaving behind a colorful crystal. On the other side, the heavenly Tao of the 2 worlds also suffered from the backlash. However, there were limited powerhouses in the inner worlds, and many of them had fallen in the battle. Fortunately, with the backlash of the heavenly Tao's power, the heavenly court, the Sky Demon clan, and the underworld had a chance to breathe. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of Heaven Wasteland and the 9 moons heavenly Tao had fallen. The heavenly Tao of Primordial and the heavenly Tao of Red Jade both sensed that something was wrong. As the heavenly Tao, when they sensed that things were not going well, the first thing they wanted to do was to retreat. However, it was easy to come, but it was not so easy to retreat. You and I each take one. After saying that, Qin Shujian took the lead and charged toward the heavenly Tao of Primordial. Hearing that, Pangu's giant axe was already pointed at the heavenly Tao of Red Jade. The axe light was destroyed. All the rules were like paper in front of it. After fighting in the universe for many years, not to mention that he had already succeeded in his transformation, the axe in his hand had also transformed into a terrifying existence. Although it was still an immortal weapon, it was not something that ordinary immortal weapons could compare to. No, as the heavenly Tao of red jade roared in indignation, Pangu killed it by force and collected the colorful crystal. On the other side, the heavenly Tao of primordial fell almost at the same time. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of four directions had completely fallen. The change in the battle. The powerhouses in the inner worlds could not react in time. Emperor Qin, this is the crystal of that world. Pangu tossed the seven-colored crystal over to him. He had no intention of taking possession of the amalgamation that contained the energy of an entire world. Thank you. Qin Shujian took the colorful crystal and then looked at Feng and the others. Everyone, go back first. After this battle, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. You are too kind, Venerable One. Feng nodded slightly and led all the people belonging to the heavenly court away. The Sky Fiend clan and the people of the underworld did the same. Soon, in the void, only Qin Shujian and Pangu were left. Under the aftermath of the great battle, the void was now destroyed inch by inch. Not only did it not heal, but it was also showing signs of worsening. Pangu looked at the changes in the void in front of him with a solemn expression. The universe is going to be destroyed. It will not be long before the real power sweeps over here. Emperor Qin, are you confident? Outside the universe, it was eroded by the real power. Now, after a great battle, the insides of the universe were shattered, causing the universe to become much weaker. In this way, the real power directly accelerated the erosion. Not long after, the scene of the destruction of the era was about to happen again. Looking at the collapsing universe, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. There's enough time. Then he entered the core of heaven and earth. The real power in the core of heaven and earth was still there, but the invasion speed had slowed down a lot. The heavenly Tao collapsed. The real power was like rootless duckweed, no longer under anyone's control. If no one stopped it. When the real power here devoured the core of heaven and earth, the upper-class world would also collapse. However, Qin Shujian would not allow such a thing to happen. He came to the core of heaven and earth, took out the four colorful crystals, and put them all in. Buzz, the four colorful crystals merged. The core of heaven and earth trembled violently, and then began to quietly transform in front of Qin Shujian's eyes. The core of heaven and earth transformed. The entire upper-class world was also transforming. The blood-red lightning slowly dissipated. Then, golden flowers floated down from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. All the creatures of the myriad races, when touching the golden flowers and golden lotuses, felt their bodies and souls transforming. Their realms fell. When they fell below the basic realm, they began to increase their realms again. In the end, some people were in the basic realm. Some stabilized in the true martial god realm. Some stabilized in the celestial realm. But there were very few who stabilized in the true immortal realm. Get rid of the false and retain the true. Hong Jun looked at himself and a faint smile appeared on his face. He was no longer a Tao fruit, but an ordinary true immortal. But even so, it allowed this Tao ancestor to see the endless road ahead. On the other side, Goddess Pingxin looked at the completely successful 6 parts of reincarnation disc and waved her hand to send the 6 parts of reincarnation disc into the underworld. At that moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation were successfully opened. As the 6 paths of reincarnation were successfully opened, heaven and earth were subliming to the extreme. At this moment, the universe was completely destroyed. The silver color that represented the real power surged in all directions like a wave. When all the universes were destroyed, when the silver power rushed towards the upper-class world, it only caused the barrier of heaven and earth to fluctuate slightly. It was not destroyed as easily as before. In the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian saw the scene outside heaven and earth through the core of heaven and earth. Behind the endless power, there seemed to be a different scene. The great calamity that had caused despair for several eras could no longer affect the upper-class world. However, getting rid of the false and retaining the true was only the beginning. Although the great calamity had passed, there were still other calamities in the future. The path of cultivation. It had to be cut through thorns and thorns. Qin Shujian took a deep look outside heaven and earth, and then left the core of heaven and earth. They say that there is no end, but one day, I will reach the true end, the end of the book. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.